Rocket League fans around the world, get up and get loud. It's game day. It's time to kick off the second half of the season. We've got the open qualifiers for the London Major underway right now. We started with 646 teams, and we're down to just 16 now. I've got two of the biggest brains in Rocket League alongside me, Lemon and Gibbs. Lemon, how you doing?
Thanks. I don't know about the brain part, but you know, we tried. I think a lot of people are trying. I'm so excited to be back. Visit Copenhagen was just yesterday, and all the hype I hope transcends into this next split.
Yeah, same. Brain might not be that big, but I do have a big head, so I think it kind of counteracts it, so it works out there.
What else you got going on in there, bud?
There's a lot of empty space. There's a lot of air up here.
A lot of thoughts.
I don't know about that. We got two of the people that won our prediction contest. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, folks. I'm telling you, they got huge, absolutely redonkulous brains in there. Let's talk about the season, folks. If you're just now joining us, great time to jump in and enjoy watching Rocket League here, as we are just now kicking off the second half of the season. We just had our first major in Copenhagen conclude a month ago or so now, and now we are beginning open qualifier number 4 here. April 19th through June 2nd is when these qualifiers are going on. Technically it started a little bit earlier. Today is the 26th, and we're here for the beginning of the open qualifier 4 broadcast. All of the action across this weekend and the next few weekends is building up to our major in London, June 20th through 23rd. You're going to want to be there, folks, and then everything is going to be concluding in Fort Worth at the World Championship starting off September 10th. If you could make it to London, we've done it twice. It's both times been one of the best events in the history of Rocket League. You could be there for the third go around, round number 3. It's going to be the charm, folks. Ticketmaster.co.uk. McGibbs. Some of my favorite pictures, one of my favorite pictures of me and one of my favorite pictures of you, separate pictures, but taken moments apart, both happened in that building.
Yeah, just the chaos on the desk, you know, with obviously some crazy goals happening at 0 seconds. But then we went back and there were still a lot of magical moments, and just the atmosphere layout of the Copper Box there is no better atmosphere. It's so close, it's so intimate, and it's just so much fun to watch.
Yeah, be there or be square. And no billet loon, so now it's just even easier to get your tickets.
That's right. Everybody can say it.
It's a word we can say. And, you know, we got London and we got Texas. So it's like you guys have no excuses. You have to show up to one of them because you saw how exciting Copenhagen was. And I'm sure y'all had FOMO. So show up to this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's talk about Copenhagen here and kind of recap for the people that weren't there. If you missed it, you missed one of the most intense top 8s we've ever had here. We're usually blessed by like one game 7 in a single limb bracket like this. We got 4, and here's which one are you more surprised by, Gibbs? That we have 3 matches that went to game 7, or that none of them were sweeps?
I think 3 game 7. It's just hard to get to game 7. We saw that last time around through the qualifiers in North America. We got it, twice, and that finally happened on the final weekend. So it's really tough to go to game 7, but the players always put on a show. Like when there's a crowd, there's some magic around it that the players just know how to entertain. They're obviously trying to win, but there's something in the back of their heads. But Gentlemaids Alpine, you have to give it to them because we talk about chaos. We haven't had that for a while. World Championship last year, a lot of favorites were won. Like the entire bracket was just favorite after favorite after favorite. We had the EU number 4 seed that has never been done before win an RLCS LAN. So congrats to them.
And K-Corp not making a final is a little insane to me. Shout out to Gentlemates who kept us entertained with non-stop game 7s for them. And then NA
G2
in top 8. We love to see it. This was like the most exciting playoffs. It was my first LAN, and I don't know how anything else is going to top this.
I mean, but Lemon, let's talk about the Gentlemates just a little bit more here, because I feel like I went on First Touch the day after this happened, because the First Touch show right after Copenhagen, because I just was frustrated that we didn't give this team the credit they deserved when they were winning. It was like after they won, we're like, oh, I guess they're great. Like they came out of nowhere. I mean, was it just me, or were you surprised by this too?
We were all doubters. We were like, okay, yeah, win. Okay, yeah, they didn't drop a single series in Swiss. Okay, they're still winning. And it took until playoffs until most of us started predicting for them. And I just feel so dumb. I think that's why I'm taking back the whole brain thing, because we predicted always against them despite them winning. And look how many points they got because of it.
Yeah,
look at it, folks.
They had
big points.
21 games that were 1-goal games. They lost one of them. So
Oh, wow.
it was incredibly
My
nice that the ice was there, but here's the points that they got awarded. 32 for first. And we're going to talk about a lot of the NA teams here. Obviously, G2, great back run. Like, after their Swiss was kind of Mickey, like, honestly. They didn't really play anyone tough there, but they made up for that, like, in that bracket play. So those points will help them immensely, but across the board, I think NA as a whole, I think the question is, did they catch up at all, right, to Europe? And I feel like they caught up slightly, which is a good thing, because I was very concerned going into this. We saw at the World Championship last year, top 4 all EU. And I was like, all right, now we have a long off season. EU was just going to get better, but that wasn't the case. We got a little bit more parity, not only in Europe, but across the world. And NA was included in that. G2 Grand Finals is fantastic. We saw Gen G, Game 7 versus the team that won. They could have easily been top 4 or possibly higher. So NA as a whole, I think, did pretty well.
Yeah, against
how'd you
everyone's
feel about Lemon?
expectations. I think that everyone came in like NA didn't have a chance, was like the feeling I got from the broad community. And yeah, I had my NA cope and I only watch NA, so I'm like, yeah, NA #1, like I'm that person. And I felt like the region gap did get a lot smaller, and that was shown at Copenhagen, because we were like, oh, G2, yeah, they could be the only team from NA to be competitive, quote unquote. But then Gen G, like Gibbs said, went to Game 7, almost beat Gentlemates, who were our champions, and G2 got to final over K-Corp. Like,
And
I think NA deserves more respect.
And also Luminosity, everyone going into that Vitality Series, 2-2 rounded Swiss,
Yeah.
we're like, there's no way. This is not going to happen. And then it literally almost did. Like, they played them toe-to-toe, barely lost out there. And then OG, sure, not a great result, but you expected one NA team probably to fall in 1-3. But they also only fell in 1-3 because they played another North American team in Luminosity. So they could have been 2-2 as well. So I think NA is pretty happy overall.
No, I felt like the question of could North America hold on to hang with Europe. G2 and Gen G, it seemed like we're able to hang with Europe. The fact that the European #4 won the whole thing kind of throws the whole thing off a little bit, but
Sure.
we don't need to talk about that, folks. Here are the points that the NA teams have secured so far this season. G2 obviously a front runner here. Gen G a bit above Luminosity as well. So extra points though that Luminosity, OG, Gen G, and G2 were able to secure. So gotta love that. And also I do want to give you guys some credit. Give you guys some credit about how well you did on the prediction stuff. I mean, you guys saying, hey, I mean, it would not. You didn't predict Gentlemates. Nobody except for, well, I think chat predicted Gentlemates. If I'm correct.
I guess in the final?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how this graphic goes, but I'm pretty sure they picked G2 in that final. I'm not positive. I think we're
Did
getting a
they?
little
Wow.
I think they
Wow.
might have. I think they might
Production
have.
doesn't lie, man.
I'm not sure.
Production's
I'm not
never
sure.
wrong.
But either way, Lemon, NA's on top. We have 2 of the 3 winners were North American bound. Lemon, her first land. Me, I'm always up here, so I'm used to it. So Lemon, go ahead
Crazy.
and take the floor. Go ahead.
I just copied your homework. I just didn't try to predict every possible upset. I think everyone was trying to be really quirky and to be that brainiac to find the 1% upset chance. And I just went with kind of whatever the obvious answer was and whatever Gibbs said. But I was wrong on a lot of things when it came to playoffs. Like, I just bottomed
all were.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a wild turn of events.
I'm pretty sure I went like 0-4 or 0-3 on Championship Sunday. Like I didn't get a single one of the
pretty sure I'm
final
close to
matches
that.
right. It was so painful because it's all the Gentlemates' fault. They're too good and no one expected them to be there, folks. It was an incredible stuff. But Gibbs,
Yes.
North America, we're looking hot. We're looking fiery. I don't care about the world. I don't care about how it looked in Copenhagen. Give me the top 10 North American plays from Copenhagen, baby.
This is the real top 10, all right? Let's get into
right.
it. Number 10. Let's talk about Luminosity. Let's talk about Cheese and the aerial dominance. Probably the rookie of the split last time around. And just doing it with style. He goes up in the air, he fakes it out, goes for a low 50. Sure, it was against Limitless, but we're not looking at the opposition. It's fine, Luminosity. Great job. Moving on, we got G2. We're going to see a lot of G2 here, and this is one of the plays by Atomic. A pass and play. The first touch, maybe not the best, but it's not about the touch on the ball. It's about the touch, not one, but 2 vehicles. Atomic with the double bump to open up this net, as we'll see it here a little bit closer of a look. Boom, boom.
Nice.
Takes them both out. Daniel, wide open net. Great shot by him. Number 8. We're moving on. We're getting a little Gen G action here. We got Chronic. He doesn't get talked about enough. A little double tap off the wall, triple tap off the wall. He just plays with the wall here. Short angle. quick shot. This is brilliant by him. Put it home. Gen G looked fantastic at the major. I expect to see him back in London. As we move on, off the kickoff, Magic Bear in the air. He bumps out his defender. He doesn't even care. He doesn't get bumped in the air. He only bumps you. All right. He takes you out and then continues with his aerial double tap. Magic Bear, what a shot. What a play there. Number 6. Here we go. Gen G, the full team play. 50-50. It's probably not going to amount to much. No, Chronic, 2 first killer, 2 apparently Jack into the bottom right corner. Gen G's all about that team play. They brought in a new coach in Chrome. We'll see if that team play will be exemplified throughout this split. But first killer, great touch out there. Wide open space. Apparently Jack always knows where to be. Moving on, number 5, and we're going to talk about Daniel a lot in this top 5, and here's the first one. Grand Finals, flip reset.
Beautiful.
Doesn't even touch the crossbar, I think, just squeaks it in, but this is a Grand Finals shot. You got to put him up there. The quick
Seiko's just sitting there. He's just sitting there.
Crazy. Absolutely nuts. Here we go, another one. Beast mode, going up in the air quickly. G2's passing. They look so fast on the field because they position so well. Beast mode, ready for the double tap flip reset. Probably didn't even really need it. Probably 4 is a little high for this play, but people say I'm G2 biased the opposite way. So I'm going to give him a good one here, all right? Moving on. Moving on, we got Daniel again. An insane angle, flip reset. It kisses the diagonal crossbar post, and that is an own goal, but that's because of that insane angle there by Daniel. So what a shot there. Moving on. We're going to have a first killer play in the top 2. It's going to happen, guys. He's going off the ceiling. The flip reset into the catch, into another flip reset. First killer is absolutely nuts. This is why you put him on your team. Look at this catch. Just nutty. And then it's top left corner. Like, it's a perfect placement of a shot. And finally, number 1, we talk about short angles. We talk about plays with Daniel. Well, this play.
Don't do it.
I don't even think that's possible. I don't think if he tried that 100 times, he could do that again. That's how crazy the shot this was. Look at that. Look at that angle. Absolutely nothing.
And if you guys, a lot of teams release their comms check for plays like this, but especially watch G2's reaction to this goal. I think all of them lost their vocal cords. They were just screaming. And the way they hype each other up, like, oh my God, they were on fire that event.
You say, like, ask him to do it 100 times. He won't be able to do it again. But, like, how many 1 in 100 times goals has Daniel hit at this point? Like, it's just, he keeps on doing it. It's kind of crazy stuff. So, well done, North America. Clearly, those were easily the best plays from Copenhagen. So, don't even worry about it, folks. You're watching the best gameplay here. Let's start talking about today and the gameplay we have moving forward. Nice recap there of Copenhagen, but the point values are increasing. So I'm going to show you here the points and prizing for the first qualifiers, qualifiers 1 through 3 that we had during the first half of the season here. If you won first place, you got 16 points, down to 1 point per 17 through 32nd there, $21,000 for first as well. Good amount of points here, Gibbs. Sure. But we're going to be increasing that. The stakes are going to be leveling up here as we move forward into the second half.
Yeah, we had some 3-point gaps there from top 5, and then you move into the top 4, and then into the grand finals. Then you had that 4-point buffer for first place. We kind of removed that 1-point buffer in first place and just increase the points in general here as we look into qualifiers 4 through 6 to go to the London Major. Now it's just a 4-point gap from first to second, but also like if you make grand finals, you get that 4-point bump. And again, we get it for the 5th through 8th. So that's the same gap. That very likely means tiebreakers could be happening because we're going to have a lot of teams having those 4-point gaps that will mix and match, and we'll see what we get out of it. But more points on the board, so that'll involve you trying to make it to the World Championship, where you'll use all your points from the first qualifiers to now as well to be top 4 for North America to make it to the World Championship. But for this qualifier portion for London, you will only use points that you get in open qualifiers 4 through 6 to make it to London to get a top 4 spot. So the points are plenty, and obviously there's more points at the London Major as well. So very likely if you make London Major, you're going to be World Championship bound.
Okay, so second half of the season, more valuable than the first here. If you do well here in these qualifiers, especially if you do well at London, you could have your punching your ticket for Fort Worth. Let's talk about the teams that have made it through today. Again, 646 teams came through our open qualifier. We've only got 16 left. Here they are. Lots of familiar faces, lots of new faces we're excited to talk about here in a moment. One face I'm noticing particularly absent, Lemon. Where is Dignitas?
Oh my God, breaking news, everyone. Reporting live from the disaster zone. Dignitas doesn't make the main event for the first time all year. Sending our thoughts and prayers over there because it was a tough weekend. They got reverse swept by a team called Triple Threat. Then in the lower bracket, got reverse swept by NRG. And with how cutthroat this season is, with only 2 splits, they need to have a top performance in the next qualifier to have a chance at the major, or their season is over. But we all love a good comeback story, so it's all for the narratives.
But the wild thing is, like, out of those top 8 teams, 1 team made a roster move. Dignitas. Stizzy from Magnifico. He came over from Europe, a top 5 European team. A lot of people said he was the best on that team, or at least number 2. He comes over to NA, can't even qualify. So all I'm hearing, Wave, is NA depth. NA depth is real, all right? You can bring your top talent over from Europe, and it'll work 9 times out of 10. But, you know, that one time it might not work. So Dignitas, they're in a pickle, though. Really quickly, they very likely need 2 grand finals appearances. They probably need at least 32 points in the last 2 to qualify. They might be able to scrape by with a little bit less, but that's like, if you're a Dignitas fan, that is what you're hoping for. At least 32 points for these last 2.
If any of you need any copium, or even just, I'm going to call it hopium at this point, about like NA depth out there, there was an event where a European transfer didn't score an RLCS point, and Rizzo did. Just saying, okay? So
he scored 1. He matched him at least. Yeah.
That's all they talked about.
Incredible event, folks. So, all right. Well, yes, for Dignitas fans, there is still a glimmer on the horizon here, but things are in a rough spot here. Listen, what are the other changes for people who kind of tuned out after Copenhagen? They're coming into this event. They don't know about the roster changes. It wasn't a particularly spicy one here, Gibbs, but what other changes happened? Yeah,
and honestly, those teams were probably right after seeing what happened with Dignitas. It's hard to just incorporate a new player in, but for NRG's purposes, they kind of didn't have a 3rd player on their team. They were rotating between Toasty and Drees, and they couldn't really figure it out. They bring in Aqua from the Muffin Men squad that is now not there because Squishy retired and Gimmick is taking a split off. So Aqua has joined NRG. That's really the only 2 big moves in like probably the top 12 or so teams, but there were some new coaching roles as well. We talked about Chrome on Gen G. He has come over. Coach Eclipse from the European side of things, Coach Endpoints, and a few others as well. He's coming over to Coach TSM, who formerly just didn't have a coach, so they finally get one. And then Pirates on the Boat, we'll talk about new orgs as well. They are now moist. They fell off the boat, got a little moist, but they forgot Achieves. Achieves just, he took that boat to the sunset. Achieves is no longer the coach. They bring over the moist coach from Europe, Noah. So Achieves, we salute you.
Yeah, we salute you.
And then as well, Cloud9 has picked up the former Omelet squad. So some new orgs involved, some new coaches, 2 new players. So not a ton of change, but I think that's because you only have so many weeks to get ready to qualify again.
That's true, folks. So a few things. Well, if you didn't catch all of that, we'll remind you of them as we encounter those teams throughout today. We're going to see a lot of teams play across the course of today. Now, one thing we did last split is power rank the teams by what the pros think. How do the pros power rank their peers here? We did it again for this split. I'm curious how things changed, especially seeing which teams kind of dropped, which teams went up. G2, interestingly here, Lemon, still on top despite losing to Gen G 3 times in a row.
Yeah, and G2 made it to the final. They're deserving of number 1, but there's still a group of pros that think Gen G could even be number 1 over G2, at least when it comes to online play. And we'll maybe discover more of their rivalry as the split goes on. And interestingly, I think Shopify Rebellion is on the rise after a reverse sweep over M80 in the double elim. And I'm wondering if this qualifier could be their breakout performance where they can make playoffs again.
And the respect, I think that there's 2 ways to go about it. Space Station, lots of respect there. 3.1. Almost everyone had them as 3rd still, even though they didn't make the major because of their quarterfinal matchups playing Gen G every single time. But I thought they might drop down a bit because, you know, you have to win that big one at some point. On the flip side, M80, also 3 quarterfinal exits. I thought they might squeak maybe even higher. It's hard because of the major teams like Luminosity and OG, but them behind both of them is maybe not a question, but I thought they might bump up just a little bit higher. But I was very, like, I didn't think Space Station would be 3.1. Like, I thought they could be third still, but I thought it'd be 3.5, 3.8, where there's a lot more mixture around who is third. But no, the pros think Space Station is the third best team in North America.
All right, which teams, who voted for Gen G in first?
Oh, okay.
Name drop. Who did it?
All right, fine. We'll name drop. I wasn't gonna name drop, but I'll do it because Wave told me. Andy, Pirates on the Boat, Moist now, voted Gen G number 1. Who else? And Rlcs from Luminosity had Gen G as number 1.
I assume Gen G had themselves.
Yes, but I always try and take those results out and then just.
Oh, I see. Oh, because that doesn't even count with.
So that's why Cold is only 14.9 because it's ranked through 15.
Gotcha.
16.
Gotcha.
But, yeah.
Okay. Wow. A few believers there.
A few believers.
Yeah. Well, I love this. It was interesting. I meant to bring it up earlier when we were looking at where NA's current season point standings. And I was curious if you had on hand the power rankings from the beginning of the first half of the season, and if we could compare them, because I noticed OG did finish in 4th in NA, exactly where the pros said they were going to finish.
That's true.
So I was wondering how many other teams lined up, but maybe something for us to look at some other time here. Now, while we're thinking about the top teams in North America, we've just seen kind of who the pros think are currently the best. If I had to ask you guys, both of you, we'll start with you, Lemon. The four teams going to London from North America right now. We've barely seen any gameplay. Who you got?
There's not a lot of rush moves.
Roll a d20. See what you hit.
Here's the thing. If you need any copium, everybody's got the same amount of points. This is the current split point.
Cheers.
The second half of the season here, going into major. These are the points for qualifying for London. And right now, top 16 all got 4 points. Let's go. Cheers.
So open. Yeah, the literal phone emoji at the top there. It is alphabetical right now, but I think we could all handshake emoji on the G2 Gen G making LAN. Now it's the other two spots that we're always all arguing about. And I could easily see LG making that return. I think now that Cheese has been that wild card, that ace or that make or break. And I think now that Cheese is maturing and settling into the team, I think he could be even more consistent, which will solidify LG closer to the top. In that 4th spot, I mean, yeah, sure, OG could definitely make the return to LAN. No hate there. But one team that I think everyone thought was going to make it in the first place is Space Station. They've made top 8 every qualifier, but can't get past that darn quarterfinal.
It's hard to argue against the pros, right? When almost everyone has them third still, that they think that Space Station are that good. So I think obviously, yeah, we have G2 Gen G. I want to include Luminosity because I think what they showed at the major was really good and it was an improvement. But they always go 3-2 in Swiss, and I cannot trust that. One of these times they're going to go 2-3. So I'm going to go with the Swiss Merchants instead, all right? 9-2 in Swiss last time around. M80 is going to come out, and they're going to finally win a quarterfinal matchup, and that's going to propel them into a top 4 spot. So I'm going to go with AJ and the boys with M80.
I love it. M80, great pick there. Give me a complete shakeup. It'll be fun. Give me M80 and Moist. Give me the M&Ms. I want to see Moist make it through. I think Andy, I believe in as well. I don't, I mean, I am not a little bit. I'm very sad that Pirates on a Boat and Achieves are no longer the crew, the hardy crew.
But he owns the boat now, so that's nice.
But I do believe in this man, Andy. And I think that whole roster, you give them the confidence of being on such a beloved organization like Moist there. And hey, they're tied with everybody else at 4 points right now. Anything can happen here. I want to see Moist do it. So we'll see if they can make it there. I also love M80. Let's start talking about today's action specifically, though, chat. We've got a long Swiss to get through. We're going to play the entire thing today. If you specifically are really into Swiss round 4s for some weird reason, come back at 1 p.m. Pacific. But for the rest of you, you're in the right spot. This is generally, we should finish around 3 p.m. Pacific time today. It'll be a nice long haul with lots of Rocket League, many broadcasts happening across the Rocket League category on various streaming platforms. Go check out the other streams that are happening if you want to follow specific team stories through the Swiss. We got 8 matches to get through here for round 1. We're going to show them to you in groups of 4. G2 going to start off their Swiss taking on Cold. Gen G will take on Cheers. This team name you've probably not seen before. It's supposed to be Netherlands, America, and Canada. Net Amcana. Say it however you want. Net Amcana going to be playing against Luminosity. OG is going to be playing up against Deleted to start things on. For the second half of matches, we've got some big names as well over here, some spicy ones to get through. TSM going to be taking on the Snowmen. Snowmen trying to build on their success from last major. Space Station will be playing against the Rebellion. NRG will be playing against that newly christened Moist. And we've neglected talking about it for long enough here, folks. M80 taking on the hottest name in Rocket League, the most famous, most popular organization that didn't even have a team for like 4 years, Cloud9, back in the RLCS. You got to be excited about it, Gibbs.
June 10th, 2020, Squishy leaves for Energy, and Cloud9's like, I'm out. And they haven't returned since then. But Cloud9 has trolled millions of Rocket League fans for the past 4 years, but they're finally back. They pick up the Omelet Squad, Lion Blaze, Percy, and of course, Zanil as well. And we have to talk about this team. They were fantastic throughout the qualifiers last time around. Qualifier 1 did not qualify, not great. Qualifier 2, 9th place. Qualifier 3 made it to the bracket, took G2 to Champions Field. They got better and better, so I could see why Cloud9 wants to pick up a team that has momentum. But on the other side, you have the Swiss Merchants, M80, and they're here to get one of those top 4 spots, Lemon.
Ooh, yeah. And M80, I think a lot of people low-key watching out for this team, putting the stocks in it. Lots of resources invested in this team, and I think at this point they have the pieces. The talent is there, and they just need to build it up. And you're looking towards those coaches to bring that consistency. And you say Swiss Merchants, M80 have made it out of Swiss every qualifier from the Major 1. The Qualifier 3, you know, they didn't go undefeated. You know, no A+ for them. So I wonder how they're going to fare against Cloud9. They have a nice shiny banner to represent them.
Well, we'll see how we feel about it. Chat, how do you feel about it? Let us know in the chat there. Big names here. A big important game for everybody involved. M80 trying to show that nothing has changed since last time. Cloud9, I mean, this is going to be a lot of pressure on these boys' shoulders. This is a heavy mantle, a profoundly popular name. There's expectations the Cloud9 fans have of their rosters here, and you know that they're going to be feeling that pressure a little bit today.
Yeah, not only that, Percy and Lion Blaze, they were on the former M80 squad, who then got dropped to form their brand new squad as well. So there's some redemption there as well that they want. There is a lot of pressure, but at the same time, I feel like everyone has a lot of pressure. It's been not a huge a long break, but it is a long break if you didn't make it to the Copenhagen Major, right? About 2 months off. So all this practice comes down to today, making that top 8 push, and then you're just one game away out of a top 4, right? So that's what everyone is vying for today. There are a lot of question marks, you know, scrim results are scrim results, but now you put it all on the field.
All right, chat, hashtag C9, hashtag M80 there. Let us know who you think is going to win. Lemon, who you got?
Oh, I know I hyped up M80 as the Swiss Merchants, but I went with Cloud9 on this choice because look at what happened recently, okay? We say that M80 always going defeated in OQ1, OQ2, but one of the people to take them down was Omelet, aka now Cloud9, in a 3-0 fashion. Omelet beat M80 last time, and Omelet went to Game 7 against G2 when they went into playoffs most recently. So I think Cloud9 have a lot of potential to win.
Gibbs, do you just like hate the old NA Big 3? Is that what this is?
Yeah, I hate all 3, right? Just not
predict G2. You never predict, like, Cloud9's finally here. You can predict Cloud9 first time. Maybe just like try it out for old time's sake. But no, you're going with M80.
You know, Cloud9, they left us for 4 years. They got to win my heart back, all right? It's going to take a little while.
It hurts too much.
So M80, and it's AJ. He's like my son, all right? So I'm going with M80 just because they're so incredibly talented, and I think they are one of the best 4 in North America. I think they're making it to the major, so I got to pick them here.
I mean, I did just say I thought they were making it to the major, but man, Old Flame comes back into town, you know, and just your heart wants what the heart wants here. Give it Cloud9, baby. I'm excited for Cloud9 to be back on the show. Let's see if they can take on the Swiss merchants here. They do get one of, like, historically, canonically, the most difficult team to deal with on Fridays in RLCS in North America. So this would be a monstrous accomplishment if Cloud9 is able to take down M80 here in Swiss. And I mean, I was gonna ask, like, what's the recipe for Cloud9 to win here? But like, it's just this. The thing with M80 is this, like, ethos they have. It's like there's an extra thing they've got on Fridays, Lemon.
I thought this was gonna be a quiz, and I had to think hard and go score goals. Yeah. Score goals. But
Energy.
yeah. What do you think?
Omelet, their defense was very good in Qualifier 3. When they played M80, they only allowed M80 to score 1 goal in game 1, 2, and 3, and they obviously won 3-0. They also, when they played G2, went to Champions Field. G2 only averaged 1 goal per game throughout that entire match. So if they can continue that and be very good on the defensive side, M80 will send too many people at times. That is going to happen, and you'll have chances to counterattack. So I think that's got to be the game plan, is just keep it limited when you're on defense and hope for that counterattack.
Okay. If we had to guess, how heavily is Cloud9 winning the chat poll?
Ooh.
70%, I'm going to say. Not too high.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with 70. I'll go 71. Do like the Price is Right.
Okay, I'm gonna go. That means you set me up to go 69. But the way that this is all just worked out. Exactly. Of course. Gotta love it here, folks. Not even. No, M80 said, "Oh, you doubt us. You doubt us here. We're here." So, folks, they are ready for it. Split down the middle, split on the desk, split in chat. How's it gonna go, Cloud9? Welcome back, folks. You get baptism by fire to start off your Rocket League careers here. M80, this is where they thrive, and they're gonna try and put it to Cloud9 to kick off the beginning of the road to the London Major, folks. Cloud9 versus M80. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
What is up, brothers? Special teams, special plays, special players. Cloud9 is officially back in the RLCS, and they're going up against, well, 2 of the teams have former orgs on the other end of the field. So let's see who decides that they are the best in Cloud9 versus M80.
I can't believe how this always works out, that James always gets to do NRG, Daz always gets to do Gen G, and now, absolutely no bias whatsoever, Herc on a Cloud9 match, and they just about score, they do, in the first 16 seconds.
Let's go! Oh my gosh, opening goal at Cloud9. If you guys didn't know, your girl is signed to Cloud9. There is a ton of bias on this matchup. Absolutely not. I'm totally kidding. But Cloud9...
Oh my goodness, bias casters. You know what? I will be the M80 fan during this entire cast. It's perfectly fine. Let's go, Nas. We got a tie game.
We do tied game just under 30 seconds in. It has been pretty back and forth on this one, which honestly, I will keep it a stack with you, Stacks. I expect this to be a little bit more equal, despite, you know, the historic face-off between these two teams.
There is, of course, just the one matchup that these two have had. It came in the first half of the season, right at the end of the qualifying stage. And yes, it was M80's first loss in the Swiss stage, a 3-0 sweep at the hands of Omelet, now Cloud9. As AJ shot just missing on the near post. And Percy can't get through Jorius. He got the boost steal as well. He can use all of that to try and drill that down to center. And the challenge got just a little bit away from Nas. It was enough to throw him off. So he has to retreat back to midfield. First minute goes by. All even Steven here, but that shot almost got through. Percy there for the save.
A ton of defense having to come out from Cloud9. So much pressure. Finally, a little bit of relief here. Zanil able to carry this one forward. Unfortunately, that 50 goes wayside, but Limeblaze able to take a shot off of it, although immediately sent back. I think M80, they do a really good job of anticipating where the Cloud9 touches go, and I'm curious if Cloud9's gonna play the closer game, but usually they tend to play, you know, kind of send the ball a little bit further out, hope for the follow-up touch. But I don't know how well that's gonna work against a team like M80.
Jory is nearly converting just above the crossbar. Zanil with the counter through the air very slowly. Jory's with the save, and Percy can bring it right back in. Bank not open as AJ has that save as well. And the scoring opportunities barely favoring Cloud9 at the moment, almost doubling up M80. C9 on the defensive end right now and staring down a possible double that bounces through from Joris.
That is so clean. He gave himself all the space in the world off of this one. You saw Percy and Net had enough, but the placement off the double just made that one almost unsavable. This one goes in, M80 up by 1.
I think you can expect both teams to have plenty of scoring opportunities, and it's going to come down to execution. Whose shots do end up on target? Who tests the defense more? Because again, you can generate all the opportunities in the world. What matters is how many get through. You can expect a pretty high scoring series between these two squads if they're both on point. Percy with a boost steal out of the corner, but he can't get to that ball on the side. And so Nas has that deflect off of Percy netward, and Zanil has to deal with it in front of his own net.
That was a little nerve-wracking on that. I'll call it a back pass, but it was nerve-wracking regardless. Nas wanted to carry that one down, but Lion Blaze. I like this from Cloud9, though. They are getting a little bit more up in the faces of M80, which I think you have to, right? You can't give them too much space, otherwise their shots, regardless, are gonna be on target almost every single time. Here comes Joris around the corner, 2 touches. Tries to send that one off, but instead Lion Blaze goes for a challenge. And Percy's gonna go over Nas. Can he get past the midline? He does, takes a shot, and Joris with the save.
You think of AJ as purely a striker and someone who takes over on offense. He's had to do a lot of support work. That shot on target, his second of the game. He has an assist and 3 saves already. Lion Blaze shot's gonna be deflected away by Joris, and a race to the corner boost. Won by Joris. He's got AJ flanking to the right. He can read that from the side, but it's won by Lion Blaze instead. Nas back with possession. Can't get that corner boost behind him. It spawned way too late. And so AJ's got to just throw this one deep into the corner and try to force a mistake out of Cloud9. They might have got one here as that ball got away, but Lion Blaze out to the corner. Any more attack? No, Lion Blaze, great outlet to his Northwood teammate Zanil, forcing AJ back.
I love that you mentioned Northwood, right? This is probably one of the few times we've gotten to see these collegiate teams starting to come up more into the RLCS, and they're making a huge statement. I think for a long time the CRL was kind of thought to be just below the pro scene, that it wasn't quite possible for them to be doing like these huge competitive runs against RLCS pros, but now things are starting to take a turn.
There we saw the Akron team qualify for the main event stage in the first half of the season, as Nas will have that one off to the side, and M80 kind of getting the full collegiate experience here. They actually beat 2/3 of that Akron roster in part of the double elimination stage. That one dropped out to the corner. Nas is there, looking to maybe put this one away with 30 seconds left. Nas's shot from the ceiling is blocked away. Not out of the zone, though. Jory is right back in with 20 seconds. One more touch needed. Nobody there on the weak side, but no boost available for Cloud9 as they try to break out. They got to go with what they've got. That outlet over to AJ is intercepted. That could have spelled disaster. Final 10 seconds. Zanil's got to get up for this with no boost. Lion Blaze downfield. Final 4 seconds. Possession for M80 to put away Cloud9 in game 1, and they do.
There's a really great opener if you're an M80 fan off that win. I think it was fairly close. I anticipated this game to be pretty close in terms of skill set, honestly. And a couple people might take offense to that one, but honestly, I don't know. I still, M80 worries me sometimes. I know we call them Swiss merchants in every split, but
you can't actually say I put M80 Go on here because I see the Cloud9 logo over there. I got to get some semblance of neutrality here.
Listen, I still am an EU girly. I still believe that if you bring in some of those transfers, there's a good shot. I mean, M80 has pretty much been a top 8 team throughout this entire season, so it's Cloud9's game to attempt to win right now.
Yeah, M80, one of the teams that came excruciatingly close to making it to Copenhagen. As we look back at the Mobile One high performance replay, early goals, and then the well kind of ran dry after that double from Jorius gave M80 the lead that they did not relinquish. That's the final score in game 1. So just a 1-goal game, not the high scoring affair that I would have expected based on that first 90 seconds or so. And so we go now to Forbidden Temple for game 2, Herc, and we'll see if AJ gets even more involved in the offense and if Cloud9 can sustain some kind of pressure here and get M80 to make some mistakes that they did not make in game one.
Yeah, I think definitely creating opportunity for yourselves if you're Cloud9 is probably the answer, because at the end of the day, M80 is an extremely solid offensive team that pressure pretty much will never let up until you force them to back off of you a little bit. And you can even see it here in the beginning stages of this game number 2. It's shot after shot inching past that midfield line for M80 to try and take what feels like a million shots in the first 30 seconds.
Well, that early pressure could come from M80 here as they've got Cloud9 kind of pinned back in their own zone. Jorius can launch this one right back. Oh, a great pass over to AJ. Shot right down Broadway, saved away by Percy. And now Naus coming on to another one. He'll dribble in, and AJ tried to run some interference. Naus got one on the way through. Jorius not quite where it needed to be, so AJ comes all the way across. What can he do? He's got not much in the tank, and Lion Blaze there with the stop. Of course, we're going to talk about boost totals a lot now. It's a heck of a lot easier to see them as Lion Blaze lines up a double, and that one's saved away. And that's going to make a huge difference for the teams as well, being able to see your teammates' boost totals. Real game changer in between the two splits here.
Oh yeah, this is actually a massive update. It alleviates a little bit of pressure having to calm if you're high or low on boost. At times for some of these squads. I'm sure the calm though is still in nature for a lot of these teams, and it's not going anywhere. But it does help some. And well, for now, at least M80 is aware Jorius could go up next if he wanted to, but Percy's gonna take this one away, even on low boost. Leaves this one for Lion Blaze.
Percy looking for Lion Blaze, instead finding AJ up way early for that ball. Jorius now out to the corner, not a lot of boost collectively for M80. Now they pick some up. Jorius stole some. Now it's coming on, and oh, he just kind of got checked there. Couldn't get around for the shot as Anil's in the way. Now Jorius trying against Lion Blaze. Anil has to stay in the net. He gets bullied around, and AJ can't convert with Percy coming to the rescue. Still very low boost now for Cloud9. They finally get some in their own zone, and they just barely breach the center line. Lion Blaze shot is saved away.
Oh man, you can see at Cloud9 too, they keep trying to send like one person forward to try and clear a little bit of a path. There's Anil trying to go for the bump off that one, and again, always getting sent back by M80. Jorius 40 in the tank to try and air dribble this one through. Goes for the bump, cringe, not quite successful off of it. For now, things remain scoreless as Cloud9 attempts to transition into the M80 half.
Oh, AJ could turn on this one. He got to the midfield boost as Jorius was starting to fall on it. That means he didn't really have anybody to pass to. Naus was kind of there, but they had to be very conservative and very careful. Jorius can't half flip onto that ball, and that turns into an opportunity for Percy and Cloud9. So M80 getting a little sloppy here at midfield. Cloud9 can't take advantage as Zanil whiffs on that ball at the center line. Naus's shot picked his spot, and Percy's right there for it. Savior medal for him as well. 4 saves on the 5 shots that M80 have taken.
Here's Zanil getting challenged mid by AJ. Naus gonna carry this one through to the sky. This one pinches back center. One person I've been waiting to see if they were gonna do anything is Lion Blaze though. He's that pop-off player for Cloud9. Kind of the AJ to M80, so to speak. If Lion Blaze could be given a little bit of space and a little bit more boost, he could do wonders for this team, but I think that's where M80 is finding so much success. They are kind of boost starving out Cloud9 at the moment, holding them back, pinned in their own half. This one even floats down. It's shot up for Naus. Doesn't find anything, but Cloud9 just almost a step behind everything that M80 puts forward.
AJ doubled. That whistle's a little bit wide, and on the weak side, the attack almost continues, but Lion Blaze has that clear away. Jorius quickly downfield. Naus is also there. Opportunities abound for M80. They can't find pay dirt just yet. Jorius can run on that one. That one's saved out as well. Naus with very little in the tank by the time he gets to this ball, and an easy clear for Percy. It's just a lot of, almost like volleyball. You know, just kind of lob it forward. It gets right back where it came from, and over the last minute or so, no high quality opportunities for either side. AJ, Naus also running forward, but they can't get a shot. Lion Blaze gets blocked by Jorius. AJ's up for this, and again, no cracks in the armor on either side. It kind of looks like they're close to falling apart on either side for a moment, but then the offense falls apart and fails to capitalize.
Yeah, it's definitely just a huge buildup of pressure waiting to see who's going to be the first person to crack off of it. Zanil passed one, Nas sends this one immediately back. Lionblaze got to race through. We're going to see he keeps this one up. One flick, tries to catch it, tries to take a shot actually, got sent back, but still in play. Zanil's up next, off the corner, infield if somebody wants it, but Nas is going to take a shot. This one touches the ground. Game 2 opens up with overtime.
What does Jorius have up his sleeve here? Flip reset brings it to ground, needs one more touch, can't get it. As Zanil just barely tightropes his way out of danger. And now it's Percy watching that go past him, and that could have been dangerous, but could have been is kind of the story of game 2. A lot of things that could have materialized, that did not. Easy save for Zanil. Play developed maybe a little too quickly that time. Lionblaze lob ahead. Zanil had that midfield boost spawn right for him. His shot is high and easily dealt with by Nas. He's got a full tank as well, and he can send this forward. And Jorius there, the shot wide.
Just barely off target on that one too. And now transition comes in. Lionblaze with a shot on line. Save there from Nas. And M80 go to transition. Pass over to AJ. Off the backboard is a Lionblaze read, and they slow down M80 just for a few seconds. But as soon as it starts, they get sent back. And here comes Nas. Shot, and it's in. And there you have it. M80 take game number 2.
M80, one win away from avenging a sweep at the hands of what was Omelette in the first split. And they take overtime to do it. Again, they had plenty of opportunities. Both sides did. But it's the one crucial shot that finally breaks through. I mean, both teams played a pretty clean defensive game for the most part. It didn't feel, though, like either team was tested defensively. It was almost kind of like you're going through the paces during that game. And then M80 finally breaks through. Nas with the overtime winner.
Oh man, that save though, I will give him the credit. Nas was honestly everywhere for M80 in this game number 2. I loved it. He had 4 shots of his own as well, which meant he was ready to, you know, make Cloud9 work for it. Again, like we talked about, both of these teams pretty heavy on the defense in game number 2 there. Nobody quite trying to have that pop-off moment, but Nas at the end, extremely low on boost, still managed to find the angle on that shot, took the win in OT, and now I believe M80 sits on match point.
They do triple match point now to try and close down Cloud9. And they do it, though, as we go to the iconic backdrop of DFH Stadium. Cloud9 as an org has many memories on this very field, but it's 3 new faces. Can they stave off relegation to the 0-1 bracket of the Swiss stage against this M80 squad? The Swiss Merchants are right back at it again on the attack, and Lionblaze threads the needle to make the stop.
Here comes Zanil, very low on boost on this one, just trying to follow it up with another touch here, but it would have to be Percy up next in rotation. This one gets sent to the sky. Jorius with a musty on target. That one still doesn't find its way through, but M80 coming in with so many more mechs than we've seen in games past in the series. That's a terrifying shot to be taken, though. It doesn't find its way through. Maybe this one might, not quite, and Jorius tries to make a breakaway.
It's just Lionblaze can't do anything with that ball. He didn't get on top of it at all, and now the follow-up here. AJ gets a piece of Lionblaze, and Nas's shot goes through, his 3rd of the series.
Oh man, look at this one. So Nas still gets the touch on it. Instead, AJ goes for the bump, lets that one float. It's just pure teamwork for M80, right? It's solid connections, solid communication. But the one thing I love the most about this squad is they know that C9 is fairly defensive. They can play a clean defensive game against them. So opening up those paths is going to be so crucial in this game 3.
Jorius will deflect this one away. Critical second touch to relieve a lot of pressure, forcing Cloud9 all the way back. Now M80 can maybe put the clamps down on this game, but now it's just let that one get away from him. AJ will drop it down for him. Great outlet over to Jorius. Here comes M80 again. Jorius from the heavens, flip reset, and he almost drilled it through. It's Percy there in the way for the save, and then AJ can't drill down onto this one. Percy's got nothing in the tank, though, and he can't do anything with it. Nas, he tried to get a little too clever and had nothing to work with. Zanil back the other way. Leave it for Lion Blaze off the 50. And now Zanil has Percy in support, but he can't get the ball to him.
It's so low boost for C9. Usually when somebody gets the ball, it's very rare that they have more than a half a tank. This is probably one of the greater opportunities that they had, and even then, AJ still takes it back and away, and on low boost is still able to fight off Percy. Here comes Zanil. You saw Percy go forward. This one could infield, but instead it's Joreuz that's just going to drive this one all the way upfield, allowing a quick transition for M80 here in the second half of this match.
A lot going on, of course, here in this opening round. We're told that Fireburner might be playing for NRG in the early stages of their series with Moist. The comedy that has been NRG's attempts to find a third player to go alongside Garrett and Mist has just been maybe the most bizarre part of the entire North American season. As Nas makes the initial save here, AJ can't scramble back. First shot wide, Lion Blaze to follow, and Cloud9 has its first goal since early in game 1.
Oh my goodness. Well, speaking of complicated, it took all 3 members of Cloud9 working together to get past the M80 defense. Finally, a tied game for Cloud9 against M80. 222, a kickoff goal could potentially happen, but the post bails Cloud9 out.
Boy, scary moment there for Cloud9, but they're right back on the attack. Nas delaying as much as he can. Percy off the corner, easily sent out by Joreuz. Nas is downfield, so too is Zanil as he gets in the way. And Cloud9 back in control here in a tie game with 2 minutes left. Lion Blaze has Zanil forward. Zanil's shot deflected away by AJ. Good proactive defense from the veteran, but he gets demolished from behind. Now it's Nas to try and set up Joreuz, but he had to wait. Zanil with great control at the back line. And not so great control out of M80, but they're bailed out by AJ's defense.
Ooh, I liked that one too. Again, I talked about both of these teams pretty much having moments where they'll just send somebody upfield. That was a little bit too close there, Zanil. They'll send someone upfield to try and take out that second or third man there and open up a shot opportunity. Just again, because both of these squads are so clean defensively, it's a huge challenge to break past them. Lion Blaze wanted to send that one down to Percy. Wasn't quite in position. Instead, he's got a double off the side there. Can't quite make the angle. Instead, Joreuz goes past mid. Zanil's up next, but Nas over one.
Percy's got an outlet over to Lion Blaze. Zanil running forward to steal that corner boost, and then he eats a demo for his effort, so that's going to be inconsequential. Joreuz had plenty in the tank anyways, and he can use it to run onto this, looking for a game winner perhaps. But instead, the final minute could belong to Cloud9 after all. It's Percy to center. Nobody else is going to be there, though, and good control out of Joreuz. He's got Nas in behind him, and he's going to need to be called into action very soon. That one sent forward into the Cloud9 half with 30 seconds left. Who's going to blink here? 3 one-goal games so far is what we're looking at here. Both the first 2 going the way of M80, the last one in overtime, but Nas won't be a part of this. He's demoed. Lion Blaze's shot just wide.
Oh man, unfortunate on, trying to take that shot, but now you just got to go back to drawing board, try again. Here comes Joreuz off the backboard. AJ lets that one go. Joreuz is the one to follow through. It doesn't quite find its way in. Instead, it's 1 second on the clock. AJ's up next. Zanil keeps this one. This one hits the ground. It's another overtime. M80 have the opportunity to sweep Cloud9 if they can take this one away, unless Cloud9 finds something off the rip.
If there was anybody other than Joreuz, they might have got one off the kickoff, but a great recovery. Keeps M80 in business, still looking to sweep C9 out of round 1. Back pass to maintain control, it's Joreuz. He's got Nas with a full tank across, and that one not quite the way they intended it to work out. They still got plenty in the tank. AJ filing in behind him, but he couldn't grab the midfield boost, so he's got to live off of pennies. And Cloud9 can take advantage. Lion Blaze to the backboard. Nobody else can follow. Zanil has to wait. He'll settle for boost. Small consolation prize if Lion Blaze can get around on it. He does. Percy to bring it back in front. Joreuz all there, all day.
M80, they're just really trying to slow things down, especially with how close this ball has been able to get towards their net. Finally, that one gets away, but Lion Blaze is going to try and send that one back. AJ to catch on low boost. Lion Blaze takes note, but Jorius already quick with the transition off this one, a minute into overtime. Beginning felt like it was Cloud9's game pressure-wise, but now M80 want to go back to what they're used to. Unfortunately, this is not what they're used to. Being stuck on the defense for a little bit here. The shot goes off. This one's sent off. And M80 in their own half.
Wonder if this could be an explosive overtime here. It's Percy's shot right down the middle. Easy save by Jorius. He's got a rush to get onto this one, though. Minimal boost. Nas has plenty. All he can get is kind of an errant touch. Now Percy looking for the midfield boost, instead getting a demo on AJ. Zenil kind of gets through Jorius, but Nas is right there. And now Lion Blaze bring it back in. Looking to keep Cloud9 alive in this series because it goes all the way across, and they're just not really all that close to breaking through the M80 defense. Good here, but that's popped away through the midfield and easily possessed by Cloud9.
Man, Cloud9 kind of getting away with murder a little bit. AJ low on boost for so long there. Jorius isn't going to let it be that easy. This one's a shot. Percy sends this one off into the corner here. Flick over one. Maybe Zenil can finish following it up. Instead, AJ disrupts. Lion Blaze up next. It's a little bit of an awkward touch. Tries to go around the corner. AJ again. Dude is just a brick wall. Continues to slow things down. It takes two players from M80, though, to bounce this ball out of the net, and they stay alive for now as Percy takes a shot of his own. Shot opportunity to come through, and Lion Blaze to finish. Cloud9 give themselves another chance.
They survive game 3 off a lot of panic on the defensive line for M80, and Cloud9 refuses to die early in round 1. And a good thing too, because we still have a boatload of matches still going on, so why not extend this one just a little bit more? So, game 3 goes to Cloud9. Look, it took Percy 7 shots to set anything up. He couldn't get anything through. They had an answer for just about everything he threw at M80, but a lot of shots that Cloud9 took did not require saves out of M80. And he had a couple that didn't register as shots either as we look back at the recap of game 1. Another low-scoring affair, 2-1, that this time goes to C9. And now they split overtimes here in this opening series. It's not a win that you look at and you have a lot of confidence in, but at least you survive, and you have to win the games where you're not at your best in a tournament like this, whether you're in Swiss or single elim, double elim, triple elim, whatever the weird AFL thing is. Eventually, you've got to find a way to win when you're not playing your best. That's what Cloud9 is doing right now.
Yeah, I think you have to also take into consideration the level of nerves. You know, you've got a million eyes on you right now. You're repping an org that's been out of the scene for years. There's a lot of pressure that comes with that, but also you're going up against a team that the last time you met, you swept them, and now they took you to match point. You had to go in OT to give yourself one more chance, and in their previous matchup, everything was either a 2-goal game or a 1-goal game. This has been fairly similar, so I wouldn't count Cloud9 out of it. However, I am nervous for AJ to start ramping things up a little bit here in this game 4.
Still without a goal in this series, just the assist that came, I believe, in game 1, as Nas will have that one sent away. AJ tried to bring it back in. He just has not had much of anything even close to the Cloud9 net. Lion Blaze has, and he's almost forced that one through. AJ happens to be there. And look, AJ will have series like this. Sometimes he will go off for 8 or 9 goals in a series, and when he doesn't, he's got to get it done with the defense. He has done it in this series. Jorius will score here, and it's M80 after all that, striking first in game 4.
Man, we talk about AJ so much, and you know how he has so much pop-off potential, but I feel like eyes definitely got to be turned towards Jorius in this series. He's been fairly crucial to the offensive pressure that they've been able to put on. It's pretty much been one pass after the other, but this time it's a pass between Nas and AJ to give M80 an early 2-0 lead.
Find a soft spot there on the wing. Hit AJ with a picture-perfect pass, and he's got his first goal of the series. Good time to pick it up as they double their lead here in Game 4. Second closeout opportunity, trying to take down C9.
Here's Lion Blaze. Kind of just wants to get his hands on that ball there. Percy's going to send this one upfield, and I talked about this a little bit before towards game number 1. But Cloud9 tend to make these longer touches, not quite play as close together, where M80, on the other hand, does play a little bit closer together. They have that second man prepared to follow up any shot that they put on target, which is what makes them fairly dangerous. And right now, Cloud9, they're just trying to work up some sort of a plan against them, but it doesn't even matter what your plan is. If you are demoed off the field, you don't have a chance.
Listen, production isn't always perfect, but that was not a mistake you saw on your screen. Yes, Netherlands Canada swept the major-making Luminosity. So all of a sudden, all that talk about, will Luminosity run it back and qualify for London? Listen, it's only the first round of the first qualifier of this split, but NetM Canada has a win there, and NAS might be able to put away Cloud9 as M80 are running away with a clinching opportunity.
All I'm hearing is that it is a day for change. Nothing is what it seems. Cloud9 are not doing the hottest against an M80 that recently went 0-3 against them. LG go down 0-3. It is all over the place. I can't wait to see what the other scorelines are. Fireburners on the field, allegedly.
Fireburners playing. I hear Squishy's available. I mean, why not? Just
is Squishy's talking about making fun runs?
Had a chance to do the funniest thing ever if Aqua's internet issues continue. Anyways, Lion Blaze blocked by Jorius. And now Percy needs to score this one, and it's blocked away. Nas got in the way of that one. Zenil waiting for an opportunity. He can keep this attack alive. Percy now starting to come up, a little hesitation. Lion Blaze waiting for a pass that won't ever get there because Percy got knocked back to the ceiling, and Zenil has to make a save. This is not where Cloud9 wants to be. Having to play defense to try to turn it back into offense, but a simple attack and a simple stop made by Jorius.
Yeah, this is definitely a rough position for Cloud9 right now, right? You got just over 2 minutes to try and find not 1, not 2, but 3 goals against a team that you have already faced off in overtime twice alone in this series. So it's going to be fairly difficult to, create a couple opportunities for yourself. You see Lion Blaze already going back, but instead Percy's going to race back to his own half as Zenil drives this one upfield. It's the rotations just trying to allow each other to have the opportunity to shoot, but even that is being denied time and time again.
Astral pinched that one for it, and every time this ball ends up on that half of the field, Cloud9's task gets a little bit tougher. Awkward flip out of Zenil, but he recovers just in time, and that saves Cloud9 for the moment. It at least keeps a glimmer of hope alive for them. But a clever first touch out of Nas. He can put it away here if he hasn't already. Percy trying to keep control. Lost it, and Jorius there with the save. And that's been what M80's done defensively this entire game. They've just watched Cloud9, solo effort after solo effort, shots developing from way outside, giving them all day to prepare and line up a stop, and they're just going, yeah, all right, we'll just stop 1v1s. That one, though, gets through. Percy finally wins a challenge in the air. Cloud9 finally has something go their way. You can credit Zenil a little bit, slowing down AJ's approach defensively, and Cloud9 has some life in the final minute.
Oh my goodness, listen, if there's one person, speaking of life, to give it to Cloud9 in the last fighting moments of a game, it would be Percy. So keep your eye out on him on this one, but Jorius, same can be said for him. He wants to hang on to that 2-goal lead. 44 seconds left to go. Lion Blaze over 1. Nas takes this one away from Zenil, but Percy sends it back. This one over towards backboard. Jorius with a read. Crazy clear upfield for AJ. Tries to make the double. Not quite able to find the angle off this one. 2 follow-ups denied as well. And 30 seconds are all that stand between M80 and continuing on with their first win.
Oh, Zenil, outlet, gotta have it here. Good win to get this down into the wing, but Jorius with the clear. That demo on Percy, and Jorius calls game.
Huge opening win for M80. The known Swiss merchants, they don't want to play like that. They just want to go through the day with a breeze. They look incredible. They looked incredible throughout the entire series, and 6 seconds left. M80 are going to get their first win of the day on Swiss Friday.
Cloud9, welcome back to Rocket League. I'm sure we'll see you very, very soon as the day goes on, but it's M80 that avenges its loss to that old omelet squad back in the first semester and takes the win here. 4 games is what it takes for M80 to start off 1-0. Hey, we know they can do it on Fridays. They still got a little bit of work to do. Can they do it through the rest of the weekend? That's going to be the big question for M80 as we continue on here. Plenty of action, of course, still going on in this opening round. Again, who knows what's going on? We saw Luminosity get swept. Fireburners playing for NRG. For all I know, Cold could actually be winning their series. As we look back at the highlights from our first series here, and as you relive M80's victory over Cloud9, we send things back to the desk eventually.
Okay, so well, Cold did not win their series. It was not unclose. They went to overtime on 2 of the games, but it was a 3-0 sweep there for G2. Across the rest of the Swiss, yes, you saw the results from Canada. I think I nailed that. They swept Luminosity. You know, Spaceman and Corelli are in shambles right now. OG 3-1 over Deleted. Deleted took game 2 in that series. And the rest of the series still going on here. Shopify and Space Station in game 5, and NRG leading at Moist in game 3, despite playing with Fireburner. What year is it? Fireburner and Garrett G playing on the same team here, Gibbs. You're muted, Gibbs!
Oh, I'm back. I'm back. Waypunk,
Fireburner.
send me a sign. Send me a mute sign. Anyway, July 2019, Fireburner. He retired back then, but he's playing now. You know, it seems like everyone's just coming back for fun runs. A little different when you're doing it on a Friday of a qualifier and you're doing it in Swiss, but Fireburner, hey, they just got a game win, right? So it's possible they could get the reverse sweep. It's wild.
Maybe Aqua is trying to get some internet going, so maybe it's he can come back and save the day. But at least if the worst was going to happen, having it on your first match of day 1 is better than in a more important match.
Here are the highlights from the match we just watched there. Cloud9 with a few flashes of brilliance, though. How overall, Lemon, how did you feel about Cloud9 in their first outing?
Well, I wasn't expecting this. Thanks for asking, Wavepunk. I was very much hyping up Cloud9 since they swept M80 last time they met in the 3rd qualifier. Now we're in the 4th one. Was not expecting this to go this way. I don't think Hercules was either. We'll see how cursed she really is. Maybe they'll win if she's not casting. I don't know. But great showing out of M80, especially to close things out. Cloud9 kept it close within the first, couple games, but kind of a yikes start.
Yeah, we saw a lot of like infield passes near Cloud9's goal line. That's not where you want to necessarily be. We expected Cloud9 to play a lot of defense, but they just left the door open just a little bit too much on the field for that passing plays come out of M80.
Well, we'll get to see both those teams play again here in round 2 as soon as we get that one started. A few matches that were delayed that we will cover before we're able to get round 2 booted up. Space Station did just win game 5 against Shopify with a 2-0 game there on Champions Field. A back-and-forth series there. Space Station won their games 2-1, 1-0, and 2-0, while Shopify won their games 7-2 and 5-2. So to have fun, couch analysts, figure out how that one works. But Space Station able to close out the series against what was clearly a fire and hot Shopify.
That's wild. Like, I feel like, yeah, like if it's 25-minute long game, then we have a different winner. But Space Station, again, the pro said They're the third best team, but to go to game 5 with them, Rebellion, as Lemon said, they're looking good. So that they can make that run. Obviously, last time around, it was Qualifier 2 that they just didn't qualify for. That was after a top 4 finish in Qualifier 1. So they were trying to pick up those pieces. So looks like they could be in the run in here as well. But obviously, it's round 1. We don't know just yet, but
oh, it's time to
a good
panic.
start.
It's time to panic.
Oh,
okay.
sure.
Hyping up.
It might be for Luminosity. It might be.
Yeah, like I know, and you were right. Luminosity, they like to stress us out in Swiss. They like to go until the very last round. Now I'm starting to see it both online and in land, but doesn't mean they're out of the running yet. But to be swept like that is very crazy. And the fact, speaking of sweeps, we've only had, 2 sweeps out of the 8 games. So fairly close on day 1.
Yeah, so far things are looking good in round number 1 here. Genji did successfully beat Cheers 3-1 in that series. 6 minutes of overtime.
Yeah.
Or just a little under 6 minutes of overtime in that series. So Cheers putting Genji on the ropes. They did win one of those overtimes. Game 4 was a 5-1 in Genji's favor, though. They did have them figured out by the end, though. So only 2 matches remaining here, Lemon, as we are closing out round number 1. TSM up against Snow and Moist against NRG.
It's a fun one, and I'm glad NRG are able to stay competitive, and nothing against Firebird, but I'm sure when you're just scrimming with Aqua and you're building up all this hype behind him, we were all excited to see him, and now you're in this stressful situation and not ideal, but hey, the longer the series goes, the more chances Aqua has to come back, which I don't know if he has yet, but hey, just score a lot of goals or go to a 20-minute OT.
He has not. There's 2 minutes left in game 4. Moist is up 1-0 right now. So still very within reach if NRG can get down the field and score on that one. We'll try to give you guys coverage of that game here as soon as we can. But yeah, there's been I don't know, round 1. I do like how competitive this is, especially given kind of the fact that we just have to kind of not randomly seed Gibbs, but there is a...
Sure.
It feels less secure the first time around after a long break.
Yeah, for sure. Like, everyone's going to practice differently. There's some people taking breaks that might be useful, but sometimes it's not. And then we just don't know how it's going to be. Not a lot of roster shakeups, so you kind of expect teams to play certain ways. But as we've seen in this round 1, not necessarily the case here. But it's one of the teams that I want to point out really quick. And obviously, like, with the G2, they did get a 3-0 versus Cold. But Cold in games 1 and 2 scored 3 goals and 2 goals, and that's unusual because G2 has been so good in North America of like less than 1 goal per game. They play so good on defense, and again against those lower end teams you would expect that to come out, but I do feel like G2 probably opens it up a little bit more when they feel like they're confident, and maybe that is why that it was a little bit more high scoring. So we'll have to see. But there's been question marks literally about everyone, it seems like. So except for maybe Nether America Canada, besides them, there's no questions there. We have a Jorby team stream. He's not cursing them. It's the anti-curse. They were supposed to go 0-3, guys. They were supposed to be out, maybe 1-3 at best. And they 3-0 Luminosity. So no questions, only answers there.
Snowmen versus TSM also ongoing, and not exactly a fake kickoff, but sort of like a pseudo fake kickoff in overtime of game 3. Snowmen score a goal in 8 seconds to take the lead in that series 2-1 going into game 4. So Snowmen trying to upset TSM right now.
Yes, and Moist.
A 6.
I'm sorry, just really quick. Moist just clinched game 4. They did take down Energy 1-0. So Energy is done, and hopefully we get a quick look at with TSM, we'll see.
Yeah, but Lemon, to your point, like, what a crazy turnaround there. TSM 6-0 in game 2, and then Snowmen 2-1 or 3-2 overtime game 3.
It's probably tough to, you know what your matchup is and you're preparing for this, but a lot of teams may be underestimating these underdogs, these newer rosters. A lot of people from below top 8 kind of reforming these rosters, coming in with either new coaches or new players, and sometimes coaches being players. So Fridays are always wild.
It's a good one. We're just getting started here. All right, here we are, folks. We get to watch game 4 together.
Yay!
See how we feel.
I don't have any
this
popcorn.
one.
Oh wait, I do.
Wait, you do?
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't think I can show the
didn't-
brand, but like, I got popcorn.
I want popcorn.
That's great.
Popcorn.
Yeah, I got popcorn.
So
yeah, it's 10 a.m. and I'm eating popcorn, but I'm an
Let's go,
adult. I
Rebels.
can make my own decision.
exactly, you're a caster for car soccer. Like, I think you can do whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's like whatever. Snowmen though up already 1-0 on TSM, and Snowmen was one of those teams that has had a potential. I think what was it? Qualifier 1, I think they got a 9th place finish. I'll have to go look it up real quick. But Snowmen, young guns on this squad. They are very talented, and I think people do fear them. But they are definitely one of those, 13-ish ranked teams that could do one upset, but you don't expect it through an entire day. So, like, if they begin 1-0, who knows? Maybe that they can propel that forward. And especially with a 3-1, that'd be good game differential. But TSM, they've been around the block. They finally got a coach. They tie it back up real quick.
That was a pretty pass. A great slot. Creams to tie the game.
I feel like everyone's been saying that TSM are so undervalued or underrated. Like these players are silent killers, and I'm wondering how many upsets we may see. Like, I know it's day one, first matches. Like, who cares if there's upsets? There's always round 2, but good save there. But watch out for TSM in the future for sure. Even though they're losing.
We'll see. I mean, anything can happen. And also, plenty of teams will get upset in round number 1, and then just rounds 2, 3, 4, just bang, 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 back out.
And they figure it out. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you kind of have to bounce back after these type of losses. And I think it's easier if you do have a coach as well, where, like, if you're going in as just 3 players, then maybe there's a blame game going on or whatever. So, there's always that possibility, but if you have a coach, at least there's that 4th point of view. So Eclipse coming in on TSM should help them right the ship. But Scribbles, a young gun, puts up a lead, minute 30 in.
2nd goal of the game.
But TSM is one of those teams. We talked about it. They were one of those teams that was in that 4-way tie for 5th place. For split 1, basically, to go to that first major. So they were definitely on the rise as well, because also they got a top 4 finish at the very end in Qualifier 3. So everyone was like, oh, TSM has finally found that off-season form that they were missing, where they were doing very well in all the off-season tournaments, but they couldn't just get those results in the Rlcs. And then they finally show up and get a top 4, so you just hope that the momentum will keep going. But again, it's a long break. So, like, anyone who had momentum, it really doesn't matter at this point, because everyone's just back to square one. And here we go. Reveal puts in another one. He's just upfield at this point. And Frosty, it was a double commit, and the 3rd player was just out. Creams tries for a bump, but it doesn't work, and TSM just leaves the door open there.
Yeah, it's good recovery by Reveal. And if the score stays this way, we're going to be eating good in round 2, because it'll be TSM versus Luminosity, Snowmen versus Net, America, Canada, whatever. So both really, really good matches.
And one of the that's Snowmen versus Netum Canada in the 1-0.
Oh,
which is just nobody saw that coming.
Canada versus Snow, I love that.
To go 2-0 for sure. Like, then you have 3 chances, and obviously that is not a guarantee. We've seen it before. We've seen these underdog teams like the top Cougars in EU. They went 2-0, and then they fell short and went 2-3. But obviously it's tougher matches, but you get 3 chances at it. So at least if you are an underdog, you get those extra lives to maybe pull one of the upsets.
Yeah, it's getting that 3rd win. That's the sneaky one.
Wavy, great,
all right.
low 50, and just follows it up. Well done here. TSM back in it. Creams just trying to challenge, and Wavy just threw it at the defender to get the ball back to him. He had no boost on that play as well, so he's probably pretty happy about that one. That was a little bit lucky, I would say. Just got a favorable bounce, but they had a lot of pressure, and that's what you get. When you get a lot of pressure, sometimes you just need that lucky bounce.
Pressure makes diamonds, and I love pressure.
Gibbs, did you get that reference?
No.
Here's Frosty.
I'm just being a co-desk analyst, just trying to support my other desk analysts, so try and pretend, but it's fine. Throw me under the bus, but
Oh, come on, Frosty.
Get you all the memes.
See, that's the thing. I'm too old. I'm just too old. So I lose out on half the memes, I think, at this point.
Your kids are almost at meme age, though.
Oh no, please. Speaking of kids, Scribble's on the field here. The 14-year-old. I think he's still 14. I'm gonna look it up.
How long do you stay 14 for?
Follow up? About 365 days. Oh, here's Frosty.
Don't focus up on camera.
That's right.
He's still 14. He was born November 5th, 2009. Oh, I don't like.
Wavy.
I don't like ages, or yeah, I don't like it. But yes, so Scribbles, like obviously he is making good use out of that new like age rule that we began with the season. It used to be 15, now it's down to 13. He's making some money doing it. So his approximate total winnings now is over $2,000. So hats off to him. For a 14-year-old, I would be through the moon. I'm like, yo, I'm buying an Xbox. I'm buying.
Yeah, when I was 14, that's like $4 million.
College. I don't think Scribbles is worried about a college fund. His parents probably are. But he's probably like, no, I'm going to go buy like an ATV or something.
ATV.
Just demo someone IRL.
I'm going to go buy a sports utility vehicle.
15 on the clock, though. TSM, they need something quick here. They have some pressure, but
no, all the good scoring
there we go,
opportunities
pass.
have been snowman opportunities. Gotta keep the pressure.
Wait.
Oh, Wavy pushed up. He might be able to pass back. All right. It's a little narrow,
This is gonna be rough. It's a psycho it.
You just hit a psycho. No big deal.
Feels like a psycho pass, but not the anime.
Oh.
There it goes. Snowman taken round 1. Do we have Snowman versus NetAm Canna? Is that happening? Is that canon?
Well, I'm not the admin here unless I'm getting some more hats on me, but then that might be just a TSM versus Luminosity, which will be fun.
All right. Well, folks, we covered as much of the action here as we could on the broadcast, and we're going to quickly get round 2 set up to go. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the RLCS continues right here on Twitch.
Come on, guys, get me.
Oh, nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I won't rest until you know the truth. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, throw me a light.
You feel the rush, you see the drip in its lux. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours, only if you take it. So sign your name in, choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way you choose now, the way you choose now. So the way you choose now, the way you choose now. You and me, living in luxury, living in luxury. You and me, living in luxury, living in luxury.
The Swiss merchants do what merchants do and sold their goods all over Cloud9's face. They advanced 1-0 into round number 2. Cloud9 will look to bounce back here against Deleted XD. That'll be Cloud9's matchup. in the second round. M80, they get to face off against LAN competitors OG and see if they can improve to 2-0. Welcome back to the desk. We got Stacks here. And Stacks, you and I, one of us has to change, bro. Like, it's not a...
Well, I had to get rid of my M80 merch, you know, to equal out Herc earlier. So now I'm completely neutral, rocking the brand.
Just the brand. This is the shirt we got by being in Copenhagen. So just saying, if you want Rlcs merch, best way to deal with it.
I stole Gibbs's. That's why he doesn't have his.
I just rocked season 8 because NA was on top in season 8. All right, so
that's true.
Where's the 8? Where's the 8? Here
That's
it is.
basically an NRG decal. There it is.
There you go.
Yeah, these are all LAN shirts. Ticketmaster.co.uk if you want to get one, folks. Just saying. Coming up at the end of June.
But you do also kind of have to go to the event to get it. You can't just get a ticket and be like, all right, I got my LAN shirt.
No. The event's the best part. The shirt's like a fun part of it. So we got another round of matchups coming down the pipe here for the Swiss. Round 1 is concluded. Round 2, fun stuff coming up here. NetAm Canada and the Snowmen. There's people that are saying, yeah, maybe they're going to face off against each other in round 2, but not in the 1-0 round. Both teams successfully defeating their opponents from round 1. Gen G going to be playing against Moist. OG plays against M80. And Shopify will take on Cold. TSM versus Luminosity. NRG versus Cheers. Cloud9 versus Deleted here, Gibbs.
Yeah, we got just wild matches. Like Luminosity TSM in the 0-1 round is brutal. One of those teams will go down to the 0-2. So... it's gonna be tough. Then Snowman up top with Knack. It's like one of those is going 2-0. It's a wild day already. It's only been 1 round.
We'll see how things continue to evolve as our matches continue here today. The players are loading into the servers. We'll get to see those games happen momentarily. But here are the order of matches we'll see going down. All these matches happening simultaneously across all the Twitch category. I believe there's some of them streaming on YouTube as well. So if you just go scroll around, see if you can find the teams you want to watch. You gotta have them pulled up. It's a wonderful viewing experience on these team streams. We just covered these matches, so again, we will see all these going down on the other side of things. 4 other matches in the uppers. The 1-0 matches, the teams that won in round 1 facing off against each other, with OG playing M80 and Moist playing Gen G. Snowman playing Net and Canada. I'm excited to have my eyes on that match. But today here on stream, we're going to be featuring G2 versus Space Station. Space Station, they could beat everybody last split except for the top 2. Here's another chance for them to try and take on G2.
All 3 qualifiers last time in Swiss, they played G2. All 3 times Space Station lost. So Space Station, to be the best, you got to beat the best, Stacks.
Yeah, I mean, unreal that this is the 4th time that these two teams have met up. You think about Swiss, you're like, you could play anybody. There's 16 teams here. We can get some fun, unique, exciting matchups that we don't see. And it's G2 SSG again. And where we've walked through this time warp, I half expected this to be like, I don't know, JNAPS versus AXB or something. Like, how far back into the time machine can we go here with Fireburner playing elsewhere? We got Cloud9 back in the scene. But no, it is the new breed going at it here with Atomic, Daniel Beast Mode, and then Hawkser and LJ joining Chicago.
I'm seeing how many times have these two teams played each other in the history of Rocket League. It doesn't show me actually a total here. 17 and 24 in favor of G2. So 2 of the most storied teams in Rocket League history. That's a total of 41 times played. G2 does hold the head-to-head by a significant margin there. But Space Station, I mean, if for the people in chat who are Space Station fans, right, they're very familiar here, Gibbs, with the fact that Space Station runs into either G2 or Gen G every time in the quarterfinals, and that's why they didn't get a single top 4 last event, or for the first half of the season here. If they play G2 here, that doesn't stop them from playing G2 in the quarterfinals necessarily, does it?
No, it does not. But also Space Station played Gen G every time in the quarterfinals last time around. But it's because one of the reasons they get a little bit of lower seed is every single time they played G2 in the Swiss. So Space Station, an unlucky draw yet again. But again, that is why game differential matters so much. G2 went 3-0. They did their job. Space Station played Rebellion. It was the same thing in Qualifier 3 as well. They played Rebellion. They won in 5. they pulled the G2. So Space Station's gonna have to find a way through them at some point, getting lots of good practice against them at least. But we all know what G2 brings. They bring the defense first, then they follow it up with insane offense with mechanical skill between Daniel and Beast Mode, and Atomic kind of fills all those other gaps most of the time. So you gotta find a way through that brick wall defense. We just saw them at the major. There's more tape on them. I don't know if Space Station's worrying too much about their opposition, probably more worried about themselves, especially on a day where you don't know who you're playing. But still, Space Station, they have a goal. They already knew their goal was to be better than G2 and Gen G in their region, so they have to have prepped at least somewhat for this match.
I wouldn't say that G2 looked invincible, though. I mean, yes, they did sweep. They did go to a couple of overtimes with Cold. And, you know, I understand they still won. It was still 3-0. Mission accomplished. But if you're a Space Station fan, you at least look at that and you go, okay, maybe today will be different.
You find a way you can rationalize it, but it is also round one after a long break. I don't know. I think you got to look at the Space Station players and hope that they're just taking this match as seriously as possible. It is terrifying to me to think that there is a world where Space Station plays G2 here and then wins, and then plays Gen G in the 3-0 round, wins, and then still plays one of them again in bracket. Like, just imagine having to beat them 3 times. At that point, you're the favorite to win the event, though. So maybe that's the bracket they want. Maybe that's what a statement that would be. I think that would put Space Station finally above that number 3 spot. Everyone's got the power right there.
Oh, absolutely. But at the same time, we got to talk about G2. It's the best team in North America. We haven't really talked about them because it's more of the Space Station unluckiness, but G2, it was a Mickey bracket, or a Mickey Swiss, I should say, and I was worried about them in Copenhagen. Didn't beat any of the top 8 teams, kind of just went by playing teams that they're supposed to win. They won those ones, but as soon as they went to bracket, then they found their form. They finally take down a BDS. They take down a Vitality as well, make it all the way through the finals, and just kind of ran out of gas, it seemed like, at that point. But Daniel had a phenomenal land, playing amazing Rocket League. We saw 3 of the top 5 goals were from Daniel alone. Beast Mode is like, it feels like the core of what has come now of this team, where Beast Mode just has been on fire lately as one of the top players in the world. And then Atomic is your open era GOAT, right? He just wins. So G2, fantastic first major. Now they just got to carry it over. They probably have already locked up Worlds because they have so many points, but they don't want to not make London. So they still got to put the foot down and win these matches.
Well, chat, let us know who you think is going to win. I see you already doing that. Get your votes in. Hashtag G2, hashtag SSG. I feel like there is a favorite in this match by every measure of the imagination. Are any of us brave enough or feel like we've got the extra tidbit here? No, none of us did. Okay, so what is SSG? Like you laid out what G2 does well with their like their defense, and then back it up with their offense. Gibbs, I mean that doesn't sound like there's a way to deal with it. That sounds like a pretty bulletproof plan.
Like, it's possible. The last time they played, G2 scored 11 goals in 4 games. They just cannot let that happen. They have to keep it closer on the defensive side. Focus on that. Hope LJ and Hoxer kind of pop off as well, and they should be fine. They are very good. The pros think they're the 3rd best in NA, so they can win this.
Well, folks, let's see if they can do it. Well, G2 is the favorite on the desk. They're the favorites in chat. They're the favorites in the head-to-head. They're the favorites on the win streak in every single way. But all of that wonderful stuff is made to just come crashing down at some point, right? Space Station's going to try and make it happen right now. Space Station versus G2, round 2.
Space Station haven't won once against G2 all split, but will this be the day? If you shoot for the moon, you'll land amongst the stars, and they are facing the stars of North America in G2.
Listen, all I've heard today is it has been nothing but upsets, sweeps. Everybody is doing what is near the supposed impossible. I'm not here to count out SSG, but at the end of the day, G2, they are still them. They made it all the way to the finals at the major. They're incredible, right? Do they get taken down here? That's the question we all want to know.
That's the part, right? Can Laniel transfer to online? Is it on Laniel? I don't know. That sounds really stupid, but G2, the only people that have been able to even beat them, to hold a candle to them, is Gen G and Atomic flicking it above, 2 in the net, SSG save. But really, expect the unexpected in day 1 of Friday.
Exactly. And I think one thing I feel like is fair to say is when you have met up so many times before, eventually something has to go your way, right? You would think, and right now it is working out that way. Space Station, not 1 but 2 saves coming off that one. And here it is, finally a big clear here from Chicago. And Atomic tries to get this one over to beast mode. Hawkser off the ceiling, crazy little pinch there still. The read comes through, Daniel gets demoed for his efforts. Atomic up next, leaves this one for beast mode, but a save comes through.
Oh, and Atomic with another setup in beast mode gets to stand by and drive that in. And Atomic has been saying in the most recent video from G2's channel how his teammates are young, they haven't won a lot, and he has to step up as the most experienced person on the team, to be the leader, to be the person who helps drive what change, if change at all. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. G2 with a lead.
Exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it's fair to say, right? Beast Mode, Daniel, it's a long-standing duo together. They were together over on B1. They've been kind of doing their thing for a little minute here, but it's okay. On the flip side is Space Station. LJ in particular, double off the backboard here. Hawkser left that one for him. That is a glimpse of a Carmine Corp style shot.
Absolutely, and just a big win from Chicago to even get that in that position where these games are gonna be close, man. Backboard, you got a double commit out of G2. Now it's in the hands of LJ and see what he can do. Down below, he's got a friend, but now baits out the 50, and it's a chance for G2 to strike back. It's Daniel versus Hawkser in the corner. Beast mode added to the equation, and SSG are okay for now.
And this one gets sent infield. Hawkser, huge clear upfield. Daniel just long shot out, trying to give his team some room to breathe. And of course, that means it's an attempt for an SSG transition. Low boost there for LJ, still wins his 50 on this one, and Chicago's up next into the sky. And here comes Daniel, demoed off the field. This one gets set back. Beast mode tries to push through. Atomic has the opportunity to do so. He clears in 2-1 G2, back up in the lead.
A great initial effort out of LJ to even make that save, and Hawkser was right around the corner, but wasn't afforded enough seconds to help the follow-up. G2's rebounds, they find them, and they're really suffocating to play against, and that's what a lot of teams say about G2. They demand perfection out of your own play in order to take them the distance, and we'll see if SSG have been able to do that. The desk mentioned that the score lines between them have always been 3-1 in favor of G2 throughout the split. Let's see if we're cursed with a 3-1 again.
Listen, I feel like I've been cursing everybody at this point, so you know what? Yep. There's a potential for that Space Station 3-1 if I've ever felt there was a day to have that. But here comes Beast Mode, sent off by Chicago. Daniel with a small pinch towards corner here in Chicago. Off the backboard again. G2 still holding on to that 1-goal lead, trying to turn it into the infamous 3-1 again in game. But for now, Space Station just consistently stuck in their own half.
SSG are trying to deal with that pressure. Well, what a reset out of LJ. Beast mode's there in time, but SSG are not afraid to try and demo G2 off this offense, and you just need to get them off your back as quickly as possible. Now G2 starting to take their boost, their resources. G2 want to keep them locked in, so they have. Daniel steps up in the midfield. He's got Atomic off the ceiling, just faking the pass. The double doesn't land, but Beast Mode does. 3-1 for G2.
This team is so nasty. I think you said the perfect word to describe them, which is suffocating. Daniel went for the double, doesn't quite land, but Beast Mode already there in the faces of SSG, ready to get the follow-up, and they do. They extend the lead up by 2. G2 stride now sitting in fairly good positioning for these next 90 seconds or so as this one falls down. Beast Mode tries to transition this one upfield. Hawkser, the one to take it away, tries to take a shot. It's a little slow on the ground, and Daniel sends this one away.
And SSG are trying to pick up the pace, even with these ground pitches, to catch G2 off guard. And now G2 seem to have stabilized in this moment. It's awkward bounce off the wall, almost giving a shot for Chicago. Now Atomic versus LJ, they're getting mixed up, but Atomic goes up high. Goes down low, it collides with a few teammates, a few bodies, and somehow this doesn't squeak by. But I think SSG are quite happy with that.
Oh man, SSG are definitely happy they haven't been scored on in the last 30 seconds. They're probably a little frustrated at the amount of shots that have gone on target and just plays in general. Finally, LJ, a flick over one, but not on target means a demo for your efforts. You get sent back home by G2. 35 seconds left here in this game number 1. And I will say, I don't think SSG look bad. It's just G2 are still G2. Their style is so, like you said, suffocating to play against. You never get room to quite formulate a play of your own against them. And in that case, you have to create your own. And I haven't seen too many demos, too many bumps opening up any pathing for SSG. So what you gotta do is, like, you take the next 6 seconds with your head held high, you head into game number 2 with a new plan, hopefully, against this team. Otherwise, this is going to look like the last 3 matchups we've seen between G2 and SSG.
Well, the flawless streak continues for G2, at least in this game 1. They swept cold in their first match, and it was SSG who went the distance, right? In their first match, a game 5 versus Shopify. It's a good win, but it's going to be a long day for SSG if they got to keep clawing back from deficits.
Yeah, this is not the way you want to quite start out, especially against, I feel like it's fair to say there's like a little G2 SSG rival going on, especially historically. So yeah, not quite the position you want to be in. What is this, 11 shots opening for G2. And the fact that Beast Mode is the one on top, I would be terrified if I was SSG right now.
Yeah, because G2 are already
that LJ
in
goal
great form. Yeah, and G2 are already in great form, and that's the biggest question you have on day 1s like this, is who is fully warmed up and how long were the breaks between, you know, Copenhagen to now. And G2 haven't lost a step, haven't lost a beat.
No. They literally, it is another day in the office for this squad. They went through calls like it was nothing. Then they show up here and they're like, all right, we're ready for Swiss. Let's run it back. Let's do it again. Daniel's like, I'll take a couple clips for Twitter. It's fine. Like, it's just another walk in the park for them. But SSG on the other end, it is their game to attempt to win. And I mean that very, very respectfully, because they have never beat G2. At least this roster hasn't historically. I believe it was the last time, and I could be wrong, chat, you can come at me on Twitter if you want. The last time SSG as an org beat G2 was in the draw in 2023. That was the last time we saw Space Station take G2 on and win. So it's been a minute for this squad, but it's only game number 2 here in the series.
And SSG haven't missed a playoff this split, so it's like they have a great relationship with being in top 8. And G2, I think, have only missed, what, 1 final out of all the qualifiers? So if SSG can just switch things up so they don't have to face the same Gen G in quarterfinal, maybe SSG can break that curse. But for now, G2, no matter how many wins they have, their attitude never changes. Seth, you talked about their drive, their hunger to learn, and also to win. And with that kind of attitude on G2's team, I was like, they keep having close calls on me. With the attitudes on G2, this team will stay on top for a while.
Exactly. The G2 is never complacent with how many wins they have or whatever their performance looks like. But same can be said for Space Station. They are a very long-standing squad, at least, you know, Hoxer and LJ. But that addition of Chicago was massive, bringing him on in, trying to switch things up a tiny bit there. And it hasn't been too bad for them, right? They definitely are contention. I would put them in, like, my top 6, arguably. But you are playing a top 2 consistent top 1 team. So yeah, it's a little bit rougher on the end of SSG, but for now, this one gets popped up into the sky. 3:27 on the clock. It's a Daniel shot sent off by LJ, and a demo tries to reset things a little bit there for G2.
And LJ is making almost every save. The issue that SSG falls into is the follow-up. And then G2 just start choking them out. Beast Mode with the demo, 3-on-2 for G2. Daniel with the double save by Chicago. But Atomic is now first on it, and G2 get another swing at this. Now the pass is right in the box, and how does SSG break out of this? It's a pass to Chicago to make some space. 2 in front of him of G2, collides with Daniel, and Atomic will try to get this out.
And this one floats down corner. Daniel, big clear up over to Atomic. Low on boost though. Most he can do is try and center it for Daniel, but LJ had it red. Daniel's gonna turn this one around from the ceiling, uses the reset to get another touch on it. Floater down, but Chicago, again, SSG just kind of anticipating G2 trying to work together to get around the defense, which is usually what they do. So if you have that in mind, you know that in the back of your head, they're gonna work together to get around you. There's not gonna be as many solo plays that could be in the favor of SSG. And also props to SSG. The fact that this game has been scoreless is massive.
Yeah, it takes some shots to score though, but the one that SSG got is the one they converted, and that is the first lead we're gonna see in minutes.
I need a montage of how many times I've done this to multiple RLCS teams, where I sit there and I make the call that things have been scoreless for like near 3 minutes, and then somebody scores within 2 seconds. But there you have it, SSG in the lead, just over 2 minutes to go here. This could be huge for them because you don't want to go down to match point against G2. Obviously, you don't want to have to climb your way back up from a deficit, but this could also potentially be a setup for the historic 3-1.
Oh, Atomic looking for bumps, and G2 are being stopped short, being slowed down even. Chicago has to back that thing up just to get the ball out of the nets, but G2 are the ones who have the most amount of shots, now 6-1. But you won't believe your eyes, everybody, of who actually has the goal. Hawkser, LJ in a 2v2 near the net, and G2 don't look really threatened.
No, I think, again, it comes down to confidence. They know even when they're down, it's still, they are still them. They do know what the game plan against SSG is, and right now it's let SSG take all the shots, find yourself a little bit of an opening, and make that huge transition, and that's what they're doing right now, right? Here comes Beast Mode headed towards net. Great save there from Hawkser, and then Hawkser gonna take it back for his own. Around Atomic, can he get the challenge of the 50 off one? No, but that was a huge double bump in net that could have been a massive threat to the G2 defense.
SSG losing possession here. They're going to see if they can win the midfield to keep that momentum going, and LJ threatens the backboard, and Daniel just gets a piece of it. And SSG are trying their best to get some insurance against a team like G2. You never know when they're going to strike Beast Mode to Atomic, and LJ makes the save near the post. And SSG trying to fire back, drain every second they can to hold on to this lead, and Chicago's missing. A 2v3 is difficult for SSG to pull off with how stifled their offense has been so far. Hawkser can't get the reset, and Chicago will slow down the counterattack from G2, but all SSG have to do is not give up a goal.
10 seconds between SSG and a win against G2. Hawkser, very low boost. He works together with Chicago to clear this one all the way up. It bounces up into the sky. Here comes LJ. Can he carry this one down? Can he kill the ball, or can he score? But for now, they'll take putting the ball on the ground, but Space Station Gaming tie up the series.
Just with only registering 1 shot until the second half, SSG squeak out a win against G2, and it won't be perfect sweeps. It won't be a perfect day from G2, but we'll see how they bounce back, because their offense wasn't as suffocating. They definitely had an active offense. I mean, just look at the amount of shots. That'll tell you the story. But SSG didn't let G2 get every rebound. They started demoing G2 off of their offense to just try and relieve that pressure, and SSG did a good job, but like firing back was a whole different story.
Yeah, and as we take a look back at the Mobile One high performance replay, you can see the sheer amount of bumps that were starting to come through. That was the attempt of play. It worked well. The question is, are you prepared for G2 to come back with a game plan against that? Because the one thing I will say is G2 does not allow, you know, a loss to land for too long. They are going to come back with what is like the saying is like you poke a bear or something, and like they wake up and attack. That's like probably the worst way to analyze that one, but like G2's a monster. So I'm very excited to see how this next one goes. Space Station tie up the series as we head on over into game number 3.
The series is tied 1-1, and yeah, the expectations for G2 are so high because they've shown us that they are the best, but not only just the best in North America, but they are competitive against EU's best as well, getting to the final. This is like the desk said, it was a major showing at Copenhagen. So G2, are they able to keep this up? And it's a dunk from Atomic, and Chicago can't scoop it out in time.
Is this like a dunk from like midfield? What is this? Atomic off of LJ. And Chicago just tried to race back, couldn't quite get into it. And there you have it, G2 off the beginning seconds of game number 3.
G2 know how to approach these 50s, and you hear their comms video too. Like, G2 communicates so well, even under pressure. They hype each other up and they brush off the losses, and G2 can lead now with Atomic threatening the corner with another setup where him and Beast Mode have been connecting so well on that front. But here's SSG's counterattack with, well, Chicago with no boost and no one really nearby. Here's now Hawkster stepping up, but he's got like Beast Mode locking him up. So it's been tough for SSG to get the ball rolling with any kind of power or pace.
Yeah, they're definitely getting boxed in their own half a little bit. That could have been a massive pass there in an attempt to redirect on net, but unfortunately no connection. Beast Mode kind of paused there. I was expecting a pause to come through within the seconds. I was like, Beast Mode's not moving, and that's not normal. But early stages of Game 3, that did not look bad from SSG. Despite the early goal from G2, that didn't look too rough.
Yeah, kind of reminiscent of a lot of the games we've seen so far, with G2's offense being the one that looks like it dominates at the start, which you got that feeling in game 2 when they were like up 5 shots to nothing. But then one counterattack is the one that ruled them all, where SSG got the 1 goal and then ended up winning the game off of that. So you really can't count out SSG until they know how to break out of their hap. But you pointed out they are getting locked in on that side. So SSG, is it demos? Is it bumps? What is it going to take? Sometimes it's those quick passes that catch G2 off guard, and that's how SSG can quickly retaliate before G2 get back.
Exactly. A ton of creativity is what it takes to thread the needle of the G2 defense. And I am looking off to the side, guys. It was a little bit of a controller disconnect there from Beast Mode, but he should be back and ready to go here in a few moments' time, ready to just get back on and basically be a brick wall, because you can't do that if your controller is DC'd. So we're gonna get back into this one. Nothing should be taken away from it. But I don't know, who knows at this point. If you just are tuning in though, game number 1 went 3-1 with a G2 win, which I don't want to sit here and say is obvious, but definitely is normal.
And what did you think about the SSG Shopify Rebellion match going to 5? Was that a scoreline you expected?
I definitely expected it a little bit. I probably would have predicted 3-1 though for SSG in their first series of the day, so I am a little bit shocked it went all the way to 5 against Shopify Rebellion, but I have been hearing that Shop is doing pretty good this qualifier, but same can be said for SSG as they try to take a couple early shots here and respond to that early G2 goal.
Yeah, G2 getting iced out after having that pause happen on a great push right off the rip. Now some wins on G2's side, but no, okay, falling back for boost, giving some space and time for Chicago, but now brings it right to the corner, right where G2 is, so they're easily able to rob possession back in their favor as Atomic just playing with the bounce, and SSG get on top of the ball before any play can really develop. Now Atomic with the demo gives a 3-on-2 for G2. Now this is a floater where Atomic attacks at first, where Chicago was late to it. It's not like a threatening play quite yet, but it's G2 just getting closer and closer to a setup they can work with.
It feels super weird to say that these have not been the cleanest touches from Daniel, and now SSG just trying to take advantage of that, but it's gonna be few and far in between with opportunities like that. Beast Mode just bumping and pushing his way all the way through, attempting to get into the net, but even that is not enough to get in right now. Atomic's up next. This one almost got taken away, and here comes Hawkster. Half a tank to work with, 1v1 on Daniel, slows things down. Beast Mode behind though with the save.
Yeah, you caught the early jump and thought you could just bump or go for the bump and score off of him, and then backup came in time. And G2 know when to call for that. SSG have lost possession, but Chicago with a great catch has Hawkster to his right, but as he lands, it's G2 that will harass you and just be so physical all the time that you don't really have a lot of freedom to control the ball if you're SSG, and a little close in front of the net. But now Hawkster tries to send it away. Midfield though for G2 with Atomic bumping people around, maybe opening up the net depending on if he hits Hoxer, but he makes the save in time.
And this one's gonna float around Chicago, no boost, tries to clear up field. And even LJ low on boost, but they are slowly inching towards that G2 net. I think G2 is aware of it. They're gonna play the high game on this one. Beast mode, pop into the sky. LJ off the backboard. Just try and catch this one and slow it down a little bit. Challenge onto Daniel. This one clears center, and here comes Atomic. Finally, another play here for G2. Can't get past 2 defenders off that one, though.
Beast Mode made an attempt to create that gap for them. Now Beast Mode with a double off the corner, and Atomic to Daniel, and oh, it's not on target. The defenders weren't there, and it was open. But G2 are still happy, right? It's a lead by 1-0, and SSG, oh, they fire back. Atomic ready in the net. But here's Chicago with a rebound, 3-on-2 for SSG. The pinch down low that Daniel tries to escort out. But Hoxer robs him of that. LJ seeing the dives out of G2, try and keep this play going for SSG. LJ with an attempted double, and even Hoxer down low. SSG are trying everything they can, throwing everything but the kitchen sink with the equalizer in SSG's path. Demo after demo, SSG have the man advantage but can't convert.
What's insane is all 3 players on G2's stride had near no boost at one point, and we're still making the save, still had that backboard covered. This is a huge clear, finally breathing room for G2, but how long is it gonna last? Chicago up into the sky. Here comes Daniel, just wants to clear this one out of the vicinity at that point, and LJ is gonna race back. Beast Mode and Daniel gonna try and turn this into a quick 2v1. Daniel prepping off the ceiling, reset past 1, past the midfield line. Chicago there to clear, 5 seconds left. It's a shot on target, and it's a Beast Mode save. That one goes back, and this one's gonna hit the ground. G2 take game number 2.
What a defense out of these guys. Like, SSG definitely had a more productive offense this time. 5 shots, but just overall able to deny this relentless offense out of G2, at least after the pause was done and whatnot. And SSG not being able to score is crazy to me, especially commend Beast Mode at the end, who came from the cross and even kicked it out, so SSG couldn't ramp up in the last few seconds. But a lot of low-scoring games here too.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was to be expected, especially it's a matchup between G2 and Space Station. You've faced off so many times. You know each other fairly well, and especially a team like G2, you're gonna have a million plans set and ready to go against a team like Space Station, right? And the moment SSG really figured G2 out, they came back with a game plan. They already knew how to go and correct what had gone wrong in previous match. And now they're sitting on match point, and they are attempting to turn this into their 4th 3-1 win on SSG.
Well, SSG have been in a similar position before. They were also looking at a 2-1 series deficit against Shopify Rebellion, staring down the barrel of match point before they came back, forced the game 5, and SSG won. So they have the confidence to fight back. G2, they seem like an unbeatable team in the realm of North America, but SSG have been on the rise. They're aiming for the moon, as I said. For now, SSG's defense being tested. Hoxer in the corner being challenged here by Atomic. Hoxer gets past it, now overwhelmed by Daniel. G2, they're just constantly forcing these 50s that sometimes they win, and even if they don't, the pace is so slowed down on SSG's offense.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think pace of play is going to be massive, and especially in this last game here, because SSG has done a pretty decent job of keeping up with G2, especially at the moments where G2 decide to ramp things up and get a little bit more aggressive in terms of bumps and plays like that. And I don't know, SSG just, they've been responding fairly well to it, but for now, it's kind of a little bit of a start over, right? Nobody's scored yet in this first minute, which could be a good sign if you're SSG, but what is terrifying is if Daniel is trying to go for bump plays this early on.
And even Atomic was pre-jumping, but Daniel said, I got it. But then he threw the ball right at 3 defenders of SSG. But man, if you got Atomic pre-jumping, it gets everyone from SSG looking both ways. Where could this attack from G2 be coming from? But for now, it's SSG trying to materialize their offense of their own. This almost comes down to LJ, but it's a brick wall of G2 in front of the net. Now that Hoxer is demoed, it's up to Chicago. LJ looking for the bump on the Beast Mode, who still manages to get the save. And Daniel will kick it out.
And LJ pinched that one off Daniel's car all the way upfield, and yet somehow SSG still seemed in favor of holding on to control right now. This one in the corner here, Beast Mode trying to push past one. Great challenge there from Hoxer as this one gets sent back, and they're gonna work together. Power of friendship, that's what's gonna get SSG out of their own half finally, and LJ is gonna take a shot here. Daniel, no boost, goal line save, and G2 still managed to keep SSG out.
G2 plays so safe. There's always someone in the net able to make the save, if not two. So it's taken everything out of SSG. And now they're able to stay in this blue half a bit longer than usual, and that starts to give you some hope that SSG can score. And G2 will even let you have the ball. The retaliation isn't swift, it's very patient. Beast Mode off the ceiling though. Chicago put a stop to that. Atomic will step up and off the backboard down low. Daniel won't even try. Chicago and LJ are there.
You mentioned patience, and Daniel was just the epitome of it. He turns around and decides, you know what, I'll wait for the perfect moment rather than throwing a million shots that are on or off target. I'd rather just go in off the rip on that one. And here is SSG. They're trying to do the same thing on their end, but they're not even going to get the opportunity to do so. Beast Mode pinches this one off, tries to land the angle off of it, doesn't do it, but it looked so good.
It looked good. But no cigar. Still a 0-0 score heading into the second half, reminiscent of game 2. Beast Mode with looking like an open net as Daniel wanted to stuff LJ into a locker. He still makes the miraculous save. Chicago's in the net, and it's the floater on the goal line, and G2 will have a lead.
This one pinballs all the way around the border of the net. Atomic tried to float it in. It was actually a great save there from Chicago, and LJ could have. If he had recovered just a little bit quicker, I think there could have been a moment where he jumped in time to make the save, but Beast Mode is always just faster. That is that G2 offense where you are prepared and ready to go at any moment for that ball not to go in. The follow-ups will always come through.
Now G2 mechanically are very incredible to watch, and SSG have looked better as the series goes on, but facing now match point against G2 with a lead now for G2. This is a tough place to be playing from until LJ will save the day.
Oh my gosh, look at this. He popped it up so high. And even Chicago said, you know what, if I leave this and I don't put a touch on it, they might not know where it's gonna go on this one. He plays it low and down to the ground. SSG tie things up. This is a huge pivotal moment for this team right now, right? You are on match point against G2. You are about to go where you have been so many times before, which is an attempt to lose 3-1. You don't want that. You want to take G2 to game 5 if possible, and right now they have the opportunity to do so.
But the script wants a 3-1 for G2. Like fate has destined both these teams to be ending. Till LJ has something to say about it. Look how quick he is. The double, it comes out to Chicago, but Atomic beats him to the punch. Now Hoxer gets to start that drive. Will summon Daniel's attention to the back wall until Atomic just disrupts the play before it even generates. Now less than 40 seconds, and SSG are building up the bricks to maybe that lead that they so desperately need against this team. Chicago with the demo will stop G2 from retaliating for the moment. Awkward jump from LJ, but Hoxer has us back in the net. 20 seconds, and G2 have Atomic passing to Daniel, intercepted by LJ. And this is beautifully set up maybe for Hoxer, but no.
No, this isn't even the end of it though. 10 seconds left to go. Atomic tries to take a shot. Chicago sends this one off. Here comes Daniel, 5 seconds left to go. Still a tied game if somebody wants to steal it in the last remaining moments, but the ball gets killed overtime between G2 and SSG. Off the kickoff is Beast Mode. This one headed wide towards net, and Hoxer looking to slow things down as Atomic goes for the challenge, wins it off 1, wins it off 2, and Beast Mode with a shot. Does he have the space for a double? No, but a demo opens up the opportunity for Daniel to go. Leaves this one to float down to Atomic, but a small clear slows things down enough for SSG to stay alive.
Man, SSG a band-aid on a sinking boat, but it's not the amount of shots, it's the quality of them. But when Beast Mode just gets to escort the ball around, SSG gotta force the issue. Now LJ against Daniel, patience, 0 boost though. LJ needs help, and Daniel is looking free. Hoxer can't make the save! G2 take the series! series.
You asked if Daniel could compute till Daniel online, and he can. He is him off the back of his car. Hawkser just not in a position to make the save, and G2 have done it not once, not twice, not 3 times, but taken down SSG 3-1, now 4 times in the head-to-head.
SSG can't break their curse. Can't break the 3-1 curse against G2. They can't. We'll see if they'll break the quarterfinal curse if they even make top 8. I know that's a long ways away, but this is a long day with just so many matches going on. But excited to see that G2 haven't lost the firepower that they had from Copenhagen. They're not just land boys. They're just all around the guys.
Oh, they're incredible. I mean, what they lost one event last split, so there's no slowing down, especially after the performance that they had over in Copenhagen. I wouldn't have expected anything less from this squad, but huge props to Space Station. You kept that one close. You did the best that you could. LJ tried his hardest, but for now, I think we've got more matches underway. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, there's more matches because we somehow keep picking the quick ones because we could just give you guys an update here in a second, but someone who's better suited for this, let's go check in with Wave and the boys.
It's all right. That's all we're doing over here. All right, we both changed.
Yeah, we did.
Wait,
I definitely
guys, did you just
changed.
put the shirt on backwards?
This is definitely not the same shirt. Definitely not.
No, it is the same shirt. It is.
But you changed too, so it ruined it. It just now we have to find my shirt.
I went and put on a different shirt. I did the normal thing. Not my fault. I don't know. Let's talk about the actual days, actual games. What's happening here? Snowmen sweep Canada. I'll have to think about it every time here. It was a 3-2, 5-2, 2-1, all in Snowman's favor. 1 overtime in there. Gen G sweep Moist. Every game at least 2 goals. Game 1 was 6-1, a very dominant one-sided affair there. Luminosity right now is in game 4, I believe, against TSM, or they're maybe just finishing game 3. And we have also game 5, M80 versus OG right now. M80 leading 1-0 with half the game left to go in that series. So a lot of other sweeps though. Energy sweep Cheers, Cloud9 sweep Deleted, Shopify sweep Cold. We had like so few sweeps in the first round, Gibbs.
Yeah.
And like all sweeps here in round 2.
It's a little quicker this time around, but Energy, just quick note, like Aqua is back. So he did play in that match. So that is why Energy got the 3-0. They are expected to be a challenger every single qualifier for a top 8 spot. So that's good news for Energy fans out there. So see how that plays out. But for the most part, like I think the Snowmen win. Yes, it's 3-0, but like when you look at the beginning of the day, if they played each other, I probably would have Snowmen win that 3-1 anyway. So kudos to them though, going into that 2-0 round. Now they get 3 chances to make it. And I know it's not, so it sounds easier than it is because you're going to play very tough competition, but we are going to go into the highlights here of G2 Space Station. And unfortunately for Space Station Stacks, it happened again, a 3-1.
Yeah, it happened again to SSG. I mean, they can't break this. It's unbelievable how it happens to this team every single time. And look, G2 is as advertised, right? It's like they look a little bit human. They shake off the rust in the first round, and then all of a sudden, yep, Daniel is Daniel again. Beast Mode is great as advertised, and G2 still the best team in North America until somebody convinces us otherwise, and it ain't gonna happen today.
Yeah, the defense of G2 with a low boost was just insane, but they've always done that. And then Daniel just makes one move, and there you go. Puts it home, wins it in game 4.
Gets that one there. So with that win, there is now 2 matches left to be played. OG versus M80 are in game 5, tied up 1 apiece with 45 seconds left. The other match that's happening on your screen now, Luminosity versus TSM. Luminosity took games 2 and 3 right now. They're trying to spaceman sweep here, and they now lead here in game 4.
That's big for Luminosity because obviously the beginning of today was not great. They then lose game 1. You expect, this could be a problem Because teams, that does happen at times when you're just down in the dumps and it just keeps getting worse. And there's just more dirt on the pile and you just can't get out. But Luminosity did battle back. Big game 2 and 3 win. So Luminosity, they're not huge favorites in this match between these two teams normally. Like, it's close because the top 8 is so close outside of the top 2. So G2 and Gen G. But Luminosity, they did just go to the major. A lot of people were like, did they deserve it? And that was a question, but they showed up there and they performed. So people were expecting maybe that going into the new open qualifiers, Qualifier 4, that they would continue that. But you forget that Rlcs for the past 2 years only comes out of Swiss 3-2. That's the only time he ever comes out. So maybe that's just what's going on here.
He's in his element. He's trying to make that happen again. OG versus M80 in overtime in game 5 now.
Oh, wow. That's a
We
big
were
one.
talking about the 2-0 teams and how they have 3 chances to qualify for the playoffs, and the same works in reverse, right? I mean, you drop down to 0-2. We saw OG do this, the same thing, where you drop down 0-2. You still get 3 that you absolutely have to win, but you still have some life. And I look at teams like Cold, who there's always a hard luck loser in the 0-2, and for this day, it's them. I mean, they've had, I think, 4 of their games have been 1-goal games against G2 and Shopify Rebellion, who I still do rate pretty highly, that Rebellion squad. So, if there were ever a team that is down there in that 0-2 bracket that you go, yeah, they could probably pull it off. It'll be the loser of this series here. And I think Cold could actually still stay alive and potentially make a run at the top 8.
33 seconds into overtime, M80 put on a great aerial passing play that makes the defense panic, blows the goals open, the doors wide open for their 3rd man to score it. So M80 perfect still in Swiss.
Oof. And M80, they were up 2-0 in that series. OG battled back to force that game 5. And as we see here, TSM tying it up as well in game 4. But OG did the waste in time sweep where they go down 2-0, they battle all the way back, and then they falter.
Yep.
And it was in overtime. So it's like the perfect waste in time sweep. But for game differential purposes, that will help OG. And again, M80, man, it's something about Swiss. They are so incredibly good at it. They've only had one time where they were not perfect in Swiss. That was Qualifier 3, where they actually went 3-2. So, and they lost to OG, I believe, as well there. So M80 is trying to right those wrongs, but they know that their big challenge is that quarterfinal match if they get there. So we'll see.
Hey, you know what? They're the best team in the world on Fridays. So by God, if they make the major, there's one day they're not going to get knocked out of this stupid thing. They'll at least get to play in front of the crowd because they'll just go undefeated on Friday.
They're the best.
When Saturday rolls around, that they are in shambles.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like that they're the best high school quarterback. Then when it comes to college games, they don't show up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just don't do it.
And they literally don't. They don't even get drafted.
Yeah.
Never even make it Sunday. Yeah. I would actually love it if someone could do the math for us and go back and scrape through the data and figure out which match so far has been the greatest waste of time. Which best of 7 failed reverse sweep had the most in-game time, like most amount of overtime, basically. Figure out which team spent the longest to not win.
You talking like all time? Because version 1.
The version. Oh, wait, which match was this?
Well, no, just any match they ever played, it seemed like they were always going to overtime, whether they win or lose.
Wow. Yeah, no, I'm looking for a specific match.
Or my favorite is the Corellian league play always cast in TSM in Europe, and I feel like he thought that was a waste of time just in general.
That was
Magic Bear. What a shot here. TSM, obviously a brand new team now over on the NA side. A lot of orgs hopping over to NA, but Magic Bear, look at this double tap. Oh, so hard to read. It's like off the curve there, the waterfall shot. But Magic Bear, we saw him in the top 10. He's going to be in the top 3 again here.
And interference as well. Yeah, he had company up there in the air.
Listen, you know who'd be really excited to see this TSM in the top 8? Jorby. Because I'm pretty sure the last time he casted TSM, it was the European TSM, and that match was an absolute train wreck.
Poor European TSM just getting...
They'll catch all the strays, and deservedly so.
Sorry.
Oh,
Nice little air
nice fake.
Okay, okay. Luminosity trying to close this out. Let's see if there's one last push by TSM.
Oh,
It's turned away. Infield pass. Yeah, it looks like
nice.
this might be it.
Locked it though. There
All
we go.
game.
There we go.
All
That's
right.
right. There we go. Luminosity bouncing back after the round 1 loss to Netherlamera, Canada. Well, it'll roll off the tongue one of these times. We'll get there.
That's gonna do it though, right? The whole round is
That is.
over.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, really quickly, spoilers. G2 versus M80 in the 2-0 round. Genji versus Snowmen. Snowmen, obviously the odd man out there, but who knows? Who knows what's going to happen now? So Snowmen might shock the world.
It would be incredible. That'd be amazing. Folks, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have those 2-0 rounds as well as the 1-1s and 0-2 matches. We'll get you all up to date. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Rocket League Championship Series.
Ooh, nice play. All right, you go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an ally.
Get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic
G2 extends their win streak to 5 over Space Station. The last 4 have been 3-1 affairs. Space Station are going to have to wait for another opportunity if they want to get revenge on the Samurai there. Welcome back to Rlcs. We're through 2 rounds of the 5 rounds of Swiss we're playing today. We got round 3 locked and loaded, ready to go. My goodness, everybody is wearing this shirt today.
It's contagious.
It's high.
It's a nice shirt.
Stacks.
Over there. Hello, Stacks.
Hello.
My goodness, everything has changed. Here we are. Oh well, let's. How'd you feel about Space Station in that match there?
I think they kept it a little bit closer than honestly. It's progress, and it's probably the slowest progress a team has ever had against another team on Earth. They are dragging this out months at a time, but it felt like progress. They had some good moments, but at the end of the day, G2 still were the big dogs in that one, and they sat them down.
Progress is like, we scored 1 more goal this series, guys. Congrats.
Yeah, well,
you know, it's like, all right. We still lost 3-1.
Eventually, I'm gonna need the 1 more win, because this whole 3-1 thing, I feel like being an SSG fan is the equivalent of being like a Cowboys fan right now. Like, it just never changes.
Well, you know, maybe they're just waiting till London, right? Or the World Championship.
Yeah,
that's what
they're doing. They're like, guys, let's not win yet. Let's win later. Let's make it happen. Space Station will play against NRG in their 1-1 matchup. So another kind of classic old organizations of Rocket League duo. I'm gonna pull up the stats on that one too while we're in this round. Just find out how many times they've played each other. M80 getting to play up against G2. The Snowmen will play against Genji Mobile 1. Congratulations, Snowmen. If you make it to the 2-0 round, you get to play against a fierce team. We'll see if they can make it through. What a win that would be. M80 going to try and stay perfect there up against G2, the one team that I believe has been able to beat them in Swiss so far this season. Luminosity against OG, a rematch from Copenhagen. That one should be spicy on the team streams. Go check it out. Cloud9 will face off against Netherlands Canada. I'm just going to keep trying to say it there. We got faster on that one. On the other side of things, again, all these matches happening simultaneously. Make sure you go check out all of the streams on the team streams there. Deleted will be playing against Cheers. Cold will be playing against TSM. Space Station again, playing against NRG as previously stated. And on the main stream here, we are going to feature Moist Esports. Playing here in North America for the first time, or as a North American organization, taking on Shopify, Gibbs.
Moist record's probably pretty good versus North America, so that might be a good sign for them when they were Europeans. But they've come over the former Pirates on a boat versus Shopify Rebellion, who didn't make any roster moves. Like, neither team has made roster moves. There's a new coach in Noah on the Pirate side, or Moist side now. But these two teams took 2 different paths trying to make it to Copenhagen. When we talked about pro power rankings before the year began, Pirates on the Boat got 1 mention at number 10, while Shopify Rebellion was tied for 5th. But that was completely different to how they actually ranked by the end, because Pirates back then, they tied for 5th, and Shopify Rebellion, well, they kind of fell down the wayside, and they were in that 11 range. So it was a disappointing first qualifier portion for Rebellion, but on the other side with Moist, they look great. But it's about what can you do now? Both teams failed to qualify. They didn't get that ultimate dream. So now we will reset, and we'll try and do it here and try and make it to London for both these teams.
I'm just excited. I feel like Shopify Rebellion have been having a rough patch that is kind of working itself out a little bit, I guess. But on the flip side of things, it's another team that get like the new org buff, right? You know, I mean, obviously Moist isn't new to Rocket League, but them being in North America is a huge deal. And I think also the boys getting picked up finally is massive. And I can't wait to see them on the field.
We'll see it happen out there, chat. Let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag MST for Moist. Hashtag SR for Shopify there. The Shopify boys boot camping until they're all playing in the same room, getting the IRL comms. Meanwhile, Moist having to play from home, which for many players is more familiar. More of a comfort zone there. So the boot camping not always necessarily a buff, but you'd like to think that the Shopify team has been taking it really seriously, and it's been reflected in their results so far. So can they make it happen? Who do we think is going to win up here? We'll make our predictions. I have liked Shopify's results so far, and I do believe in Justin in this one. I want to see him continuing to bounce back after kind of the middling results he's had for a while here. But you know he's still got that drive to win. I've got Shopify in this one. Gibbs has got Shopify. Only one down there for the boys in blue, though.
Hey, listen, I think if there was a team that is kind of on their come-up era, it would have to be the Moist boys. They've had momentum in times past. And at the end of the day, I feel like we are both talking pretty much about Omelette and Poab. Both teams get picked up. Both teams are kind of on their drive. It's only fitting that Moist kind of starts to keep that going, especially against Rebellion. Also, I gotta start making the crazy Preds at some point.
Okay. I love it. I love the boldness. I want to see Moist win. I love seeing Moist come over to North America. Beloved org here in Rocket League, and also some beloved players there. I want to see them have some success, but I do think Shopify's got it in this one. Chat narrowly has Shopify on this one, but it's pretty split down the middle, and we are ready to get things kicked off here for round number 3. Two teams with lots to prove here and lots of ammunition to prove it with. Let's see how they move and how they improve going into round 4. It's Moist versus Shopify.
For the first time in Justin's career, he gets to take on Moist Esports. He gets to experience the phenomena that is Charlie's Angels. It's a slightly different group of Angels on the Moist side this time around. They've all come over to North America. The former Pirates on a boat, trying to get to 2-1. Standing in their way is Memory's squad, Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Noah's adopted Angels. I'm wondering how this coach is going to step up for Moist. And wow, already off the bat, Moist are looking good. And yeah, Pirates on the boat. Really, a lot of North American teams have been signed by big orgs. So it's cool to see North America's talent on the rise, because Pirates on the boat have been on the cusp for qualifying for playoffs so many times, like especially in the most recent qualifiers. So wondering how they can meet expectations now with this new coach of Noah.
Well, Justin's had a phenomenal day so far. He's leading the team in scoring. He's had 9 goals through the 8 games that Rebellion has played so far, but it's 5-up and this Moist squad on the attack. 5-up trying to set it up for Eris. He can't. Now we'll see if Parth can get a piece of Andy. He does. 2-piece running forward. Justin in behind him. Feed the hot hand, and he almost converts, but denied by the defense of Moist. And now Eris right back to work. He's been the centerpiece so far for Moist Esports, setting up Andy. Nothing doing.
Yeah, and Moist's second man gets demoed off the play. So the fact that they kind of were trying to buy time for rotations to come back in, Moist lose a handle off of this, but Andy now sends it right to Parth, and Eris is trying to guide this out. Justin now can put the pressure on, and this comes out to Parth. We'll just scoop that in.
So it's Rebellion that strikes first. Justin able to stay with the play. You just can't let him get free at all. Creates enough chaos in front that he can get some help from his friends across the way. So make it 10 now for Justin to lead all scorers on the pitch. And now what can Parth do to maybe set him up again? Taking it himself, ran into 5-up. Andy's got the clear. I think the key here, Lemon, for Moist is to not get too high and not get too low, right? You got to stay kind of even keel against a team like this, because we've seen this Shopify Rebellion team. They're no longer kind of the inexperienced darlings. They've got some experience under their belt. They've got a veteran presence now in Justin that kind of makes them a contender, and it's no longer a complete shock when they're here right in the mix of things.
Absolutely. Like, I think it's a great time to buy into those Shopify stocks, especially with a demo like that, and Justin gets to tuck it into the upper corner. But yeah, it's a great time to buy Shopify stocks, Shopify Rebellion stocks, after they reverse swept M80 in the double elim, and with a lead solid like this against a team like Moist, it's great to see it. But the last time these two teams faced, it was Pirates on the boat, or no, that was their name at the time, who swept Shopify 3-0 in the double elim bracket of Qualifier 3. So we'll see if Shopify can get their revenge.
And we're seeing a lot of rematches from the first split, and well, they've gone very differently, it seems. And why wouldn't they? Of course, it's been several months since those matchups. As Eris now trying to get around, and 5-up just sends that right back to Andy, who's kind of torn between going back for boost. I don't know why. He had almost a full tank. Now 5 up, gonna at least shoot from the wing. And the shot was a little off target. 2P shut the door anyways. And Andy will make sure to grab that midfield boost and leave the corner for Eris. But with 2 minutes left, they're spending a lot of time deep in their own zone and getting slowed down when they start to break out.
Yeah, great pinch from 2Piece to slow down that play, and apart with a bounce off the wall to 2Piece. Tucks it back to the side to give Rebellion a better quality chance. But now the counterattack ensues where Eris, misses that touch, and that just gets putted into the other side.
Well, you'll hear me say often, you don't have to play perfect to win against any given team, but there are some mistakes you can't afford to make. And leaving that ball in midfield, unfortunate as it is, I mean, there have been a couple gifts kind of handed to Shopify Rebellion here in the early and middle stage of this game. Parth now off the kickoff, just keep pouring it on.
Yeah, I mean, you're pouring on gasoline. Everything is on fire and moist. I mean, they just can't come back. The Flames, a 4-0 start for Shopify Rebellion is insane. And this is not even the Justin show. This is an all-around unit that has been just trapping moist. And now even off a kickoff, there's early pressure. So see how our Eris can handle this. 2Piece with the demo, a 3-on-2 for Shopify. But now Andy with a chance. And mechanically, you know, Moist have developed to a point where a lot of teams are starting to respect them and see with a new coach how much further their ceiling can get, or how much higher it can get.
Well, this is about as expected for a Shopify Rebellion. They come in averaging just under 10 shots a game so far on the day. A little over 2.5 goals. They're going to give one up here as Eris gets one on the counterattack. They catch Shopify without boost and a little bit slow. And with a minute 10, there's at least a little bit of life for Moist Esports.
It needed one. Just one for the fans, one for the content, one for some hope, especially like, holy cow, was not expecting this kind of scoreline, but Eris seems to be coming in with a lot of confidence. Even starting to challenge that defense from Shopify Rebellion. 2Piece looking for bumps and all, really forcing chaos in the structure of the defense of Moist. And Shopify are trying to command that possession. Here's 5 up now with a chance against 2Piece. Gets it past him, but Parth in the net doesn't look too worried. And Andy with a shot, and Justin's ready in time.
Now well read by Justin in the right place, but now Andy for Eris perhaps no. Follow-up coming in late from 5 up. Eris can stay with it. Great ball to Andy. And he'll score with 32 seconds. And it's getting a little interesting here in game 1.
Yeah, it's just the 50s. And Eris finding the piece of that. And Andy set up in the box beautifully. Just these small micro plays. Moist are making magic happen. Yes, close to the finish line, but the race is not over. 31 seconds left. Shopify only lead by 2. And now they need to focus. They need to seal the deal. As Parth puts it up to the side, leaving it to 2Piece. 3 in the net. This comes out to Justin. And even with the demo favoring Shopify, they still have to make up for all that space.
That last gasp effort there saved away, and it looks like Justin will be able to salt this one away for Shopify Rebellion. Parth put in the finishing touches. It's on the goal line, and of no consequence that it doesn't go in. Shopify Rebellion dominates the first half of game 1, and they take it 4-2.
And we know that Shopify have the potential to be at the top. They have the skills to pay the bills. They made top 4 of the first regional, and then who knows what happened after that. Just teams out competing them, just improving faster than Shopify Rebellion are and falling behind in the rat race overall. But then you go up against Pirates on the Boat, who are underdogs, who are trying to be the big gatekeepers, the players to upset everybody. But so far, Moist or Pirates on the Boat just haven't been able to do that yet.
One thing you could take away from that game if you're on the Moist Esports side, as we look back at the Mobile One High Performance replay, is there were a couple of gifts given to Rebellion. Maybe you could argue 3 of them were kind of gift wrapped for them. And then Moist scored 2 of their own. You could argue 1, maybe in garbage time a little bit, but that's fine. I think Moist is far from done in this series. And again, I don't think they can allow themselves to get too low after that, especially the way they finished that game. Things started to kind of fall into place for Moist Esports. And now on to game 2. I think finishing a game like that, Lemon, can make this series feel a little bit longer than it actually is, and maybe give Moist the sense that, yeah, they do have a little bit more time than you might think to kind of sort it all out.
And Moist are not this insane mechanical team. They're going to hit these, triple flip reset, double tap, whatever off your back wall. It's more the team play and the synergy that you're going to see out of Moist, that these small passes they can do when Shopify don't have space to work with. When their backs are against the wall, Moist can thrive in those chaotic moments. They seem organized on that front. Sometimes accuracy or, missing a touch here and there is what can kill them in the end. And as long as they keep their attitudes on straight, they should be able to bounce back, at least you would think.
Well, Parth will kind of outlet there, but Andy's going to intercept. He doesn't have much in support. Era's coming in a little bit late. 5-Up was all the way across the field. Rebellion, on the other hand, looking to counter, and Justin's shot is blocked away. Andy took a demo for his efforts, but he saved the shot. And now Eris just ahead of Justin. Is it on target? No, just outside the frame. And a break for Shopify Rebellion.
That is so concerning for Shopify Rebellion, though, to have no one back there for so long, and Moist having... I know it was a tough open net to deal with, but Justin, he sinks those every time.
That's got to be heartbreaking for Moist. Again, all that momentum, the way they finished game 1. They have that one opportunity that goes just a little bit wide, and then Justin casually adds his 3rd goal of the series, and it's Shopify Rebellion who strike first again. So after all that, it's Moist looking uphill, up the mountain at what seems to be so far mighty Shopify. Soft out of the corner, and 5-Up takes charge, but that wasn't with a whole lot of conviction. Andy, good touch to get around 1, but he can't get around 2-piece, and Rebellion takes over.
And Shopify have looked more consistent so far, and Moist been sending 1-up, and it's not going to be able to break through Shopify, but Air is threatening the reset. Is just going to bring this to the wall, and Shopify are just trying to clear this out. So Moist got to find those passing plays the same way they did before when they almost were able to mount that comeback. But for now, Shopify Rebellion, they're not pressured to change their play style to play anything but their own game. Because, well, when shots like that, Justin has now got, like a 4th goal to his name this series?
I don't know how many more he's going to have to score before we see him crack a smile. He is all business, and everything is working to perfection for Justin. He is carrying the load right now for Shopify Rebellion. 4 out of the 6 goals they've scored in this series have come from the former NRG star. Eris intercepts here. Can't get it quite on target. This will head towards the net, and Justin's all over it. 2-piece over there as well. I mean, you just see how quickly Rebellion moves out of the zone. They sacrifice some boost to get downfield this time and have to kind of stock up on their own end. Able to do so. Can 2-piece get to that? Yes, but 5-Up in the way.
And Moist's defense is having a rough time, and they're needing to play that second man further back just to have an extra layer in case someone makes a mistake or someone can come out of the net, or you can afford a double commit, whatever it is. But Eris seems to be that driving force, even causing a Shopify Rebellion double commit, maybe giving some time for 5-Up, but he needs boost desperately. Gonna leave it up to Eris, pops it up to the ceiling. More than enough time for Parth and Justin to communicate how they want to approach this defense, which not even needing to, Parth just lays down the red carpet and brings it home.
Well, this is a great demo by, I believe it was 2-piece coming back, recognizing that his stationary defender at midfield was completely oblivious to him, sets up the 1v1 with Parth, and he picks Andy apart, then got there just at the last moment to get the finishing touches on it. And once again, it's Rebellion all over Moist, and they get another kickoff goal to just keep it rolling. It's almost a carbon copy of game number 1.
Just Moist can't put up a good amount of saves for how much Rebellion are shooting at them. Like 3 saves registered, feeling like I don't think Shopify Rebellion's offense has to try too hard. But if Shopify Rebellion relaxed at any moment, that's where Moist could be in trouble. And he got a double to 2-piece to the back of the net. This game is going to be long as stacks because of how much Shopify is scoring.
And 2-piece. Shopify Rebellion is going to have a 10-piece. This keeps up. They have just been all over Moist Esports. And again, the way Moist finished that first game, you thought, okay, maybe there's something to having some momentum. I mean, the way they finished that game, they looked like the better of the two teams in the final minute and a half or so. And then it has just all fallen apart here. Everything has come up. Shopify Rebellion, it has been almost relentless pressure. Adjustments were made in between games 1 and 2 for Shopify Rebellion. They have not been made on the part of Moist, and maybe you could argue, okay, this is the way it should go on paper. I don't know, I think I had a little more faith in this former Pirates on a Boat squad than this coming into the series.
But at least you could set a baseline to see like what Noah has to adjust and kind of coming in fresh on this team, trying to a land that, well, Moist as the franchise, as Noah as the coach, has brought his players to so many times. But obviously there's a lot to build up on this team. This will bring Shopify Rebellion to match point pretty soon, where a reverse sweep is something that's always possible, but very tough when Moist's defense is still being worked on.
Well, a reverse sweep from this situation would be like maybe Limitless losing a match within SSA. Oh, wait a minute. That might have happened today. Huh. I'm saying there's a chance, Moist fans. There's not much of a chance, but we put a man on the moon, so why not? 5 up, gonna lob that one up in the air. He's got Andy waiting underneath, but Parth will have this one saved away. And for all the talk we've had about Justin, we got a great milestone to share from him in just a moment when this one goes final, as he continues to add to his total with that save. And 2Ps will stop this as well. And the only question now is, will Moist break up the shutout late in the game like they did in game 1? It does not seem that they will do so, as this gets perilously close to the ground. Andy looking for one for the road. No thank you. Shopify Rebellion answer back. After conceding 2 goals, they took it personally, and they unleash a 5-0 beatdown onto Moist in game 2.
Well, I'm glad you're the honest one on that one, because that's exactly how it felt, a beatdown. And problems on many fronts. Moist trying to play that second man, like I said, further back to have a more layered defense, and even then, it feels like Shopify kind of dangling the food in front of them, of going for doubles and passes, and there's just so much creativity and just a really good offense out of Shopify Rebellion. Moist on the other side, when I had commended in game 1 that they had these cute little passes, in the last minute they started to really turn up and play as a team. I said that Moist Esports, that their win condition was to play as a team. I don't think they can out-mechanic a team of Justin, 2Ps, and Parth quite yet, maybe with more time under Noah's wing. But for now, I think Moist's advantage is how they can stay composed and play off of each other, and you didn't really see that in game 2.
Well, you saw Justin all over that highlight reel, 630 score in that game. And yeah, sure, a score isn't everything, but that also puts him over 500,000 career regular season score in his RLCS career. Second to do it after First Killer reached that milestone at the major. So yeah, Justin, he's been around for a while, and boy, has he put on a show in this series. 5 goals, 1 assist. And Shopify Rebellion now 1 win away from going to 2-1 here on Friday.
And on the other side, Eris is the offensive driver for this team. His output, you got to give him credit for what he's trying to do. Now Andy steps up as the person who's been playing further back and to try and sync up with Eris. And 5 up has been more quiet in the last couple of games, but everyone on Moist needs to step up to help Eris especially. Even he's getting locked up in the corner. So good sendaways by Moist to clear that leads into a counterattack where Eris now wants to drop this off, but Parth is not even gonna let Moist get a hand on this.
Andy, 1 goal, 1 assist. Eris, 1 goal, 1 assist. 5 up, having a good time out there. Somebody's got to get him involved in this offense. Otherwise, Moist is going to have a quick exit out of round 3. As 5 up coming on, right on target, right on cue. But unfortunately, the shot saved away. Eris dropped down to Andy this time. Saved by 2Ps. Moist trying to come alive here in game 3, a game they must win to avoid dropping down to 1 and 2 and having 1 foot out of the Swiss. Andy can't force it through on target. 5 up coming around on the weak side, got to it a little bit late, and 2Ps will try and pinch it away from the ceiling. Parth has all day to play this. and Shopify Rebellion weather the moist storm again.
So whether you want to take, ooh, good shot at two-piece, but whether you want to take the side of Moist should be performing better than they are, okay, you're able to at least stop a double tap out of Justin. You got away with a lot, got away with murder last game. Moist, this should be a team that they can contend against. But if anything, you can have the glass half full option of Shopify Rebellion are leveling up and now going for double taps, using the backboard. Moist are putting up more saves now, which is great to see. And Eris is having a second man play closer to him. So there's definitely potential on the Moist side. But I love to see Shopify Rebellion have a comeback. It's about time.
There have been some double commits that Moist haven't been able to capitalize on and punish Shopify Rebellion for. But I think the biggest factor for Rebellion's success is they put Moist in situations like this where they don't all have full boost and there's a little indecisiveness along the back line. 5UP had to dodge a demo. A weak save falls right into Justin's lap. He puts it away, and once again, all 3 games, SR has scored first.
Yeah, Moist able to save the initial shot, which is nice. That's something different than the previous game, where it just looked a lot more free for Shopify Rebellion, now commanding a bit more effort, but a lead nonetheless. At least you're able to break up the pass to Parth, which is good. This pops out to Andy, but didn't have time before the interception from Shopify came out. Moist throwing down some shots, easily saved. Now Justin with the flip reset off the backboard right into the box. Parth waits with patience for his follow-up, and two-piece in the equation. This is Shopify Rebellion looking for insurance, and Parth will deliver that.
Boy, what a feed. I mean, so often we see this particular pass get picked off, but you see for Moist, there's nobody facing forward. They're all facing ball on the side wall. Nobody can get a hand up in the way of that pass. Everybody's jumping too late. The shot goes right around them, and it's Shopify Rebellion pulling away in a closeout opportunity. Andy stopping that one from Parth, or rather from Justin, who nearly found a way to snake that one through.
Moist are having that layered defense, but now how can they force Shopify Rebellion to make mistakes? And even when they do, how quick can they be to capitalize on, as you mentioned, getting these double commits out of Shopify Rebellion? How quick can Moist fire against that? Man, two-piece steals that away, will be first to the corner. Now just lobbing this pass from side to side. Moist will stabilize, but Shopify Rebellion are still attacking them, keeping Moist stuck on this second half, or in this blue half, I should say. Shopify Rebellion sit with a 2-goal lead with the series point in their hands. All eyes are on Moist, and Andy especially, who will keep them within 1.
Oh, this is great from Eris. He didn't have a lot of boost to work with, but he had Justin, chased him into the net, and that was just enough for Andy to go left side. It's an unassisted goal, but certainly give the helper there to Eris. Got him back within 1. And now a chance for 5UP to make his mark on this game and series. Up to Andy, down towards Eris, but lob it up for Eris. Justin had the read as well as we dip into the final minute.
Moist have to clutch up here and now. Two-piece, it's not an obvious win, so Justin will help him out, bail him out, and this defense collides with Eris, who's been that spark plug for Moist. Here comes two-piece. 5UP needs to save this, and he does a good job of doing so. And then Moist add on to make sure the follow-up isn't easy for Shopify. 30 seconds. Eris sends it to Andy. Needs the first touch. Comes out to 5UP, who can't control it well. So Andy will try to assist. Now they're getting demoed. Two-piece makes the save. But Moist are throwing down some shots that are forcing Shopify Rebellion to pay attention.
And Moist getting desperate too. That was a real desperation effort out of Andy. He got to this one though off the backboard. Eris, laser saved away by Justin. It was high anyways. 5UP keeps it alive. 2 seconds left. Got to get under this ball. Does Moist. Eris has to deal with Justin bearing down on him. So now 5UP, indecisive, got a piece of that to keep it alive, but now Parth to the backboard, and Justin will kill it. And what a fitting end for Shopify Rebellion. It's Justin scoring his 7th goal of the series, and it is curtains for Moist in round 3.
Yeah, and That's really heartbreaking for these players because they were right on the cusp of getting into playoffs last qualifier, going all the way to round 5. But even worse, if you look at Shopify Rebellion's track record of going 0-3 in Swiss last time. So one team is leveling up, one team has a new banner and a new look, but one that you may not appreciate. But lots of footage for Noah to look at to help them.
Yeah, and still one more life here on Swiss Fridays. We look back one more time at the Mobile One high performance replay. Listen, you'll see a lot of Justin on this one too, but that one from Two Piece and Parth was quite pretty. Andy gave him some life, but in the end, it was Justin with the dagger, his 7th of the series. Makes it 16 on the day. Man, he has been electric. And this is, I think, Lemon, the Justin that Shopify Rebellion wanted when they signed him.
That's the Justin everybody wanted for years, and you love to see him peak in a match just like this, giving hope to Shopify Rebellion. Even in the double limb, they gave us glimpses that they have what it takes to bring teams that realistically they can beat. They can bring them the distance. How Shopify are going to fare against maybe the big 3, like whether you're Luminosity, OG, G2, and Gen G. That's a story for maybe deeper into Swiss, but we're still waiting on the conclusion of TSM versus Cold and XD versus Cheers, and those matches have been exciting.
Yeah, they have been exciting. Hey, would you believe me if I told you Lion Blaze is something Squishy never did? Cloud9 got a perfect sweep. It's the first time ever in RLCS, and the desk is standing by to tell you all about that and what else is going on in round 3.
It was a perfect sweep. It was almost the Shogun's perfect 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, but as always, there's been many almost of that. 1-0, 2-0, 1-0, Cloud9 take down Netherlamera Canada. And there's actually quite a few other matches still going on here. OG versus LG is in game 4. Space G2 M80, I believe, are in game 3. Gen G I am muted in Discord. People can't hear me there, folks. Now, I did not need to say that on broadcast. Whatever. Here we are. Anyways, game 5. Gen G Snowmen going to right now is Gen G 6-1 on game number 4 there.
It's Gen G is a weird one. In the 2-0 rounds, they don't fare too well. They're 1-3 in the 2-0 rounds, but Shopify Rebellion really quick in this match. Wave, when we did our last power rankings before the Copenhagen Major, I was like, I'm going to put Shopify Rebellion 10th. There's no reason to put them there because they don't have results, but I just believed. And I feel like we're finally starting to see that squad. We see Justin just absolutely pop off throughout this entire match, and just like shot location was on point. Everything was clicking for these guys. And for Moist, really nothing worked out for them throughout this match, but Rebellion has to be incredibly happy about that series.
Yeah, Rebellion gonna feel pretty good about that one. There's a few other series that are wrapping up here. SSG sweeping NRG. They allowed 5 goals. They scored 13. Wasn't very close in that series either. NRG, I mean, Aqua, I think, finally getting his feet under him, playing in a new environment here, Herc. It's going to take him a second maybe to kind of get the wheels up and spinning there. But SSG also coming off of G2. They were very warmed up.
Oh, yeah. They had a great warm-up on that one. And then what was it? They went 3-0 in their next one?
Yeah, Space Station 3.
Yeah, they 3-0'd NRG. Oh, man, NRG, though. That's a conversation. Oh, my God. This is a series that I had on my second monitor, and I was making faces out the entire time. 30 seconds.
Well, OG began the series 2-0 up, and then Illuminati fought back a bit, but OG, 20 seconds. Can they get the revenge for Copenhagen? Looks like they might. But OG, obviously, they're a quality squad, so you expect this one to be very close.
It feels so personal every time these two teams play each other now. Especially after the LAN matchup.
Great rivalry. And they keep it up.
Oh, this ball hits.
Someone keep it up. Oh, it's
That'll
gonna
do it.
Not even close.
OG.
Not even a question about it. Right now, Gen G Snowmen in game 5. Snowmen scored 30 seconds in, currently leading. And they did have match point early, so Gen G had to force game 5 in this series.
Really quick, so I want to dial back to the SSG like energy, and I think a lot of people on Reddit are like, well, energy, you know, they finally showed up when they played Cheers, right? And they 3-0 and they look great, and then they get 3-0'd by Space Station. Like when they have to play a real team, they're like energy, probably power ranking wise in general, is right around that 8 spot. Like that's where they're supposed to be. Space Station, as we saw with the pro power rankings, they're almost on an island by themselves. There's the top 2 of G2 and Gen G that cannot be touched. But literally all the pros are like, no, Space Station is that next team. Yeah. That includes teams that went to the major. That's how good Space Station is, according to the pros. So 3-0 loss, sure, you want it to be a little bit closer. But at the end of the day, that's an expected result. Space Station is supposed to beat teams like that. So, and Energy, obviously, with Aqua, like, he had internet issues. It's probably been a hectic day for him. So you don't expect his best. So I don't think it's like panic mode yet for this new Energy. I think they're exactly where they're supposed to be right now.
If they can take that 4th spot, these are so far they have not had that. They have not had a loss with Aqua that they shouldn't have had, if that makes any sense. On the lower end of things, in the 0-2 rounds, TSM does sweep Cold in a 1 goal for most of the games their series. XD do take down Cheers. That one a little bit more one-sided, but also some 1-0 games in there. Actually, no, I take that back there. It was a 3-1 series. Cheers did successfully get 1 game there, and everything a 1-goal game. So that is Cold and Cheers out of the tournament at this point. TSM and XD will continue on. G2 also big. Called an upset if you want to. I don't know how to think about this one. They sweep M80. I think this is the second time G2 has beaten M80 in Swiss. So M80 not going to get out 3-0 this time around.
Yeah, G2 are just doing what they need to do, right? They're just like, hey, we're Kings of NA. We beat everyone except for Gen G once, really, or twice in a row, 3 times in a row, I guess now. But G2, that's an expected result. Again, it should be a little closer, but M80, who knows? Maybe, again, maybe that helps them. Maybe they get that 4-5 seed. They get a little bit of a better matchup. Maybe finally we'll get M80 versus Space Station, right? Or something like that in that 4-5 match. So they both, one of them will have to win a quarterfinals. Yeah. Maybe they'll both forfeit. Yeah. I'm not sure. But yeah, one of them will finally have to get a win, because that's what it seems like we're leaning towards right now, is them both in that 4-5 range.
Yeah. You can head over to twitch.tv/Frosty with 2 Ys RL if you want to check out the Snowmen's POV, or head over to Widow's stream in the Rocket League category if you want to watch the Gen G stream. That match currently heading into the final minute, still 1-0 Snowmen as they deny a goal line attempt here. Still just narrowly defending this lead. This would be the biggest win for this team ever. Such an accomplishment to come out 3-0 of the Swiss.
It's not only that, it's a brand new, like, we're qualifying for London now. None of the other points matter in terms of just making it to London. So if Snowmen can go 3-0 and get a favorable low-seeded team and be top 4 in that first event, sure, it's going to be a tall order, though, because they still have to qualify for every single event, and that is very difficult to do. We've seen that with Snowmen before. But to get that head start and, like, they could be that surprise team at London would be amazing.
Oh. So close. Snowmen nearly score a second goal. 15 seconds left, though, and they've got all the pressure trying to put the nail in the coffin. I don't think we're going to be able to get this match on broadcast for you guys in time, so we'll just radio commentary it here. 7 seconds late. Frosty puts in a goal with 5-6 seconds left on the clock. Unless Gen G gets a kickoff goal, it's going to be Dazzrin in shambles. Never let him live this one down.
Oh my gosh.
He's going to start complaining. Here we go. Because the goal was scored, we could join. There it is.
There's no kickoff goal.
No kickoff goal. I think that's it.
Wow.
Look at that.
So Gen G, we talked about their 2-0 rounds. They are 1-4 now in the 2-0 round.
Really?
So far this year. They just do not fare well. Most of those losses were to M80. Okay. But to lose to the Snowmen, again, you can't discredit them. They've made their run, but wow. But Snowmen, that is huge. Their first top 8, and they're going to be a top 2 seed. Wow.
The caster pop-offs on Frosty's stream. Go back and watch those, chat. Mel absolutely out of the chair, 4 feet off the ground. You can tell how much it means to them over there. What an accomplishment. We will get to see Snowmen play in bracket tomorrow. They will have a strong seed as well. Can they? Will they have the first seed, Gibbs, or will they? They'll
have the 2 seed.
The 2 seed. Okay, so they'll go up against the 7th place team or the 7th seeded team out of Swiss. We'll see how it goes, folks. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have round 4 set up for you. Don't go anywhere.
Come on, guys, get me. Ooh, nice play. All right, you go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic
Round 3 in the books, round 4 just around the corner, as many teams have been living up to expectations or surpassing them so far in our Swiss today. Rebellion, big performance against Moist as they were able to walk through them cleanly. 3-0 there. A 5-0 game 2 as well. Lemon, it was a strong performance from Shopify.
Yeah, and it's great to see the leveling up, as we mentioned in the cast. It's less about how quiet, for lack of better terms, Moist look, and more that Shopify Rebellion are looking informed the way they did from the first regional where they got top 4. Maybe it's too early to call that, but I'd like to see Shopify Rebellion win against teams that they should be.
Yeah, here, Gibbs. All the admins are currently locking in all the matches for round 4, so we'll get round 4 started as quickly as possible. But I mean, so far, what's been is Snowman the biggest surprise for you today?
Absolutely, it has to be Snowman. No top 8s for them, obviously, before this, and they weren't expecting, like, Pro Power can send them like 12, and if you include Dignitas, where the pros thought they were around 10, then you would move them down even one more. But for Rebellion, we talked about this earlier. At the beginning of the year, the pros thought that Rebellion was a top 5 team. They were tied for 5th. They thought Pirates on the Boat, now Moist, was not even a mention on most of their lists. And that's kind of how it played out in reverse to qualify for Copenhagen, where we saw Moist look exceptionally well. They tied for 5th with 3 other teams. Rebellion fell down to 11th, but Rebellion is back. They look fantastic. Maybe it is the boot camp buff. Maybe they're like, all right, we have to boot camp for these last 3 qualifiers to have any chance, and they're really taking it to it, and they look great. They look fantastic. I had them ranked when we did our power rankings as number 10, as just like if I'm going to give one team some credit that I think they'll bounce back, it would be them, and Justin looked amazing in that match, and you do expect that out of him at some point. We didn't see it during the Copenhagen major qualifiers, but we're seeing it now, and it might just be in time.
We'll see who they face off against here momentarily as they get all those locked in there. But yeah, the Snowmen, I think they've been lulling us into a false sense of security with their little logo that looks
So
like
happy.
Frosty. I feel like they're not snowmen, they are snowmen. They are men of the snow. They are Vikings. Like, this is, you need to rethink what a snowman is in your head, because they're coming for you. They're taking down the biggest names in America.
I need to rethink where Gen G are in the power rankings, because, you know, a total of 2 players thought they were number 1, and to lose to Snowmen, it is a Friday thing. Weird stuff happens on Fridays.
You would think on Fridays you want your day to be like done early, but Gen G, they like playing Rocket League, I guess, because again,
Paid hourly.
1 in 4 in the 2-0 round. They don't win these 2-0 rounds very often, and that was apparently Jack's way. Like, even when they were good last year, they would do poorly in Swiss, make it out, and then be just bracket gods. So Gen G falling back down a bit. We'll see if they play Space Station or not in this round, but if they don't, then like they're both looking at a 4 or 5 seed again, and we could see that in the bracket. So who knows? Who knows what happens here? Oh, here we go.
Another fun result is OG 3-1 over Luminosity. Everyone talks about the G2 Gen G rivalry, blah, blah, blah. But the 3rd and 4th, man, these two have gone at it. Maybe even having something to do with handshakes that may have or not have taken place at LAN. Like, and OG squeaking out online when LG won on LAN. Like, these two have gone at it. I'm excited to see if they'll both make it to the next major, if they'll settle the beef there, or if only one of them or none of them will make it out. It'll be fun.
I love the dynamic between OG and LG too. Like, that they're so close in skill and kind of their area that they're competing for in the North American landscape. But you also have team captains of Com and Rlcs who are good real life friends. It's just kind of this perfect rivalry dynamic. So love watching that match whenever that one happens. But still waiting on the round 4 matchups to be confirmed. We can show you here the teams that did qualify, as well as the teams that were eliminated. Cheers and Cold eliminated from the tournament here, while G2 and Snowmen here Gibbs punching their ticket to the bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, Cold and Cheers, not a huge surprise there. They were definitely in the bottom 4 or so in Pro Power rankings, so you kind of expect that. But again, Snowmen, they were also like right on that bottom 4 cusp. So they found a way to just go 3-0. Absolutely fantastic for them. And with some quality wins, obviously, against Gen G, huge win. TSM as well. Like, TSM not playing their best right now, it seems. We'll see if they can bounce back throughout the day, that they'll be in that 1 and 2 round. But they're expected to do more than what they've shown. But Snowmen, obviously, they are the big story. We'll talk about them a lot tomorrow, like on that pre-show of like a very young team that basically are only a team here because of the new age limit. So we'll see if they can do some damage. It's, you know, snowmen are supposed to melt by now, but hey, you know, they're going strong.
Global warming, though.
We'll see. We'll see. You know, I mean, hey, yeah, maybe as the tournament goes on, things might start to heat up, and that is the big mortal enemy of snow. So they're gonna have to show that they can do it 2 days in a row, bring the blizzard. I'm excited to see if it can happen. All right, they're still figuring out who's playing who in round 4. So we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we will have the round 4 matchup secured. We'll see you guys there.
Busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me inside. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I
Okay, after some confusion, we have everything sorted out. Everything was exactly as the admins expected. They are infallible creatures who do not make mistakes. So we will see the matchups that were on the L bar on the side of the screen here. Here are the matchups there in case you missed it. TSM will be playing against Netherlands Canada. LG will be playing against Moist. Deleted will play against NRG. We'll see Cloud9 play against Shopify, M80 versus Space Station, and OG versus Gen G here on the main broadcast, Lemon.
Yeah, I was just trying to compute all the admin stuff. I'm so glad I don't have that job. Way easier. We get to just yap on the screen, but Gen G versus OG, that'll be a good one. So many other good matches. The Battle of the Blues, Luminosity versus Moist, of who could not land at the bottom. Is Luminosity in trouble? Can they bounce back? We will find out. But this match, most exciting one.
Yeah, really quick, M80, they had a rematch with two of the other teams in their group, basically, of like who they could play. So they were forced to play the last one of that group, which was Space Station. So that's basically why people might have been confused slightly. It's not like you move them up to play into the upper bracket of teams versus lower bracket of where they came from. You always try and match like the upper rounds to the lower rounds as best you possibly can. So that's why M80 is playing Space Station here. But we get OG Esports versus Gen G, and Nolly once again gets to go up against his former team.
Can he get revenge? It's such a heated blood rivalry. I'm sure they're all fine. They're all good. But and genuinely, you know it feels good. It feels good to beat your old team. We'll see if they can do it here. OG, generally, I think we would say this is a pretty one-sided match, but we did just watch Gen G here, Lemon, lose to the Vikings and the Snowmen, right? So, like, I don't know.
There's some cope for sure. One team on the rise. OG beating Luminosity 3-1 tells me they're just online, boys. They just something about Friday, something about Swiss. That OG come out on top. Gen G losing to Snowmen should not be conceivable. So can OG strike where Gen G are weak? This is what this match will discover.
I mean, and OG's only lost so far are to the Swiss Merchants. So just saying, like, this could be a really strong OG roster. Let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag OG, hashtag GGM1. Gibbs, which way you leaning?
I gotta go Gen G. Like, even when OG was red hot, obviously Qualifier 2 and Qualifier 3, they made that historic run where they got 2 top 4s even after their last place finish in Qualifier 1 to qualify for the Copenhagen Major. They did run into Gen G in that top 4 round, and they did lose them 4 games to 2. It was a competitive series, but Gen G, we kind of always talk about it, like G2 and Gen G are on the screen and they're not playing one another. Very likely we're gonna pick that team because they are so much better. There is a gap in North America. Gotta go Gen G.
Sweep on the desk, about as close as you can get to a sweep in chat here as well. Gen G going to be 77% favorites and climbing. Take the numbers off the screen before it gets all the way up to 100, folks. The players are ready to go. We're not going to hold them any longer here. OG on one side, Gen G on the other. Can Noli find that sweet revenge on his old roster? Only one way to find out. To make it to round 5, make it to the bracket, folks, here. Let's play it. OG versus Gen G.
Well, we just put a new member into the 500K club with Justin scoring his 500,000th career point in the RLCS. And now we see the other one. First Killer accomplished that at the Major just recently. So he goes to work with Chronic and Appjack to try and punch Gen G's ticket into the playoffs this weekend. They had a shot a round ago. They fell to the Snowmen, and they take down fellow major contenders in OG.
Oh, well, the answer to that question is right here. Probably one of the newer but most exciting matchups, Gen G and OG, of course. If you haven't heard it a million times, you're going to hear it a million more. But OG's Noli, former teammate on the Gen G roster, he got taken out for First Killer. And since then, Gen G have been able to find success with the exception of the Snowmen loss. And OG, on the flip side of things, have their own rivalry with LG formulating this split, and they take them down. So right now, this feels probably like the most toss-up matchup we've seen between these two squads.
I mean, based on everything we've seen so far in this season, which, you know, is still only barely past the halfway mark now, it would seem inconceivable that Gen G would not be in a given playoff, but play the games for a reason, and this is a very capable OG squad, as they proved to be coming down the stretch in the first half, really coming from nothing to steal the last major spot. Noli trying to dribble one in through the air, nothing doing there, and JNaps sails one high, nothing else brewing for the OG attack. Appjack moving downfield all by himself. He's got a little bit of support behind him, but it's going to come in way too late. Noli now only has Chronic to beat. Calm can't get past him. Appjack will turn it over, and JNaps has it there deep into the corner.
This weirdly feels a little slow between these two teams, and I am kind of waiting for that ramp up to begin. And if there's one person that could do it, I would argue it's First and Noli. Those are the two that I kind of want to keep my eye on, especially after the days that they have been having right now. But JNaps, he's looking a little bit more active, especially in this game number 1 here.
Well, it's Noli now. He's got support, options, goes with Calm after JNaps fakes, and it slowed down the defense just enough. Calm just blows one right by First Killer.
Such a nice play and a great fake to leave this one down to Calm. Great communication from OG on this one to, bob and weave throughout Gen G. OG Esports give themselves the early game lead.
Keep an eye on OG's kickoffs. We've heard some rumblings that of all the teams in North America, maybe they have put the most care into plotting out some kickoffs. And we'll see if that amounts to anything over the next few weeks. Certainly make Johnny Boy very happy. His First Killer has that one taken off his hood. Then back out to midfield. Noli, empty net, bang!
There you have it. Again, this is a player that you want to keep your eye on for multiple reasons. One, there is a lot of pride on the line in this matchup, but two, this is a player that can spot out probably more opportunity than most when it comes to finding a little bit of space, especially against a team like Gen G, who makes mistakes very, very rarely.
A good setup for JNaps, who will take this himself, burn all his boost. Couldn't quite get to the ceiling to maintain possession. Calm will get it back down in his general direction, and then quickly back the other way as First Killer, and that's how quickly Gen G can force you back on defense. And a good job there by OG, making sure they did not overextend, didn't get caught out. Appjack trying to fall onto this one. He'll bail out and let Chronic take over. First Killer coming on now, and Chronic has to avoid that ball to at least let it go naturally to the corner. Opportunity here, but nobody in front. And very quickly, here comes OG, giving Gen G a dose of their own medicine.
Yeah, that was a huge transition. Calm wanted to keep the pressure going, but instead, First Killer gonna send OG racing back home on this. Here comes JNaps. Slowing things down, reset, pass over to Noli. Noli's gonna pop this one up to the backboard. Tries to get the bump on Chronic, but it's not even needed. Calm finds the space and the angle through, and OG go up by 3.
Well, Chronic has to respect the shot from Noli, and after that turns into a pass, there's nobody else to recover. Certainly not off the respawn. Chronic couldn't recover himself, and OG playing maybe greater than the sum of their parts, utilizing excellent teamwork, have a 3-0 lead over Gen G. And this downward spiral continues for one of the top dogs on paper in NA. Here goes Calm. I think he might have been going in the general direction of JNaps, but he peeled off the play. That shot's gonna be wide. No follow-up at all from Gen G. And in fact, First Killer has to make that stop, falling back towards his own backboard.
This is really interesting. It's so odd. I mean, if you've been paying attention to Gen G since, the First Killer pickup, or even Gen G throughout their entirety, especially with Jack and Chronic being together, it is kind of odd to see them trailing behind a little bit. However, this is a very good team when it comes in terms of, correcting mistakes. But for now, OG defense prevails. 25 seconds left in game number 1. Nothing has been answered to. If anything, OG just trying to continue to extend the lead over and over and over again.
JNaps is still on 0 boost. He was going to take the corner boost from when Calm started the counterattack, but it spawned right under Calm. It doesn't really matter. It's just a little bit of hard luck for JNaps, who didn't have much luck at all in this game. Fortunately, it didn't affect OG at all, as they absolutely dominate Gen G. 3-0 in game 1.
That is, I don't want to say insane. Granted that OG did just come off of a 3-1 win against a team that, I don't know, I like to think is like a pretty intense matchup. So I would give them the benefit of the fact that they are fairly warmed up in this situation here. Gen G are the ones coming off of a pretty hard loss that probably feels a little bit weird for them to be coming into something like this.
Hey, Herc, nice shirt.
Yes. Hey, twins.
Right? And Cloud9 fans, if you didn't look, then you didn't see her on camera, so it didn't happen. So your team should be safe for the first game.
We should be okay, guys.
Right. Same for Luminosity fans. As we look back at the Mobile One High Performance replay, and it started with that fake in the air, Calm drilling one through, an empty net for Nolly, and then they add one more with Nolly setting up Calm with a perfect pass off the backboard, and OG just takes it right to Gen G. 7 shots for OG, 5 for Gen G, but again, we can throw those numbers out all you want, Herc. It didn't feel like at any point you felt like Gen G was going to get back into that game.
No, it definitely felt like it was just Gen out there, but really doing too much, and that feels kind of harsh, but unfortunately that was the reality of that game number 1. And so now headed into game, the question is, correct what they do, find some momentum, or is this a repeat of game number? It feels fairly similar, as off the kickoff it's OG Gen G half, they get home and immediately stuck at mid.
Calm couldn't get back up for that ball, so first killer barreling through. And now Calm twirling through, blocked by Appjack, but now JNaps to follow, looking for his first goal. Not gonna happen. Nolly came up for the midfield boost, so he's got to scramble back now with Calm one-on-one against Appjack. No problem for the OG defense. Nolly diving in deep into the corner. Calm coming out. He's got JNaps, calls his own number instead. Apparently Jack with the save, and now Nolly. Will he look for JNaps? Nope, JNaps gonna have to take this himself and then loses possession. Gen G in formation though. Jack to first killer, not gonna happen. And the OG defense holds off Gen G yet again. Here in this first minute, still kept them scoreless. You wonder when this Gen G attack will kind of snap through the defensive OG. I mean, again, they've worked in tandem excellently. In the offensive half, JNaps getting a rare shot there. That's easily stopped by first killer, and nobody else forward for OG. I mean, this is, you get an OG team that came up from the 1-1 bracket where Gen G started off Swiss 2-0. They're gonna get on the board here. No, what a save by Nolly coming out of the net. And then another one for Calm coming back. And Gen G have to be getting frustrated at this point. They've had ample opportunity here in game 2. Denied twice from out of nowhere. Coming up on the halfway mark here in game 2, which feels like it must be game 6 for Gen G, the way they have just been stifled offensively. Even their best opportunities have not been enough, and then a brilliant infield pass finds Calm. It's Nolly and Calm connecting yet again.
This is kind of an intense duo because they find each other what feels like everywhere. That touch off Chronic, just unfortunate for him off that, but great connection between Nolly and Calm. Calm absolutely with a slot halfway into this one, but off the kickoff, first killer is gonna make an attempt. It does get saved, it does get sent off. This one doesn't find the angle, but Gen G, it feels like this is probably the most consistent pressure that we've seen in a while. These are some pretty intense shots that are coming out, but again, OG defense just continues to reign tried and true.
Well, JNAPS whirling through. I mean, he's been just kind of a facilitator here in this series so far. No goals, no assists, but he has been a thorn in the side of Gen G as Nolly throws one downfield and Chronic has to make sure to avoid the respawning Appjack. And then great intercept by Calm. You know what? It's not just a physical player. He has been a force to be reckoned with in this series. Set up by Nolly 3 times. He's got 3 goals. That goes infield. Nolly thought about it. Chronic takes advantage and scores. Nolly thought about coming out, Herc, and then Chronic recognizes that and goes right behind him.
You almost, it's like you said, you could like almost see the thought process on that one for him, but at the end of the day, Chronic just knew exactly where to place it. Tied game. Could this be the momentum that Gen G has been looking for?
First killer forced deep into his corner. Here's Gen G gets its first goal of this series. But Appjack can't connect with that ball, and then the bump knocks first killer away. He's got to scramble back in here after the demo on Chronic. And he's got that ball well downfield, deep into OG territory, but it's collected by Calm. JNAPS will watch him go downfield as this falls to Nolly, and this 2-man game continues here for OG. They're not even looking to pass to JNAPS. It's kind of bizarre to watch how this game and this series has played out so far. This time they do look for JNAPS, and his shot blocked away by Chronic.
I mean, if it works, it works, but if you're aware that it's just not the time, don't do it, because clearly JNAPS is putting in some work on the defensive end. He got that last goal line shot and save, and has been able to hold Gen G off, but yeah, like you said, it is a little bit weird to not see JNAPS on offense. He's made a couple of attempts there, but really it's been pretty much common Nolly higher times up against Gen G.
Possession and defense have been the name of the game for a lot of European teams. As that shot saved away, Nolly getting his 4th save. Everybody has at least 3 now on the side of OG. 10 saves in total. As now first killer will look to break OG's hearts here late in game 2. That's not going to happen in the final countdown, leading us towards overtime unless Gen G have something up their sleeve. They do not. Nolly will bring this down towards ground, and first killer says, wait a minute, not so fast. Appjack with a bump. But the save made by JNAPS. Add another to his tally, and we go to OT.
Yep, ball on the ground. We keep pushing off the kickoff. OG pushes into the territory. Low on boost, though. Calm's going to have to pop up to meet Chronic's touch. And here comes Nolly. Carries this one out over to the left here. And first killer's there to challenge. Bump off him mid, but JNAPS go. And OG already looking to further and take a couple off.
Chronic into the corner, and this goes all the way across. JNAPS gave it a look, and first killer able to play around him. Calm had to go all the way back. The midfield boost wasn't there for him, but he's got a full tank now, and he grabbed the other corner to make sure they don't get starved out. But watch Chronic couldn't get around his former teammate in Nolly. Now Nolly over at Calm. This will go to the side. Chronic intercepted by JNAPS. That leads to Nolly in the air, but it is first killer up to the task. Appjack for Chronic. It got through everybody, but Chronic couldn't get the shot off. Now first killer waiting patiently for a pass that never gets there. Now Nolly around the guy that replaced him. Now around his former teammate, and then around the other teammate. Nolly picks Gen G apart. What a way to finish. A 2-1 overtime winner out of Nolly, who goes through all 3 members of Gen G, and it's OG 1 win away from forcing Gen G into a 5th round. Oh, mercy. I mean, look at that statement. 652 out of Nolly. We talked about it so much, playing against his former team. These are the guys that said, thanks, but no thanks. We can take first killer. We're better off. It's not playing out that way right now, with first killer only with an assist to his name so far in the series. You look at the tallies for Calm and Nolly in this series. We look back at the highlights from game 2, and it was a defensive masterclass out of OG. Save after save on the goal line, coming from inside the net, coming from midfield, and then that from Calm, and you thought, okay, well, it's cooked. It's going to be 1-0. But Chronic, one heroic shot to get him back in it was not enough, as that one from Nolly making good on giving up that goal to Chronic a little bit earlier on. It's Nolly, the overtime hero, his second goal to go with 3 assists. 100% goal participation in this series so far. He's had a hand in everything, and why not? It has been his day and his series in particular as we go to game 3. First killer off the kickoff, hits the crossbar, and it's been that kind of a series for Gen G. They couldn't buy a break right now. Does Calm have? Nothing there. Chronic leaves that for Nolly. They're not teammates anymore. That's a problem, as first killer trying to break out of the zone. Nolly there shadowing him the whole way and does not let him get anything resembling a shot off, and it's Calm that takes over. So now for Gen G, 1 goal in just over 10, almost 12 minutes of gameplay. And this is not what we're accustomed to seeing from them at all. This is a team that would typically average 2 or 3 goals a game through the Swiss stage, and maybe they'd cool off a little bit into the playoffs. Not so much here. They were cooled off first by the Snowmen, and they have not warmed up yet in this series. OG proving that the end of split 1 was not a fluke. That's off the post and nearly finished off by Calm. What's going to give now for Gen G as this goes down towards the ground? Calm just trying to delay, burns all his boost to get around apparently Jack, and JNaps with a full tank of boost to delay first killer. That drops down in front though. Chronic on the case, and he scores. Gen G has its first lead of this series. We are, of course, having, I'm sure you figured it out by now, having some technical issues. We will be getting those resolved very shortly. Until then, you're stuck with me pulling my best Vin Scully impression. I can't compare. It's fine. Here goes Nolly downfield with first killer trying to intercept, and everybody from OG backs off. And you wonder if that goal maybe from Gen G will at least force OG to kind of cool their jets just a little bit.
Hello, I am here to save you.
Yes,
I am
voice.
Hello, I am Hercules Jr. right now, just stepping in while she steps in. You know, women gotta back up other women, but Calm needs to get some backup himself because he got tossed there by first killer. Now, I'm just coming in with my jaw on the floor. I can't believe OG are up 2-0 against Gen G. But I said on the pre-desk, they could be striking where Gen G are weak.
It's been opportunities like that where it looks like Gen G has a clear lane to shoot through, and a defender gets there at just the last moment, and then Calm has been brilliant. He's got 3 goals, denied his 4th there, and it would have been an equalizer as OG finds itself in a rare situation where they're trailing in this series. JNaps though forgoes the corner boost. Now he'll steal it away as Calm keeps that alive, and OG only seems like a matter of time before they equalize here, but JNaps denied his first tally by Chronic.
JNap's looking scary. We're the knapsack at, but where is this Gen G firepower? They only have 1 goal, but they need so much more, and especially so much ahead of them when the series has started off this way, and an attempted bump not found, and the back of the net not found either. Gen G could use all the insurance they could get, and Calm just needed that final touch to get it in, and first killer will not let it happen.
Yeah, Calm felt like he had to go wide, and if he did not, who knows? I don't think he gets bumped out of the way. He definitely has an open net if that doesn't happen. Instead, OG forced back to the drawing board. They got to play a little more defense now against Chronic. His flip reset effort denied by JNaps. Give him his 2nd save of this game. It's been a little more sporadic here for OG as apparently Jack catches them all frozen and doubles Gen G's lead.
Appjack, part of a good, healthy breakfast, part of a good team too. Gen G mounting that comeback, and Reverse sweep it long ways away, but something they are desperate to accomplish. This is an uncharacteristic day for Gen G, ranked so high in the power rankings. And maybe we thought the Snowman match is just a fluke, and Gen G almost adding on more pain to this tally.
Well, they've got a lot of work to do here. Down 0-2 in the series, but up 2-0 in a must-win game to avoid going into round 5. Again, you'd probably back them, but you look at the teams that are still hanging around in this Swiss stage, and you become less and less confident as OG continue to amass their lead in the series. Now it's apparently Jack dancing around JNAPs, everybody forward for OG. That means nobody's back, and the only thing Jack had to contend with was making sure First Killer couldn't steal the goal.
Bro, when you have Appjack and First Killer holding hands, skipping through the flower field and no opponent in sight, it's a bad day for OG. But I get to close my eyes and come in, and now all Gen G are all of a sudden winning. So maybe it's a caster blessing. I don't know what it is. I've covered so many of their matches, and at least Gen G don't usually have to fix their mistakes. It's only G2 that have ever made Gen G look silly and that have forced these adjustments. But this has been a weird day, not even in just this camp, but a lot of RLCS team camps. And OG getting shut out here after starting off the series so well is interesting too.
Well, First Killer will try to put the finishing touches here on a great comeback performance out of Gen G. Appjack with a couple. Chronic adds one. First Killer continues to set the table, and what's impressive to me, Lemon, is Gen G makes this comeback here in Game 3. First Killer still hasn't scored in this series. It sounds like there's a sleeping giant just waiting to wake up, and when he does, it could be a world of trouble for OG as they fail to close out Gen G.
Yeah, First Killer, it's still in the name. He's a killer. Maybe he could be the last killer, okay? Because the series is not done. Better late than never. And this was coming down to the wire of Gen G staring down series point against OG, which would put them in a dire spot. And Gen G went, I think, all the way to round 5 in Copenhagen, too. So it's like they've had to sweat matches like this. And I also got to commend OG for bringing that momentum from winning against Luminosity, beating their biggest rival, to now even trying to swing at the top dogs of the region. Like, everybody watch out for OG.
Well, when we lost Turk, I was left counting my lucky stars that we weren't casting NRG and deleted XD, who had a nearly 12-minute overtime in Game 1. Yeah, okay. Y'all can have that one, James and Asfura, as we're back underway here in another must-win opportunity for Gen G, which of course means a chance for OG to punch their ticket into the weekend if they can finish the job. Appjack in front, Nolly a weak clear, but it's good enough to find Calm, and OG are back off to the races.
Yeah, First Killer is too busy going for bumps, and Calm gets to just run away with the ball for free, and maybe he can show up with it too. Good disruption out of First Killer and Chronic using the sidewall, but now the ball gets away from him, and Jack can force the 50 against JNAPs, but Noli forced back, and First Killer and friends starting to really test OG, but their retaliation is coming in quick. Off to the corner, off to the races. Chronic is there first.
Gen G have watched OG work downfield very quickly with kind of these crossfield passes, but that one threw Calm for a loop. And that's how First Killer gets his first of the series. Just watches go up and right back down. Calm had no idea what to do with it.
See what I say? He's maybe not a first killer, but he's still a killer. He could be a late killer, whatever it takes. Gen G have a lead, but after shutting out OG, it's OG that have the weight on their shoulders. You started off well, but closing out has been tough for them. I've seen them be shaken up when stress mounts from LAN to online, but OG have looked better online. Chronic looks better with the ball in his hands too. Holy cow, watch him go.
My goodness. Got the flip reset over Nolly, just returned the favor from the end of Game 2. Brilliant finish out of Chronic. And a 2-0 lead for Gen G. Boy, that's as pretty as it's gonna get in this series. And apparently Jack has all day to play this one off the ensuing kickoff Finally, OG get in his face, but it's not going to matter. That demo takes out JNaps.
Oh.
Nobody else is home. First killer gets another as Gen G scores on the open net.
OG just can't tilt. They have been prone to mistakes. I remember casting their match at Copenhagen, whether it's like open nets or just silly mistakes of who is the third person back. Nowhere to be found. This should not be happening. OG never let this stuff happen. And now this is starting to become a dangerous lead for Gen G. Now with the demos too, it's OG that can't even stand on their own two legs before it's being taken out by the ankles. Calm at least can drive and play forward, get themselves into the orange half. That's the first step. But after that, it seems to all break down. At least the save was ready.
This is the Jekyll and Hyde mirror match, apparently. Two teams that have been dramatically different from the first two games to these past couple of games. And it's Gen G coming alive at just the right moment, and First Killer adding a couple of the 3 goals that Gen G have scored here. JNaps, quick turn, only had Chronic to contend with. Chronic up to the task, and then that falls to Noli, and then a pick by First Killer, but it's not strong enough, and JNaps able to recover in time. But you're seeing Gen G now, where OG had barely got back in time to make some of those saves in the first couple of games. They're not now, as Chronic almost scored a worldie, but Gen G are sent back to midfield. The problem is they're coming right back in, where again, in the early stages of this series, maybe they had to play a little more defense.
And playing a bit more off the ceiling. If Chronic is just hanging out there like Spider-Man waiting for a pass, like how is Gen G getting away with this? I show up, like I wake up from a coma and Gen G are down 0-2 and now they're making the comeback. Great shot, but you know, 2 in the net, that's a save. Now Gen G all holding hands, frolicking through the fields, and OG gotta see if they can challenge, be aggressive, and Cobb, he breaks it to the upper corner.
I mean, he just palms this ball. My gosh. Takes it all the way through and gets OG back into this one just inside 2 minutes. Boy, what a catch. Often you see someone catching from way out there. They might need the backboard to set that up. No, he goes top bins. And now Noli forcing his way through Chronic. Got the pass off. JNaps high. Calm can't get there ahead of apparently Jack. And a missed opportunity for OG to really put the pressure back onto Gen G. And JNaps just circles around on this. Calm will set him up. Can JNaps get his first tally? No, denied by First Killer.
And that's the key word, denial. That's all Gen G are doing right now, is killing play after play. Now guiding this ball out to First Killer, and only with a great save. And he's had to make these close call saves a few times now, but Gen G only lead by 2 for the moment. They still have the ball, a minute left, and we could be looking at game 5. Keep the brooms in the closet, everybody. It is not over. You just know that Calm has been loud in the comms after getting that goal for his team. They know this is possible, but the comeback has to start now.
Maybe trying to catch Gen G overextending, which good luck. They're just not going to do that. But everybody is kind of bunched up there on the wing. That would be an opportunity for OG to kind of spread the field just a little bit. They got 30 seconds. Got to kick into action now. Nolly, quick turn. Missed the initial offer and can't get around to follow up his own effort. And that might just about do it here in game 4 as Gen G clears this all the way downfield. Nolly's got to work from his own back wall after being oh so close. 10 seconds remain. Back in front again. Everybody scrambling around for OG. That one's going to be just wide. That was the window for OG to get back in it, and instead, Gen G has dragged it all the way back to Champions Field.
And a reverse sweep potential. Gen G sticking to their game, staying composed through the deficit that they had to face, one that they obviously didn't expect against a team like OG, but OG stepped it up at the start, started making mistakes that they shouldn't have, whether it was these open nets that were happening, but also missed opportunities on their offensive front where you just commend Gen G for breaking up the passes, denying the backboard, not giving OG any options and any windows that they could capitalize on.
I imagine the message from Chrome after the first couple of games might have just been like, y'all are good attacking players, right? Like, can y'all just, I don't know, get forward, throw the ball forward? Maybe something good will happen. Plenty good has happened. I mean, Calm had that little breath of life right near the early second half of that game. That was it out of OG. Maybe one last flourish in the final minute, but it was not enough. Gen G survive and get to game 5, and they look like now, after those last couple of games, by far the better of the two, where that distinction belonged perhaps to OG, especially after a 3-0 shutout in game 1. It's been two very similar halves. Something's got to give now. Winner take all on Champions Field.
Yeah, not just surviving, but thriving. First killer. All we had to do is say his name and demand, and he delivered and has started to pick it up for Gen G and pretty much shutting out OG, or at least making it look that way, where OG, they were giving vibes like they were starting to work things out, like Calm was having setups that they just couldn't execute on, and you see the energy is definitely there in the OG camp. JNaps playing forward, has Calm by his side, trying to avoid getting bumped around too, but OG will be sent back, and first on the ball is Jack. He collides with Calm, and Noli will try to clear, and he gets it above Chronic.
Oh, it was working so great for OG in those first couple of games, that connection between Noli and Calm. This time JNap's trying to take that himself. First killer, the easy save, and he's got that one over Calm. Those passes just have not been there. We saw a couple connect in the midfield throughout these couple of games. This one does. It is Noli setting up JNaps, and that, if you can believe it, is his first tally of any kind in this series.
Wow, through all that traffic too. What a shot, what a play. And OG needed that, you know, not just you need goals to score in Rocket League, blah, 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 but they needed that for the soul. Like, they look like they've just been losing to themselves. And now OG can feel reset after that one, and a good save by Calm as Jack was leaving that in a to-go box. Gen G ready for the equalizer as Jack steps up in the midfield with 30 boost and less, and first killer can add on, and Chronic with the finisher puts it off to the side, wants a better opportunity, but shot not on target for Jack.
This comes down to a battle of mechanics. You have to favor Gen G, but it's the teamwork of OG that got them the lead in the first place. Calm ahead towards Noli, and just not much behind it. So now apparently Jack trying to line up a double that goes wayward off to the side, and Calm will get there with Chronic all the way back. Chronic and first killer kind of tied up in the corner with each other, and first killer gives that right to Noli. Now Chronic, he's got apparently Jack as a helper. Can he get this down in front? He can, but first killer a little too slow getting there. He was all the way back, and now everybody's got to disperse for Gen G.
Oh man, OG, all they had to do was get one. Is that gonna be all they need to close out this game 5 and 4 down? Demos, smoke everywhere. First killer and Chronic gets denied by one guy, and his name is Noli. And OG just have to deny this revenge from Gen G, and they've been so close. Now it's Calm that desperately needs to make space, and he'll do more than that. He'll drop it off to give them a better lead.
I mean, so many times you see somebody start to go low under the ball and you think, okay, he's gonna get a flip reset, so I got a little more time. No, Calm just full send right through, and he doubles the lead for OG, his 5th goal of the series. He started off hot, and he's barely cooled off at all. So now Noli, not much in the tank. We know that, Gen G does not. And first killer will win the race, and he can't stay forward, but Appjack can. And first killer doesn't need much to get back involved in the play. Noli's aware of that. He'll try and drop it down to JNaps, and that's well done defensively by OG. And again, playing with the lead. I mean, neither side has been particularly good at coming back within a game. So this right now for OG has to feel like a godsend getting the first couple of goals, because now they can play a more comfortable, controlling style and force Gen G perhaps to overextend, chasing the game.
And one person who looks more comfortable to me especially is Nully. Just big saves in the previous game, to getting on the ball more and being part of the mess, I guess. Chronic will keep Gen G right in that shadow.
I mean, I definitely thought it was kind of a head scratcher, Chronic making the extra pass, but it worked out there. I think he read that Nolly was going to be screaming across to make the save. And as a result, Gen G is back in it. Now Chronic looking to add to his impressive tally through this series. 4 goals. First killer has Jack in front again, but he has Nolly in his way. That's been a constant theme too. I mean, Nolly, while he has kind of gotten fooled a couple times, especially by Chronic, he has been brilliant on both ends in a series that he might deny it, but you have to imagine it means a little bit extra to him with his former teammates on the other side.
48 seconds that OG needs to kill. There's a pass to Jack. No, Calm will disrupt that. Chronic now assisting this play to go further, and with the demo, that's Gen G having an advantage. Putting it off to the side though, where OG aren't first on it. It's Jack with a bounce out to Calm, who's been having wonderful defensive reads to not make this go easy for Gen G, but eventually this will creep through, and Gen G find the equalizer.
Just look up at the corner and you see the lack of boost collectively for OG, and one last steal out of the right-hand side was all it took. They finally broke down OG's defense, and Gen G have in fact battled back. They just refuse to die. 17 seconds separate us from overtime. J-Naps will score! What a catch and release to give OG the lead!
Incredible, and even beating the defender to the ball, and it just rolls on in. Nothing more to do after that, but hope and pray that OG can keep the lead to deny a reverse sweep from Gen G. They've gone the distance against Gentlemates, G2, and some of the best that the world has to offer, but OG has had their number. Last few seconds, and Gen G have to go downfield. And here comes Chronic. J-Naps reading this, but the ball is still kept up in the air. Gen G all clumped up together, and Nolly with the 50 that forces it down, gives OG the win on Champions Field.
And OG denies the reverse sweep. We've seen it happen again. Go up 2-0, drop the next 2, but you win the one that matters most at the end, and OG are through into the top 8, coming from 1-1 to win 2 in a row. What a flourish out of OG. And again, you look at Nolly. I mean, J-Naps came alive. He had the 2 goals, his only 2 goals of the series. Didn't have any assists, but he had plenty of saves, plenty of chances, plenty of disruption when Gen G was trying to get anything going in the first couple of games. And it all pays off in the end. OG 3, Gen G 2. The Mobile One High Performance Replay, ironically enough, we watched Gen G Mobile One Racing fall, and they will go to round 5. We hope you'll join us as well on the other side of this break.
Ooh, nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
rush. You see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. And the world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name in, choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way you choose now, the way you choose now. So the way you choose now, the way you choose now.
One more round to go, and our top 8 for the 4th qualifier will be set here. OG, surprising many, most of all, the roster of Gen G, as they take it down in 5 games there. They punch their ticket to the bracket. They have a match against SSG tomorrow, but we'll have to wait till Saturday to see that game play out. Welcome back to Rocket League, to the RLCS here. We've got some craziness coming down the pipeline. 3 matches, each one an elimination and a qualification here, Stacks.
Yeah, and what a wild finish we're set up for here with an incredible round 5 on the horizon. But again, look back at what just happened with OG. I mean, they looked like they could make a case for best team in NA, the way they were working as a team. I mean, I feel like they had to be greater than the sum of their parts through that series, and the common Nolly connection was amazing. At one point, they were 100% goal participation, both of them, and then JNaps scores a couple clutch ones at the end to drag OG across the finish line. A perfect team effort out of OG in the end.
Yeah, games 3 and 4, though, scary if you're an OG fan, because Gen G was looking red hot. You're like, all right, this is the Gen G we expected to see all day. A lot of mistakes, too, a lot of open nets out of OG, but came down to it. Just an early goal here by JNaps to put the pressure on, and OG just never let up. We see a nice little give-and-go pass and play by Gen G, but it was not enough. They do tie it late, but then an awkward goal here. Apparently, Jack just doesn't see JNaps, it seems like, and JNaps just walks it in, and that's how we end that series.
Yeah, the game 5, kind of a microcosm of the whole series there. Well done to OG as they make it through. Gen G now going to have to play in round 5. We'll see how they do. We can take a look at how things have gone so far. You can see the teams that got eliminated. We were talking about the teams that qualified there with OG, Space Station, and Shopify here.
Yeah.
But on the bottom side also, Moist, Netherlands, Canada eliminated as well as deleted. Every one of them will have to play next split or next qualifier, excuse me, if they want to make it to a main event. So we'll see them later on. We're left with these 3 matches. M80 going to be taking on TSM, Cloud9 facing off against NRG. What year is it, folks? And Luminosity facing off against Gen G Mobile 1 Racing. Luminosity, this is their bread and butter. But if there's one org that has got as much experience in round 5, I feel like it might be Gen G.
But there's 2 major teams. Both of them went to Copenhagen Major. One of them will not be top 8. That is absolutely huge. It opens up the door for all these other teams trying to fight for one of those top 4 spots, knowing that guaranteed one of these teams will finish in 9th place. Gen G, not expected to be here. We all expected them, like even if they lose in that 2-0 round, to bounce back. It did not happen. But Luminosity, this is where they live. They always go to the 2-2 round, even when we think they're looking better on the field. Somehow they fall, they're inconsistent, and they make it to the 2-2 round. They played a lot of Rocket League today. 2/3 of their games have gone to overtime today. So Luminosity, putting in the work.
This is what they do. I was watching the Luminosity stream as they got that win to get to this point, and they were like, "All right, folks, you know what it is. This just always is. It's never not round 5. Like they had a whole orchestra out playing a song about how the other teams are trash. Like they're ready to go. They knew this was gonna happen. They were ready for the long days. You know the team is ready for their long days as well. So will that last there? Hashtag LG, hashtag GGM1. Let us know who you got here and who we got up here. Who we predicting here, Gibbs?
I always say I can't pick against Gen G or G2, but I was wrong last time. I have to go Gen G here. I know it's the Rlcs round 5 curse, or not curse, but blessing, where he always makes it out, but
he does.
I can't. I have to go Gen G.
I mean, Stacks. It's Luminosity round 5. Gen G just lost in game 5 to OG. Come on.
It is, and you know what? I should learn my lesson at some point. I remember when Luminosity dropped to 0-2 at the major, and I saw Rlcs in the hallway. He looked like his soul had left his body, and then all of a sudden, it was a completely different Slater and a completely different LG through the rest of that Swiss stage until they ultimately fell at the end. I just, man, the way Gen G looked at the later stages of that series, I have to imagine they pull it out here.
You know, I can hear you there, folks, but I gotta believe in Luminosity. Chat's got me as well, folks. We're ready to go. We're ready for the final matches of the day, each one happening simultaneously. Check out the other streams as they're going on if you want to see each of these games. But for our intents and purposes here, the main event is Luminosity versus Gen G. Winner makes top 8.
The kings of Swiss round 5 and the goats of making a grand final are about to face off. Only one team can make it out, though. Who will it be? We've got Luminosity versus Gen G in our last matchup of the day here on Friday. Swiss, let's get into it.
I don't even want to ask you who you think is going to go through.
Please don't.
Curse them. I'm not going to lie. So, who would have thought, though? Who would have thought that Gen G Luminosity would be in this position? They've been in a round 5 position at Copenhagen, but they're at the top. They're both top 8, at least Gen G were top 8 in the world, and Luminosity went the distance in Swiss and Copenhagen. So this is just such a strange occurrence. Gen G almost reverse swept too, which they could have had an even easier day. But for now, they got to face the LG boys.
Yeah, this is, like you said, it's a strange occurrence. I feel like we've gotten that vibe throughout the beginning of the day, too, you know, with Cloud9 going down and then OG's going up, and it's been all over the place for everybody and their mom, it feels like right now. But Luminosity versus Gen G, it's weird because Gen G or Luminosity, excuse me, is coming off of a loss to a rival. Gen G also did the same. I don't know. It's who makes the first move and kind of takes the series by the reins.
Well, Chronic gets taken out, so looks like the LG defense can relax. First killer, I think, had a quiet start to the series that I just casted and definitely picked things up. And the desk were favoring mostly Gen G just based on how things ended and how they leveled up as time goes on, as Chronic tries to control this ball off to the corner. First killer's off to the races. Jack will step up to find an angle on this net, but LG just closed that out.
There's a little backflip there from Chronic. Appjack and Chronic both go up for that one, which is a little dangerous, but first killer way deep in that third, ready to anticipate that ball. Magic Bear just wants out of his own half, but demos keep him home. And finally, Luminosity get out of their own side, but as quickly as it starts, they're back out, and you can see Chronic in the LG net already, which is an interesting sign, because if that's the play, if that's the plan against LG, I worry about them, because when the demos and everything were coming out on LG before, it felt like they tripped them up a little bit.
I'm like the cat meme of like, what's he doing over there? Like looking over the snowbank. What's Chronic doing in the net? There's like no one there, but Chronic is there this time, but she's had the clear denied by first killer, who has to now collide against Rlcs. And LG, they've had these up and down performances, and even in the pre-show, I said that I think LG have been maturing and looking for more consistency, and I thought this was gonna be the day. And to be in a 2-2 spot, I should have listened to Gibbs and even you about how they're the round 5 kings, but we'll see if they'll be jesters after this.
To be fair, yeah, like you're saying, they are kind of the kings of game 5, but you know who else is the king of scoring? It's Chronic. He's got one of his own on this one. 3 minutes in is what it took Gen.G to break past the Luminosity defense. It took a demo and Magic Bear getting kind of caught off guard, trying to get back in time there for Gen.G to score. But a 1-goal game, that's not bad. There's more than enough time to tie things up here.
And we were pointing out how Chronic was playing deep and ready for the play, and Magic Bear was ready to slot this in. Even when Rlcs got demoed through the smoke, it was Magic Bear that found success.
Oh, that's such a nice kickoff, but an even better demo from Rlcs. Also, shout out to him. I think they said that he got his 2000th career demo. First person to do that in Rlcs history, trying to make it 2001, probably like 20 at this point though. But huge shout out to you. Tied game here for Luminosity, looking to take a lead as well. Demo 1-1. Cheese tried to demo this one and let it roll, but it wasn't quite fast enough for that play to come into formation, I guess would be the word. But a pass over to Appjack, tries to get the dunk, it's a floater. Rlcs can't get the save, and Gen.G go up by 1.
Oh, just Gen.G overwhelmed the net. Beautiful pass from First Killer and through 2 people. Through all that traffic, Appjack still somehow gets the goal in. And even LG on the previous play, I thought they were going to score. As you were pointing out, they're like holding hands, they're walking this in, but they were watching the front, but not the back. Then LG will have to watch their backs when they're getting demoed like this. Gen.G get to play hot potato, moving downfield. First Killer up, and with this floating in front of the net, Cheese just couldn't get a handle on it.
This was really interesting. So you see the ball go forward, and it's First Killer who doubles. Magic's tiny touch on it allowed Chronic enough time to see that this ball was gonna go open enough that he could shoot wherever he pleased in that net. He did exactly that, and Gen.G go up by 2.
Oof, this is becoming a more dangerous lead as the seconds go by. 90 seconds. It's Chronic up in the air. Oh my god, colliding against Magic Bear. And the second touch, the follow-up from Jack from the post back to him with love.
There is a huge wave of momentum coming in from Gen.G, and I get a little worried about Cheese right now. I think this is the second time I've seen him be the person that gets caught off as third man. It kind of just, it almost feels a little overwhelming for him at times, but again, you've got enough time that you could try and respond a little bit to this unless the lead continues to get extended here. But Gen.G is not going to let up on the pressure. They don't care if they're up by 2, 3, or 4 goals. They'll keep going.
And that's what you need. Just to keep trying. As Chronic drops us off, Magic Bear makes the save but needs to follow up. His First Killer was looming and hunting for his chance. And it still is possible with Gen.G having Appjack have time and space, and LG are trying to not let him afford that. It's where the veterans of LG need to step up. Maybe this game is already over, but you need to encourage Cheese, and maybe he doesn't need nobody, because he can hype himself up after that.
No, Cheese definitely has solo play capabilities like no other. He's kind of like almost a baby First Killer if you were going to be doing like head-to-head comparisons. But I think a big, crucial play, a moment in that play was Rlcs going up for the bump on that one, trying to open up some space to alleviate the amount of pressure it takes for Cheese to be able to have plays like that.
I said maybe it looked over, but it's not impossible. This next play could be big, and Rlcs waits back. Cheese holds the midfield, Jack off the ceiling, bumps Rlcs off the ball, but Cheese gets a crack at it. Defended once again. Gen.G won't allow this to slip on by. They will not choke. First Killer now can just send this back with a double just to add salt to the wound. I think now it's clear that Gen.G take game 1.
Unfortunately, nobody from LG went back to that backboard in preparation for First Killer. And usually what happens is if First Killer has a lot of space, dude's probably going to go for something off the backboard there. That's exactly what he did. Back off the kickoff, 4 seconds left to go. Maybe another one for the road home and just kind of putting your foot down. But Gen.G says they're cool with 5 for now. Gen.G, they take game number 1.
Wow, and in a commanding fashion, following that fire that they almost reverse swept with in the previous series, but able to shake off that game 5 and look forward because Gen G know who they can beat, and they've even beaten the top dog of this region, being G2. So teams like Luminosity OG, Gen G definitely respect, but now just needing all these extra goals just to make sure that LG are fully buried. But Luminosity, I don't think it need to feel too buried after, you know, Cheese was able to wake up in that second half, and Luminosity do better hope that they wake up a bit better in the game too, like more goals for that.
Yeah, I think, you know, as we take a look back on the high performance replay here, the fact that almost everybody, everybody on Gen G was almost in equal parts of participation getting into that Luminosity net, but same can't quite be said for LG. It was like towards that second half, they were kind of waiting for Cheese to have like his solo play moments, which is a good thing. That kid is terrifying. But the one that I want to keep my eye on is Magic Bear. If we can get Magic Bear to kind of wake up a little bit, then you get that Magic Bear first killer kind of shootout, and that's when things start to get a little bit more interesting.
And you pointed out how Rlcs was like locking up these defenders, whether just bumping them off, going for demos, or whatever, creating those gaps. And I think Luminosity have so many wonderful opportunities because of that. It's all about execution, and it's all up to Magic Bear and Cheese to deliver those big goals. But a big person on the field too is First Killer, who is just on fire. Like you said, everyone from Gen G is having a great performance, but especially First Killer. How do you shut a guy like that down? Well, LG are trying to figure that out right now.
Yeah, that's the question that everybody on LG is asking each other. They're like, how do we slow this kid down? And I think Boost Starvation is probably a really good opportunity because he tends to take things up into the air a lot, but so does Chronic. Great read off the backboard there from Magic Bear, also able to get that corner boost and try and carry this one past mid with Cheese. Unfortunately, everybody's got to race back as the touch goes forward. It's 2v1 on Rlcs, and he still somehow manages to keep this out.
Wow, I can't believe Chronic missed that, and that's fine. It makes it for a more interesting game, but there's a wave of offense that will avalanche into this net as Cheese gets a hand up, pops it out in time, but Gen G adding pressure. Rlcs just still trying to keep this to the side. Jack against Magic Bear, and looks like LG still have to put up more saves, and Jack stepping up for the shot. Rlcs keeps popping it up, but who can escort this out? Cheese doing his best, but his second man gets taken out, and Chronic is hitting a double off your backboard. What is going on? Gen G will not let go.
How many demos did I miss? Or, okay, it was a demo on third and then a bump on Cheese, and the defense was just gone after that. Luminosity had no way to defend. Chronic had all the space in the world off that shot there, and Gen G get an early game lead here, which is a little bit dangerous because when that happens, they tend to hold on to it.
Yeah, it wasn't even a double, it's just, but it seems like Gen G are able to utilize that backboard, and LG are stretching themselves thin with someone trying to go forward and make the space to who is going to be on the backboard, who's challenging, and LG, through all the chaos, have to play perfect defense against this team because Gen G will eventually find the cracks in that armor, and maybe how you start dealing with that is demoing them, and LG will get them off their back for a second. Rlcs now can't get a handle on this ball in the corner, so Gen G get a good clear.
This was a pass over to Rlcs. Magic Bear didn't quite go for the bump on that one. Instead, Chronic takes it away. Cheese gonna try and slow things down on this. This one's up in the sky with Appjack. Appjack down right into the hands of Cheese. A little bit of an awkward flick there and also no boost, but it's not gonna stop LG from making their transition towards that Gen G net.
First Killer will be there first. Pops it out to Chronic. You gotta be careful these passing plays. And thankfully for LG, they break that up and try to counterattack. Magic Bear will go up high for this. Rlcs off the ceiling to Cheese. First Killer even pre-jumping in the net, but the shot doesn't even come through. And Chronic will not even slow down attempts off the backboard. And at least LG deny any kind of rebound after that.
Yeah, just slowing down the rebounds, like you say, are probably going to be the most crucial point to keeping this at a one-goal game for now. We've only got 2 minutes to answer off this one. Rlcs bumps Jack completely out of the way, but Cheese not quite able to just immediately send this one back. It feels like everyone's just a little slow to transition off of each other, but this is one of the better plays that we've seen off of it. Rlcs from the ceiling, Chronic around him, almost seemingly easy, but it's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, scoring against Gen G is not easy. I feel like they give up so little space, so little goals, and you have to go X Games mode against Gen G. There's just no other way to say it. But Chronic, even in the last game, was playing deep, just ready for any pass going his way. But it's like Gen G needing him to play this more from front to back and just take things just inch by inch. And Gen G have a lead, so the weight is not really on their shoulders to come up with a plan.
Yeah, right now it's more about Luminosity playing catch up against Gen G, and playing catch up to a 1-goal deficit you would think isn't insane, but again against Gen G, a 1-goal deficit is huge. They've been stuck there for just over about a minute and a half or so, and they haven't quite been able to find any sort of an opportunity. Instead, they're just taking turns going back, defending these Gen G shots over and over and over again, getting stuck in their own half. And there's another one. This one popped up into the sky, one side over to the other. Finally, a breakaway pass over to Rlcs, immediately taken back by first.
LG are doing a great job of not letting the offense really materialize. Never mind. I guess Chronic just gets to solo. I thought someone was gonna be in the net.
Everybody thought I was gonna be the curse. It was you.
Bro, I was like, I saw Rlcs go for it. I believe. My bad.
There's time. 27 seconds. I got the coat for y'all. It's okay. Off the kickoff, Magic Bear forward. Another touch. Cheese to get the follow-up. It's too high, too wide. Most you can do is try again here. Pass over to Cheese. Can't again. These are just too wide of shots for LG. They're having opportunities, which is better than you can say what was happening in game number 1. But unfortunately, now accuracy is coming into the play, and that's kind of what's been the big hindrance in this game number 2.
Yeah, LG are trying to take these offenses step by step, but they get shut out. There's not a good setup that's getting developed. It's like attempted solo plays and the wide shots, as you pointed out. And, you know, Gen G weren't perfect either. Like the first, I think, good attempt from them, was it Chronic who missed that one? They still ended up winning the game. 11 shots to 0. I didn't realize that Luminosity didn't shoot at all. I'm sorry.
No, that's what I was talking about. So it on paper, it looks like Luminosity didn't shoot anything, when in reality, they were shooting. These were just super off target, and they weren't even registering. So there was opportunity, but at the end of the day, Gen G, they were just way too accurate for the LG defense.
Just for Luminosity to not make a main event would just be a travesty, after there was so much disrespect on their name going into Copenhagen, questioning whether they should even be there, and they did more than enough to prove that they belonged there, and they exceeded those expectations. So you thought this was gonna be another day at the office, and you thought that all those lessons, that chemistry that you built from being together and winning and losing together in person, would translate to online play that would be more consistent. I was hyping up Cheese, like I said on the pre-show, of I think this guy could be the next big thing. This guy could really be the make or break, and ideally the make for Luminosity, but this has just been an off day for them.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good way to describe it. It definitely has been somewhat of an off day for Luminosity. You take a look back at some of their results, and I think even just the beginning of the day for LG started off kind of weird for them. They went down 0-3 to Nether Canada, those guys. They were having a rough start, and then of course they go down 1-3 to OG, which is kind of like their grudge match, right? And so it has been kind of, you know, hot and cold, on and off for this squad. It's now a question of, you've got your backs against the absolute back of the wall here. There's no more room left between you and the end. Can you find a way to slow down and surpass Gen G?
I'm seeing Rlcs be more active on that front, of just being the one who attacks the ball, that does the hard job of how do you get possession into the orange half against Gen G, who have one of the best defenses in the region. So I'm seeing Rlcs be more active and not just be the setup guy, not just be the physical and hope that the physical guy, then hope that Magic Bear and Cheese do the rest. So you're seeing the changes live here for LG, as Gen G, well, They're just hoping to close out the series quick and easy, although it's seeming like they're paid hourly with how they want to go all the way to round 5 for this.
Yeah, LG definitely, they're just playing the game that's kind of been handed at them, which is a little bit slower, but Reynolds wants to do something different. The mech packs are coming in handy. He got the pass, catches it off the ceiling, takes it with the reset and through, and Luminosity go up by 1.
I don't know, Gibbs, start taking notes, because that's a tough play in my book, especially in the scenario that Luminosity are in, having to reverse sweep the number 2, arguably number 1 team, and look how quickly that lead has dissipated.
Listen, if you're going against Genji, you have to anticipate a very quick response. That was a great pass there. Somehow, all 3 Luminosity players just could not situate themselves in a way that would have kept that ball out. But you know what? At the end of the day, they are still Gen G. Now it is Luminosity's turn to try and respond to said goal. First killer over 1, tries to carry this one all the way down. Cheese meets him in the corner and keeps this one out.
Difficult save to make, and LG are still not out of the woods. As Jack will at least get a piece on this ball. First killer will move forward. This comes out to Chronic, who is too far forward, but Jack will put it back into a position that first killer can work with. He's already ready on the side wall. Jack, Chronic to the right. Now fighting for possession has been difficult for Gen G as Reynolds almost crept through all of their defenses. Reynolds is doing everything he can to win this match for his team, and LG need to work together on this, and in the net too. Great save by Magic Bear.
Huge save from Magic Bear, but it's not going to end there. Cheese up next with the save from Jack's shot, and here comes Chronic. One more player to keep that rotation going. Magic Bear seemingly keeping this one off, trying to slow things down. Reynolds around 1, can't get past Jack though, and Jack instead just going to opt for the bump. The aggression just pushing everybody off this ball, but a huge clear on target from Cheese gives the answer to the goal that Luminosity needed oh so badly.
And that's gonna be the one that tilts the scales, just launching this. And I maybe am not surprised, because I've been noticing Gen G playing very deep, very aggressive, thinking that they've just been commanding possession. Surely this won't go over their heads. And finally, it did. Last time it was a close call where Chronic got a piece of it there, centered out in the field, but LG, thankful now, going into the second half with a small lead. But the last time they had one, I mean, Gen G got rid of that super quick. As Jack, it's an awkward touch that LG still trying to not have this centered out as they move forward to hunt for more.
I mean, at this point, if you're Luminosity, every decision, every touch you make from this point forward has to be completely methodical, and you can see it. They try their hardest, but at the end of the day, you can be smart with your touches, you can be smart with where you're setting yourself up, but it takes one bump from a player to put all of that into the trash, and Gen G tie up the game at 158.
All of Gen G are enabling each other. You love to see the selflessness of it's not just Chronic waiting for a pass. He's stepping up. He's getting set up by Appjack, or First Killer, who got a ton of goals himself. Who is a threat? Who is the person to shut down on Gen G? Who knows anymore? But Chronic won't let this offense get away. This drops down to First Killer, has to see what Reynolds is up to, and Jack climbs up. And the disengage from Gen G. His First Killer looks for bumps. Now Chronic from the ceiling, Cheese and Reynolds up against the wall, and Gen G just keep trying to bait them out of the net, hoping for quality shots, hoping for that lead back in their favor. It's not been easy for Gen G.
No, it hasn't, but what I feel could be making it a little bit easier than how it should be, Gen G continue time and time again to steal the Luminosity boost. And I feel like that has been something that has been slowing down the pace of play a lot for LG, which they are probably not big fans of, because it is making that transition so much harder than it should be for themselves. But right now, you've got less than a minute to go. You're tied game. Gen G still coming out with the threatening shots, but they're a little bit slower to come through, which is a good thing if you're LG, right? You gotta slow things down a little bit, force Gen G to play your game.
Yeah, that's a great point, that being boost starved was not ideal for Luminosity. They finally got some to work with. Jack, it's stopped there right at the line by Magic Bear, less than 30 seconds. And Luminosity, they got space, they got boost to work with. But how do you crack through the Gen G armor, whose defense looks impenetrable at times? For now, First Killer tries to read what Cheese is up to. And Jack, who's already playing deep, just robs Magic Bear. Now the last couple of seconds, Gen G knocking on the door of trying to close out this series, but Rlcs gets away with it. He has a front man making the space. This comes out, but Cheese gets demoed off the play.
That was terrifying. We see overtime match point for Gen G. Off the kickoff is Cheese trying to push through. Rlcs sends this one back. Magic Bear off the backboard. LG getting pushed slowly into their own half. First Killer over to Abjack. This one's in. Gen G sweep LG out, and they see another day.
Yeah, Gen G are gonna see tomorrow. Luminosity gonna see the back of their eyes because they'll be sleeping tomorrow. What the heck is going on in North America? Luminosity, top 4 in North America, not making it into playoffs is insane to me. It shows that you need to perform on the day. All of this happens today, and you got to depend on your coaches and the veteran presence on your roster to change your whole mind around in situations where you're facing, like, who expects to face Gen G in round 5 anyway? But kudos to Luminosity for making this close.
Yeah, huge congrats to them for trying their hardest against Gen G. At the end of the day, though, Gen G are still them. Even if they get taken down to uncomfortable places like round 5 in Swiss, they still manage to prevail. They're the first people, I think, to ever break the Luminosity, like, round 5 curse. But if you take a look back at the replays, pretty much a montage of Gen G demos and goals. There was the one time Luminosity caught Gen G off guard. But for now, we're going to send this over to the pros and send this one back to the desk.
Wow.
Let's go.
Woo.
Oh, wait, Punk.
Oh, no.
You want to say that again so the rest of the world can hear?
Herc just called us pros, too, and now this is how we come back classic. It was on purpose. That's how good of a professional Wavepunk is. It's just, comedy. Man.
No,
All right, go ahead, Wave.
That to pull the curtain back a little bit, she called us pros, and I reached over, muted my microphone so that we could pull off this whole muted bit and didn't let anybody know. But yeah, no, my goodness. Cloud9 just take down NRG in overtime. I was talking about how cool that goal was, but let's talk about the match we actually watched here on the stream. Luminosity giving it their best effort. Gen G, too much for them.
Such good passes, like, coming out of the corners from Gen G. And this is what's going to happen when you're like Luminosity, where you always go to round 5. Eventually, that's going to bite you by you getting a very good team. And yeah, they got Gen G. We talk about the gap in North America. The pros see it as well. Power ranking Gen G 1 or 2, and that's it. Gen G, shaky day, but the best teams find a way to advance. Gen G does it pretty comfortable fashion, Stacks.
Yeah, they do, and with the sweep, I believe they lock up the number 6 seed, which means they're going to get Shopify Rebellion in the playoffs. So, you got Gen G that was a little shaky against Justin, who played out of his mind today. I think this is going to be a very fun matchup, but there's a lot to be said for being one of the best in the region, and until somebody actually knocks you off the pedestal, you get to make that claim. So Gen G's still alive. You got to back them to make a deep run.
Well, with that concluded, that was the first of the round 5 matches to conclude. Both other matches are still ongoing. Cloud9 versus NRG is going into game 4, and M80 versus TSM is currently in game 3. M80 looking to sweep TSM here. They've got the lead across halftime. TSM's got to find a way to get a win here.
And in that game 1, M80 TSM, 11 minutes and a half of overtime. M80 at TSM, it was brutal. 2-1 game. Then game 2, 1-0. We talk about TSM. Like we talk about a lot of these defensive teams. TSM is definitely one of them in North America. Shown it in this match. Not giving up a lot, but they're still down 2-0 by only giving up 3 goals in over 20 minutes of play. So a little bit unfortunate they have to get that offense going, but as you can see here in game 3, it's not looking too good.
Fun fact, we asked our statistician, was this the first time there's been 2 over like 10-minute overtimes in one day? It was not, in fact. We get a nice side-by-side view of both games that are happening here. Earlier today, NRG did go to 11 minutes, 54 seconds of overtime against Deleted XD. But back in RLCS X, Team BDS did it twice in one day. So they kind of hold the record for most long overtimes in a single day.
And fun fact, like Extra, he retired that day. He was just like, you know what, I'm out. I'm done now. It's like, played too much.
I've had enough of this.
Cloud9, though, this is a surprising result, I think, slightly. So I know a lot of people rate the Omelet roster, who is now Cloud9, but Energy picking up Aqua, I think a lot of people had them as a top 8 borderline team, and maybe Omelet was maybe a step down of that, but right now, 2-1 lead over Energy and 1-0 early in Game 4.
Yeah, we had an overtime winner, actually, in Game 3 for Cloud9. I couldn't see who scored it, but they were a few minutes into that overtime. So it's been a tightly contested series, which I think you'd kind of expect that. I mean, you know, when you look at the brand name of NRG, you think of, you know, one of the best teams of all time. But, I mean, they're kind of just another team in NA, still trying to find their way.
M80 solidifying hit right here, 3-0, Game 3, looking for the sweep. Like, what a shot there by Nassim. We talk about 1v1s, and he's definitely one of those guys you don't want to be in a 1v1 against when you're playing defense. So M80 looks like they will survive. A little bit shaky as well at times, but again, it doesn't matter. Just make it to Saturday. We know that seeding honestly does not matter on Saturday. Anyone can win, so they'll be happy to make it.
If M80 wins on a sweep, they go what? They go +1 game differential. So right now they'd be looking at the 8 seed, which would give them G2. Congratulations. Good luck.
Gotta catch them early. You gotta catch them early. Come on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
right.
Knock them out in their quarterfinals. That's how it works. So last game of the day, or last match of the day. If Cloud9 wins, it'll be the last game of the day. But NRG is trying to force Game 5.
And Energy's been one of those puzzling ones. Obviously, like, to qualify for Copenhagen, it was just not pretty. They obviously bring in Toasty last minute. They get rid of Frosty, and that didn't work out. So they had to bring in Drees as well, who retired but was a sub and was like, all right, I'll play for you as well. So, like, Energy, it's hard to rate them based on the first half of the year because a lot of roster issues. They were trying to find what works well with Garagy and Mist. And now they're bringing Aqua, who had a great split last time around with the Muffin Man. Like, he did look great, so he gets a chance now on one of these better teams that has top 8 potential, maybe even top 4 potential. It's just, will it all come together in time, or is it a little bit too late for Energy?
And today, I'm sure that the chaos with Aqua at the beginning of the day didn't help the team settle into a groove.
No.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just bizarre too, right? I mean, with all the, I mean, they started with Toasty in the beginning of the first half of the season, and then they end up with Aqua, and then you're like, okay, well, great, we've found our third. Fireburner, you're in. Like, I mean, at that point, Asphyr's got to be going like, wait, we only have one sub, right? Woo, Percy!
This is a flip cancel reset for set goal number 2 here.
Very nice, very nice.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
Crazy shot.
And that's the thing, too. So if you guys missed it earlier today, Energy Aqua had internet issues for the first match of the day. So he was unable to play. They played Moist in that first round, and they lost. Moist obviously did not have a great day, so I think that's one Energy wants back with their full roster, because that could have been a win. Moist went 1-3 on the day. Their only win was against Energy, who was playing with Fireburner. So, like, Energy's in this 2-2 round, maybe partially because of that, but also when you lose round 1, you get easier opponents throughout the day. So, who knows if it would have mattered too much, but...
I mean, maybe NRG's just cursed, right? Because remember, Justin would always have internet issues with NRG.
That's fair.
We haven't heard about that at all with Shopify Rebellion since he joined them. And then all of a sudden, Aqua has issues. Like, can you get any unluckier?
That's tough. But Cloud9, we got to give them kudos.
Oh, yeah.
They have been getting better and better all year long. They didn't qualify. Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2 was a 9th. Qualifier 3 was a top 8, where they lost to G2 on Champions Field. And now they will go back-to-back top 8s. It's looking very likely with a 2-goal lead with half a minute to play. So Cloud9, great pickup for them. They immediately get a top 8 team in North America, it looks like.
Yeah, and I think there were kind of a lot of eyebrows raised, like, wow, I would have thought, if C9 was going to come back, they were only going to take a team that's like on the level of like, a G2 or a Vitality, a team that you think like, okay, this is a shoe-in to compete to win a LAN. And all of a sudden, they got this team. This team looks pretty good.
And not only that, like, huge congrats to Cloud9, but there is a golden opportunity in this bracket. I'm going to spoil a little bit. Snowmen versus Cloud9. No one expected that as a first-round quarterfinal matchup. No one expected either of these teams to be top 4. Probably neither of these teams to even be top 8. So golden opportunity here in this first qualifier for London for both these teams.
I mean, one of them will be top 4.
Yep.
So exciting for all of us. Make sure you're here for tomorrow. You're going to want to catch those matches. Also, we referenced it earlier. We'll show you the bracket as soon as it's set in stone. But I believe OG going to be playing Space Station, or more importantly, Space Station not playing G2 or Gen G round 1 of the bracket. Space Station fans are feasting tonight. This is such an improvement for them. But still, you got to go through OG, who just beat Gen G.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's not only that, like, I think a lot of people were trying to compare OG and Space Station, and it was very difficult to do last time around because Space Station would just run into Gen G and lose. OG was like that red hot team, but maybe a little bit easier quarterfinal matches. So we finally get to kind of see where that one lies.
You know who I don't want to be in this bracket? I actually don't really want to be Gen G. I mean, I understand that Rebellion kind of inflated some of their stats because they had a couple soft opponents, but they also earned that by having a strong first round where I think they took SSG all the way to game 5. So, I mean, by getting those other matchups, I think they averaged something like 3 goals a game. I closed the page, granted, but that's not a team I want to face, and that's what Gen G has to contend with tomorrow.
Yeah, and then you get the winner of Snowmen versus Cloud9. I mean, do you feel like after they survive, if they were to survive Shopify, things are easier, or do you not want to be facing off against the wild cards, especially given that Snowmen already beat Gen G today?
I would back the winner of that series, Shopify Rebellion and Gen G, to be in the finals. Like,
okay.
Call me crazy. I think that's kind of a fluky run out of Snowmen. I would love to see Snowmen in the finals. I'd love to see Snowmen win this whole thing and eventually go to the major and then go to Worlds. But I think that the clock strikes midnight for the Snowmen tomorrow.
Well, we'll see here. Here's what we did today, folks. We sent the top 8 teams, the teams in the green boxes, through our bracket. We sent the other 8 teams home. They will have to watch from their couches tomorrow. Crazy day of action. Snowmen clearly the story of the day, taking out Gen G as well as the Canadian, Netherlands, American team, and TSM as well. So what a run from that team. But yeah, I mean, we talked about it between Gen G and Luminosity. One of those teams not going to make top 8 here, Gibbs. Luminosity, the team that has to sit on from the outside after playing in Copenhagen. Yeah, out of the 8 teams that are eliminated, Luminosity is the biggest one for sure. Obviously, Majors beforehand. Now they faltered. They're going to have 2 fantastic qualifiers to finish out to fight for one of those top 4 spots. Gen G, not where you want to be, but you did survive, so you're all right. It's the same with M80, but like, as we see this bracket, I want to just reference this bracket in terms of pro power rankings, just so we kind of get a feel of what the pros thought. We have M80 versus G2. G2 is the number 1 seed, 6th seed for M80, like according to the pro power rankings. OG and Space Station is a 3 versus a 5. Cloud9 Snowmen is 11 versus 12. And then finally, we get Rebellion versus Gen G, which is a 2 versus an 8, or tied for 7th, really. So there's one outlier, obviously, here, and that is Cloud9 Snowmen. And it is very difficult when you're an underdog team to do it on back-to-back days, right? You can have that one day, that flash in the pan, but to do it again, one of them is guaranteed to do it again. But that's why I think with the Rebellions and Gen Gs on that lower side of the bracket, you expect whoever wins that probably to go to the finals, but we got to play the games first. And I feel like when you are those kind of bubble teams, the teams that are not consistently top 8, like a Cloud9 or a Snowman, you do a lot of your prep against the top 8, the teams that there is the most film out there on to prepare against. So you're maybe going to have more trouble up against each other than you would against the other teams that you can prepare for. So there's a chance that's a very streaky, one-sided match one way, but you know, I don't know. Hopefully, I hope with it being 11 versus 12 in the pros power rankings that we actually get a nice competitive series. That 3 against 5 also with the Space Station versus OG, I think should be a really exciting one. So, folks, all these teams, they're playing to try and earn money right now, but they're also playing to earn points to play at the London Major. You can attend it as well. Ticketmaster.co.uk. If you want to go to that event, it's going to be an exciting one. It always is loud in the Copper Box. Section 104 will be there if you want to experience football chants, but in a video game setting, this is the place to go and do it. Highly recommend you make it your way there if you can. So let's talk about what's coming down the pipe for tomorrow. We show you the bracket. We're going to play all 4 of those quarterfinal matches. We're going to play them in this order, though. We're going to start off the day with M80 versus G2. Then we're going to do that 11 versus 12 with Cloud9 versus the Snowmen. We'll round out the day with OG versus Space Station. So can Space Station finally make it through the quarterfinals? That'll be our final match of the day. Rebellion versus Gen G. The scary match you were talking about, Stacks, is going to be third.
Yeah, and, you know, think about this. Let's say Rebellion wins that series, right? Let's say they knock off Gen G. They're going to be guaranteed 12 points for this event, and Gen G is going to be looking up at them, and they're going to be looking up at the likes of either Cloud9 or Snowman, either M80 or G2, and either OG or SSG. It's only 4 points, but it makes a huge, huge difference when we're looking at the 6th qualifier and somebody is, you know, 6 points out of 4th place, and you're going, boy, I wish we had a different opponent in that first quarterfinal.
And not only that, you just don't know when you're going to have one of those bad days to make it top 8 for Swiss. We saw it today, like some weird results happen, and you just need to collect as many points as you can. As soon as you make the bracket, this is where you make your money, right? This is where you need to win the big games. We saw it last split. Space Station and M80, 3 top 8s, 0-3 when it came to playing on the weekend. They both failed to make it to the Copenhagen Major. This is where you need to collect those points. This is where you need to collect your paycheck.
Gibbs, this is your last broadcast with us for the weekend. That's true, correct?
We are sending it off to T-Bates. He'll be here Saturday and Sunday. So that'll be fun. So it's gonna be nice when like the desk is wrong more often. You know, it's just to sprinkle it in. You know, make chat more competitive. With
okay, well, put your money where your mouth is. Who's winning the event? Give me a winner.
I'm gonna be boring. I'm gonna be boring.
No.
I'm gonna be boring. It's gonna be G2 versus Gen G. It's gonna be.
Folks, the show tomorrow kicks off at 9:30.
Gen G's gonna win it because Bates is on the desk. So Gen G's gonna win. I want to see
he picks a little bit different, a little bit of spice in there, folks. The pre-show kicks off at 9:30 Pacific. First game kicking off at 10 a.m. You won't want to miss it. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Nice play. Alright, you go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work. Oh.